All I can tell you is we lost 1,000 people in January to this disease, 1,000 people. And when we make decisions, it seems to me we ought to have a recognition of how dangerous and deadly this disease still is after this period of time. And it cannot be allowed to blind us, the fact that we're making progress, to the fact that we are not where we need to be yet as a state to be safe. And to those who think it's done too early, I can tell you that I think we've demonstrated a commitment to safety and health in our state. And I am confident, based on this epidemiological evidence, that we will achieve our goal of making sure that we knock this disease down low enough where our hospitals can be safe. And that's a big deal. I've had 2 relatives in the last week who spent nights in a gurney in a hallway of an emergency department because there wasn't room in a hospital. I am confident we will get down to a place in the 3rd week of March where that will no longer be the case. So I ask everybody's continued commitment. I want to thank everybody who's pulled on the rope, because I know everybody has here, and I am glad to be able to take another step forward for the great state of Washington. With that, you may fire when ready, Gridley.
Up first, we'll go to Rachel with AP. Go ahead, Rachel.
Good afternoon. Governor, given your focus on that March 21st date based on the hospital admission projections, do you plan to lift the state of emergency around that time? And if not, when? And then separately, just a few moments ago, Governor Newsom announced that California would be shifting to an endemic approach to the pandemic, ramping up on things like surveillance of wastewater and increasing testing if a new variant is detected in order to avoid future mandates. So either for the governor or Dr. Shaw, what does our endemic plan look like?
Well, the emergency order will not be lifted on March 21st. We do have to maintain it for several reasons. One, it needs to be maintained in part because it allows us to have access to federal funds, which is obviously very important. Second, there are things that will remain important, one of which is to guarantee that people have the right to wear a mask at work, and so that the employer can't order them to go maskless. That's important. We also have some important protections for our people in our medical facilities, our people in our long-term care facilities. Those folks will continue to be needed, protected by some of these measures. There are also some measures in the school system that will continue, as I've indicated, to make sure that our children continue to be protected by having some testing requirements and the like for our school children. So it won't be, the emergency order itself will not be listed on March 21st, but an enormous step forward, because I think it's fair to say that the masking requirement in our places of work and in our schools has been a significant frustration to people, to all of us, and this is an enormous step forward, I believe, on this journey. So there is no dedicated end date to the emergency order. It's like the last 2 years, we will be following the science and making decisions. But there is some more work to do after March 21st. The issue on California, I'm not sure, I haven't seen the, what you're referring to. California continues, as of at least this morning, they have a mask requirement in schools. We were last advised that in late February, they'll make some decision as to when to lift it. If they did that this morning, that would be news to me. And that's similar to Oregon, which has, they will not lift their mask mandate till March 31st. Illinois, which has not lifted their mask mandate. New Mexico, Hawaii, a number of states, I think are heading generally in the same direction that we are. But I think and I've not heard what Governor Newsom said, but based on your question, this idea of thinking of how do we move to the next stage of this effort, that's a reasonable thing. We're making a step in that direction that's, I think, quite important, quite dramatic, and quite positive today. Dr. Shaw, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, Governor, I think just a couple of things from where we are from a public health standpoint is really, again, we're shifting our prioritization, if you will, to especially those who are most vulnerable to outbreaks, to settings where we're very concerned. For example, a hospital or a long-term care, nursing home type of setting, but also really the tools that are really going to be and have been in the hands of our Washingtonian people. And so, Governor, as you had announced with the masks and the at-home tests, these are tools that really allow for people to do just what you're hearing in other states, which is this opportunity to take the guidance that we have been giving and use that guidance with tools to be able to move forward to protect themselves and to know how to protect themselves and the people around them. So I think that is the shift that we in public health are making. And then the last thing I would say is that we should be very proud in the state of Washington of our surveillance activities from, even detecting Omicron, for example, or other variants. And that biodetection, that enhanced surveillance, including with wastewater or other tools, those are the kinds of tools that we also are looking at, pivoting to, shifting to, and really reminding ourselves of the importance of those tools from a public health standpoint as we move forward. So just wanted to add that, Governor.
Yeah, and if I just dovetail on that, there's one thing I hope does not happen as a result of this new decision, and this is forward progress. I certainly hope it doesn't diminish people's understanding of how important these vaccines are. We do have to recognize, even after we've made this great progress, this is going to remain a deadly disease. And I know too many people, I've gone to too many memorial services for people who've died, not to understand that vaccine is still a really, really good idea. And I hope people will concentrate on that. By the way, Rachel, thank you. You have not inaccurately reported what other states are doing. Some of our great media outlets have. They've reported many states have removed their mandates when they have not, but that's a small matter.
Question comes from Joe with the Seattle Times. Go ahead, Joe.
Hello, two questions. First one for the governor. As we approach the 2-year mark since the start of the pandemic, how should residents feel hopeful that we're getting near the end, or what should they be thinking about this sort of next phase that we're going into? And then second question for the governor or state health officials. When the Omicron variant surge hit, we didn't have enough tests to respond very quickly and nimbly. So what are state health officials doing right now to prepare in case another variant of concern pops up?
Dr. Shaw, you want to talk about that second one there first?
Yeah, let me jump in, and Lacey, you can also chime in on this one. I think you're absolutely right that the tools are not just the at-home tests that are in the hands of Washingtonians. Remember, 3.5 million and counting for Washingtonians, but that does not include the 1 million going to schools and the other million going to local partners. So we're talking a significant amount of tests that are going into the hands of our community members. But also, in addition to that, it's really about community testing and ways that people can get tested if they need to. I think the key message as we've been watching this, and Governor and his team as well as our teams continue to watch a number of measures which we've been saying throughout this press conference, but one of those has been the demand. What is the demand for vaccines? What's the demand for boosters? What's the demand for community testing? And that community testing demand is also a measure. And so the good news is that if anyone across the state of Washington needs to get a vaccine, needs to get a booster, needs to make sure their child gets a vaccine or a booster, or needs to get a test, they can do that. That was not the case previously in previous phases of this pandemic. And that is why it's so important that we continue to make those tools available and also give the guidance on how those tools can be used. So, Lacey, anything you want to add, and then we'll turn it back to the governor.
Just will add that we have been trying to diversify the manufacturers that we use to procure supplies. In addition, the supply chain is loosening up a little bit nationally, so that is helpful, and wanting to make sure that we have availability of tests for schools, for communities, and for the public. And that quick reminder that there are tests still available on the Say Yes COVID Home Test website for Washingtonians that have not yet ordered one. So if you'd like a kit for your home, you can do that. You can also continue to order from the federal site covidtests.gov, so that the community has those tests in their medicine kits when they need them, and we're all prepared for any future, whether those are regional outbreaks or surges or statewide or national surges. We're prepared ahead and not responding when they happen.
Yeah, I should also note too, I think the state should feel good. We're one of the few states where the state government had an online portal that can deliver a test to your house within 24 or 48 hours. That has been very appreciated by a lot of Washingtonians. And I think DOH did a great job at Amazon setting that up very, very quickly. I also appreciate that we've distributed, I think, about 800,000 tests, kits or tests to our schools so that they continue to be able to test their students. And we're going to continue those efforts. On the vaccine front, though, I do want to say that we need the federal government largely to be responsible for the production and development of vaccines. That's something that really needs the federal government to move forward on. Your question, Joe, I guess is, where is the end? I'm not sure, no human being can tell you where the end of COVID is. It appears it will be with us for some period of time, and we will have to figure out how to live with this existing virus. And it assumedly will remain a fatal disease for some period of time. But the question is, can we get to a point where we dramatically reduce the mandatory things and respond to it? And the answer is we're moving in that direction, taking another big step today. And let's not forget the steps we've taken. Our businesses are not closed. Our gyms are open. Our restaurants are open. Our schools are open. There are very few limitations of what you can actually do today. We've done that already, and now we're removing one of the last vestiges of things that are inhibited for people. So we've made a lot of progress on this, and we've got a few more steps we've got to stick to it. And if we do that, I believe we're going to keep our hospitals.
So we've been listening in to Governor Inslee out in the state of Washington here, but we popped up this live look out in Ottawa, Canada right now, where we can see arrests underway as we speak right now. Hundreds of truckers clogging the streets of Canada's capital, standing their ground today, defiantly blasting their horns as police have been pouring in for the majority of the day, threatening to break up this nearly 3-week protest against the country's COVID-19 restrictions. Things really escalating just within the past couple of minutes here as our crews are on the ground there, being pushed off just a little bit. You can see the high media presence. Busloads of police have arrived near Ottawa's Parliament Hill, and workers put up extra fences around the government buildings for safety. Police also began sealing off much of the downtown area to outsiders to prevent them from coming to the aid of the protesters. Police still trying to negotiate with the protesters, trying to persuade them to go home. They want this to remain peaceful right now, but as we've been showing you live, many arrests have been made just within the past couple of minutes here. Many of the truckers in this freedom convoy, that's what they've coined this movement to be, appear unmoved by the days and days of warnings from police and the government that they were risking to arrest and could have their rigs seized and their bank accounts frozen because of protesting out in the capital city there. So we're going to stay on this shot as we are, of course, live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. I want to listen in to just some of the sights and sounds there on the ground as it is freezing, snow coming down, but still protesters not going home. Let's listen in.
We emphasize the importance of boosters. We emphasize the importance of
And once again, Canadian flags being lifted. This is a similar sight that we've been seeing over the past couple of weeks now, but now they're on foot. Up until now, it's been mostly these truckers. Ottawa representing the movement's last stronghold after weeks of demonstrations and blockades that shut down border crossings into the U.S., inflicted economic damage on both countries, and created a political crisis for Prime Minister Trudeau. We've been telling those stories from out in Michigan. Our reporters have been there speaking with truckers who said they're not going to back down until things change. Ottawa police began locking down a majority of the downtown area, allowing in only the people who live or work there after they pass through one or more of the 100 checkpoints. And remember, an interim police chief had to step in after the original police chief stepped down amid all of this controversy. So once again, a live look from Ottawa in Canada as protests continue into the evening here. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with more stories like this, breaking news across the country. We're tracking weather, we're tracking Canadian protests, COVID-19 mandate changes, and coming up soon, we'll be hearing from the Governor of California, Governor Newsom, in just about 30 minutes or so, as he is talking about the future of the pandemic in California, calling it the endemic. So next steps for the state here in the next year coming up. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are taking you out to Ottawa, Canada right now, where protesters are still out and about in the streets despite threats of a crackdown from government here. We want to listen in to some of the audio as we hear from these protesters themselves.
Well staged, eh? Crisis actor getting arrested and you guys just happen to be there?
Last 21 days.
I can do this all day. Yeah, watch where you're going. Should look forward.
So obviously, viewer discretion always advised as protesters are kind of getting into it with media right now. as we've seen quite a bit of photographers and videographers, journalists there speaking with the protesters, asking them how long they plan on sticking around. Many of the protesters, even out in Michigan, who are right there on the border as the Freedom Convoy, or so they call it, made its way into the United States. Those protesters saying they are not going to be backing down until restrictions are lifted for COVID-19. Although many saying it's not even about COVID-19 anymore, that it is about freedom. Alexis McAdams has been tracking this with Fox News. She was there yesterday, and here's the report that she logged on the protests that even were going on earlier this week.
Truckers in downtown Ottawa remain defiant, saying they won't leave until COVID restrictions are lifted across the country.
They can play all the games that they want. We're not leaving.
Police say less than 400 trucks are now parked near Parliament. That's down from a high of about 4,000. On Tuesday, Ottawa's police chief resigned following criticism about his handling of the protests. The former chief releasing this statement saying in part, "Since the onset of the demonstrations, I've done everything possible to keep the city safe and put an end to this unprecedented and unforeseeable crisis." A command center has now been set up for federal police. City officials say they'll make all resources available to restore order.
The police now have every single tool they need. They have every resource available to them.
Other blockades at the Canadian-U.S. border now standing down. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau invoking the Emergencies Act this week, allowing the government to ban blockades and tow trucks.
The scope of these measures will be time-limited, geographically targeted, as well as reasonable and proportionate to the threat.
Meanwhile, other countries continue to brace for similar protests. The White House says it's constantly evaluating potential security impacts.
The Super Bowl did move forward, and there was no halting of that, so that is a positive development as well.
The Emergencies Act will be in effect for a month. In Ottawa, Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
So as you can see, that was just yesterday, and the protests continuing into today, likely into tomorrow and the weekend as well. Let's listen back down again to the ground as it's turned into somewhat of a party there out in the Capitol. And it does look like we have lost that shot for now. That's what we do, live on Unfiltered, moving from one thing to the next as they hopefully get their shot back up. We're going to go back into some of the coverage in Washington state as Governor Inslee announcing they are lifting indoor mask mandates. Here's more on that.
If that test had come back positive, it does not mean that individual was admitted for COVID-19. But here's what's really important, Austin, that still, if that person tests positive for COVID-19, the donning and doffing and the way the infection control that is required by the staff to handle that individual and the sanitation across the room and everything else, supplies, et cetera, that are required because that individual tests positive for COVID-19, that adds an additional burden to the healthcare system. That's what we're hearing from both our healthcare providers, from our nurses. We're also hearing that from the administrators in hospitals, and we're seeing it every single day. So it's not just, is it from COVID or with COVID or due to COVID? It's the fact that anytime you throw in COVID as part of the mix, it now adds a burden of care and infection control to the practitioner. And that is a huge piece that's not been covered. And that is something we're hearing every day from our hospital partners.
There is,
Thanks, Governor.
Yeah, thank you. There is something in Austin's question I want to note. It is correct. There are quite a number of things we can do and we have been doing to decrease the burden on hospitals. So we would like to be able to discharge people faster from the hospitals. You betcha that's been a challenge for us. That's why we've opened up dozens of new beds in our long-term care facilities on the state dime so that we can have a place for those people to go. We've put in the National Guard into our hospitals. We have had a federal contract where we have brought in any number of nurses and professionals to help in our hospitals. And long term, we have to increase the production of nurses and technical staff to be able to deal with long-term needs. So I just want to point out, yes, there are things we we need to do, and we have been doing them. And that's why we've got over the apex and the worst parts of this hospital, but they are still stressed. By the way, as far as the date, I will send you, Austin, we'll put the date, I'll do a vertical line on today's date, and you'll be able to see where that is. I will send that to you. I'll share it with the press.
Thank you very much for taking my questions. One question for Lacey and one for the superintendent. I was on the dashboard from the Department of Health looking for the latest 14-day case rate. I found one, but it was only through February 3rd, so I wondered if you might be able to provide the latest 14-day rate for per 100,000. And then for Superintendent Ragdoll, could you go through some of the changes that schools will be encountering on the 21st? If I understand, things like the 3-foot required distance, social distance, that will no longer be required. And I'm wondering what other changes are coming, and if athletics will be affected as well. Thank you.
Thanks. I can start. So on case rates, I do want to provide some perspective because that also is declining, and we want that to continue to get lower. That will help keep students in classrooms, workers at work sites, and community members safer. The lower the overall transmission rate is, the lower the risk there is for getting infected and having outbreaks. We had a peak case rate of about 1,740 cases per 100,000, I believe, on January 14th. And the most recent complete case rate is through February 3rd, which is on our dashboard. That is 645 per 100,000 over, and these are 7-day rates. So 1,740 per 100,000 over 7 days, and 645 now. That is February 3rd. All of the data on the dashboard are the most recent data that we have. So you can see cases plotted in the days February 4th through the early part of this week. However, with the volume of cases that are coming in, they're not considered complete until about 10 to 12 days, in the past. So that is the most current rate to your first question. In terms of some of the layered measures, and the superintendent can add here, we will still have some requirements for schools, but things like distancing, hand hygiene, ventilation, environmental cleaning, those things will shift to statewide guidance. We will still recommend layered measures in schools. That is consistent with CDC guidance. We will be working with the schools to support them in choosing measures and implementing these measures in a way that keeps students and their faculty and staff as safe as possible.
Yeah, thank you, Lacey. Not much to add. Jerry, thank you for the question. As you heard, a bunch of the CDC guidance that this state has been tightly aligned with as the requirements become just that, guidance recommendations, except again, where the governor indicated it looks as if transportation has its own federal requirement in public transportation that will likely implicate our buses. So school is going to look, quite different on the 21st. But as a way of reminder, everyone can continue and should continue these if this is what they feel comfortable with. We never stopped talking about hand hygiene in schools, for example, even pre-pandemic. We're going to keep talking about that. And obviously, a lot of students and staff are going to continue to choose to wear their masks. But this complexity is part of what we'll work through with DOH in the next 2 weeks, get guidance out to the system so they know exactly where these exceptions still exist due to federal requirements or others. And it's another reason why local school districts just need to continue to work with us for the next 3 or 4 weeks here, so we all move together. Getting out ahead of this with local determinations really does put districts at a significant liability risk, because they're trying to make sweeping statements about what they're going to do and not do, and it's not sensitive of the federal requirements that they still have to do, and that puts them at real personal liability. The districts in liability, their risk pools are concerned about it. If we just stay together on this, as we have, we coached districts through this all the way through the fall. We had districts wondering if they could go their own way, but those districts wisely said, no, we're going to be a team on this. And I expect the rest of the districts around the state to hang with us for 4 weeks and work together on the process of getting to the 21st.
If I can just add, I think citizens would be much happier to spend their investments in schools on books and teachers rather than in judgments. And I hope we're successful in this regard.
Question comes from Shauna with McClatchy. Go ahead, Shauna.
Good afternoon. My question kind of pertains to the correctional facilities that still have mask requirements as of now. When will those correctional facilities consider removing the requirements for masks, and how will that be decided?
It'll be based on scientific assessment of the relative safety in these congregate settings. These are much more risky environments, and obviously when people are in custody, they don't have many choices. So we will make a decision based on the sciences that then exist. We think the infection rates are still too high, and we don't have enough predictive capability to answer a date in those settings. We believe, in other settings, including schools and retail areas, which have less of a risk associated with them, a transmission. So we'll make a decision, as we have for the last 2 years, based on data, based on science, and I know we'll be talking about that in upcoming weeks.
Go ahead, Melissa.
Hi, Governor. I guess I wanted to ask about the idea that businesses can still impose mask requirements that they want. Is lifting the requirement, but doing it so much in the future, have it to more than a month till the requirement gets lifted, do you think that will create difficulties for businesses that do want to keep their mask mandates in place? And how do you propose they deal with customers who maybe say, hey, the governor lifted the mask mandate. I don't have to wear a mask. Expletive view. How should they deal with that?
Well, this will be up to them. They will have freedom to make a decision of what works for themselves and their customers. And if they don't want to, have a frustrated customer on occasion, they may not have their own individual mandate. That's a decision that they will be free to make. We recognize their ability to make decisions for their own enterprises. So we are stepping back and allowing them to make decisions. And whatever decision they make, I hope that they will be as, genial and cautious and friendly as possible. I think the next few weeks is a time for all of us to try to find our inner grace while we get through the finish line here.
With Cairo Radio. Go ahead, Hannah.
Thank you. I have just quick 2 questions. First, for Dr. Stahl, probably. King County Health Officer Dr. Jeff Duchin in yesterday's announcement about the end of the requirement to show vaccination proof continued to stress the need for masks when we have surges and things like that, high-quality masks and other safety protocols. Can you go over what people should be doing right now when that happens?
I think, just to again reemphasize that what we're talking about for March 21st is an end of a statewide requirement, and that does not mean that we do not have a public health recommendation or strong recommendation, or please consider what you're doing, your activity as you go forth with your safety measures or protocols. So what Dr. Duchin, and I didn't see particularly specifically that comment, but I will say that it's consistent with what we've been saying throughout, which is, look, as you are in a high surge situation where you have lots of cases, you have lots of hospitalizations, which we have been, and you really get to a point where you have to have requirements because we are really at a point of trying to protect people and protect communities. But when you get past that surge, when numbers start to look better, and as we showed with the graph, the actual projected numbers look better, then it gets to really people being smart about how they use that information and also what tools they use. So high quality masks are better than lesser quality masks. No mask is not as good as wearing a mask or a face covering. And then when you're in a crowded situation, a crowded setting, I'm not talking about a outdoor setting. I'm not talking about, where people are vaccinated or there's some vaccine verification happening or you yourself are vaccinated, boosted. I'm talking about in general, when you're around indoor crowded situations, be careful and wear the mask. And so, just because requirements aren't there, you still have an opportunity to protect yourself and those around you. This is particularly important for those who have chronic health conditions. Somebody who is on cancer treatment or getting steroids, or they have heart conditions, or they're elderly with other comorbidities. We really want to continue to emphasize to them to wear the face coverings as much as they can, especially in indoor crowded settings where they don't know what the vaccination status is of those around them. So what I'm saying, or what we at the state public health level are saying, and what you're hearing from a partner in the local level, is very consistent. Know what's happening, know the context, and take the appropriate action to protect yourself and those around you.
All right, so we've been listening in to that Washington COVID-19 update for a while now. The biggest takeaway, they are going to be taking away the indoor mask mandate in Washington very soon here. But it is 4 o'clock, pretty much the top of the hour here in Phoenix, Arizona, 6 o'clock out on the East Coast. We want to bring to you some breaking news that we have been tracking here in the newsroom. 5 officers were shot, 4 others hurt by shrapnel. And just moments ago, Phoenix police releasing body camera video from the first officer who arrived on the scene responding to a 911 call. We do want to warn you, the video is graphic and it may not be suitable for everyone. The suspect, 36-year-old Morris Jones, telling the officer to hurry over before his girlfriend, because his girlfriend was choking. Seconds later, he pulled out a gun and opened fire. The 23-year-old officer was shot multiple times, but amazingly, he's out of the hospital and recovering at home. We're going to play out that body camera footage for you right now.
Come on. You're sucking out all blood. Come on, bro. Come on.
Who's all in the house?
Huh?
Who's all in the house?
It's me.
Who's you?
No. I've been shot. No.
So once again, really, really difficult video to watch right there. And we got an update from officers yesterday explaining what it was like to be there at that standoff. After the standoff with police, the suspect took his own life. The man's girlfriend was later found dead inside of the home. The suspect's brother was also ordered out of the home, and the couple's 1-month baby was eventually rescued by police unharmed. We want to play out for you a portion of that briefing from yesterday as one of the officers who was hit by shrapnel explained what the story was like, what the situation was like as they were trying to just do their jobs there in South Phoenix. Here's the latest.
A little bit of hell was unleashed early Friday morning in a South Phoenix neighborhood. Officer Aldo Nunez arrived after the first shots were fired and then walked straight into a second hail of bullets.
We just knew that it was a brother and he needed help, and we needed to get him out of there as quickly as possible.
Officer Nunez was moving in to arrest the suspect's brother, who had just placed a 1-month-old girl on the front doorstep. And that's when he felt a stinging pain just above his right knee.
You feel pain. After you hear gunshots, you feel some pain in your leg, and it's just kind of hot. It's kind of what it felt like.
Most of the officers on scene are from the Maryvale precinct, all of them now back home and on the way to recovery, and even in good spirits after cheating death.
Their spirits from the very beginning were, I would say, nothing short of amazing, because they were joking and jovial the whole time, even through the pain, which was incredible to see.
Officer Nunez pulled the bullet fragment from his leg with a pair of tweezers and stayed on the scene until the job was done, and is ready to get back on the streets, just the place he wants to be.
It's a minor injury compared to, like I said, my brothers and sisters that got shot. So I'm ready to go back out and hit the streets when it's my time.
That was Fox 10's Brian Webb reporting just yesterday. Well, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going out to Seattle as they're explaining the amount of money that they are putting towards combating homelessness, a real issue in the Seattle area. Also coming up in the next couple of minutes, Governor Newsom talking the endemic, the plan that he has for the state of California as the pandemic comes to an end. That's after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We're going out to Seattle now, where businesses, major corporations, billionaires forking over $10 million to address the homelessness situation downtown. We're going to play out a portion of that press conference for you. And then in a couple of minutes, Governor Newsom will be speaking on combating COVID-19, saying that the pandemic could be coming to a full end.
Queer, non-binary black person with my own lived experience, and that is in and of itself different. What you are seeing here today is not a culmination, it is a beginning. But it is a beginning that we should be deeply proud of, and that we should lift up not just as a pathway forward for our community, but as a pathway forward for our country. Thank you for your time today, and I want to introduce Mayor Harrell.
Okay, I'm going to bounce a little bit. I got to get my juices flowing. A little cold. Now you see why we hired Mark. You see why we hired Mark. I want to first start off with some thanks, because this is not a victory lap. This is the beginning of a lap. This kind of partnership, quite candidly, is what I ran on. What I believe in. People like Lamont's heart and soul putting into this work. Mark's leadership. We have givers here, and I'm going to read down some lists, and I'm going to ask you to bear with me. Amazon, Ballmer Group, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Microsoft Philanthropies, Starbucks. They're putting skin in the game, putting real resources at work. Alaska Airlines, Boeing Commercial Airplanes, Campion Foundation, Costco, Expedia Group, Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center, JP Morgan Chase Pacific Northwest, Kaiser Permanente Washington, Madrona Venture Group, Nordstrom, Path, Puget Sound Energy, Rakes Foundation, REI, Russell Investments, Schultz Family Foundation, Seattle Foundation, St. Michelle Wine Estates, Symetra, T-Mobile, Weyerhaeuser, Zillow Group. And let me tell you, today, based on an article that talked about this kind of partnership between government and philanthropy and our employers. Today, I've already secured two more names to this list. Two more names. A person called me and said, our company is not on this list. And I said, you're missing out on what we're doing here in Seattle. So this is a growing list, but we have to acknowledge the people that are coming forward. I also want to acknowledge, I know we'll hear from Councilmember Lewis in a moment, the City Council. Last year and the years before, many of whom I'm meeting with, even councils in the past. Councilmember Juarez, Mosqueda, Lewis, Sawant, Strauss, Morales, Herbold, Peterson, and Nelson, and former Councilmember Lorena Gonzalez, all of their work, and former Mayor Durkin. Those were leaders in the past whose shoulders we are on it to celebrate this day. And I think it's very important that we don't stand here and beat our chest too hard. And we acknowledge that what we're trying to do now is the story of Seattle. That we realize we have our friends and our neighbors and our loved ones and people who care about living in tents. So when we talk about in the city of Seattle removing tents, clearing our sidewalks, clearing our parks, yes, we want to do that. But what's driving it is we want to house people. We want to get them the treatment that they need and they deserve. That is Seattle at its best. That is Seattle at its best, and that's what this is about today. These folks here are putting their leadership skills into play. Now, when we talk about a partnership for zero, that's really a cool thing to talk about, but that is our aspiration. That's the victory lap. And so I'm so just proud to say that in my 6 weeks in office, that I'm able to stand on the work that has been done before me, and that's what we're going to do. But you know, I say I bounce around a lot because I have a lot of energy. And I have to tell you that I'm just proud to work with my friends. I think King County, Dow Constantine and I were like joined at the hip. I don't know how many press conferences we've been doing on different things, but this, I can't speak for you, but this feels pretty good to me. It feels good to you too? It feels very good because we're working together. Councilmember Lewis, it feels pretty good to not beat each other up in the newspapers. The public wants to see us working together. Governor, thank you. It feels good to have former leaders and current leaders working together. That's what this is going to be about in Seattle. This is, Mark, this is, well, you said I can't say it's good news. So I'm going to follow your leadership and say it's the beginning of some good news. It's the beginning of some good news today. Thank you very much for being here. One Seattle. Oh, and now, my friend, Dr. Lamont Green here, who's going to show you what continued leadership looks like. Thank you, Dr. Green.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow, I thought this was going to be inside, so I'm dressed a little bit shantily today. Good afternoon. So Dr. King once stated, too often being homeless is considered a personal and a moral failing when it's actually a structural and political problem that makes visible the growing inequalities of our society. The inequality that Martin Luther King was so committed to changing into racial equity and social justice is so important. With growing homelessness and the biases surrounding our unhoused neighbors, we often pathologize our unhoused neighbors while forgetting the persistent drivers of inequity steeped in the root causes of indigenous invisibility, racism, cisgenderism, ableism, and heterosexism, to name a few. Together with King County Regional Homeless Authority, we are in, and the Seattle King County chapter of the Washington State Lived Experience Coalition, we recognize more now than ever that those closest to the problem are closest to the solution, but often furthest from power and resources. This is why the King County Regional Homeless Authority and We Are In was fully co-designed by our unhoused neighbors and people with lived experience of homelessness. The inclusion of people with lived expertise is essential to the success of this partnership. Too often, those closest to the problem have been on the menu, not at the table as an equal partner with shared decision-making power. By sharing power with people with lived expertise, Partnership for Zero is operating in a very different way than what has been done before. This work requires that we recognize the complexity and diversity of the human experience. In my own personal experience with homelessness and interacting with the system, I know that peer outreach and a by name list have the potential to make a transformative difference for our community. A by name list is more than a data point. It allows us to know who is experiencing unsheltered homelessness and what their individual needs are. The evidence is replete regarding peer outreach having a positive impact on the outcomes for people experiencing homelessness, such as reductions in drug and alcohol use, increasing mental and physical health, and increasing social support that all lead to better housing and stability outcomes. In my own recovery from homelessness and crack cocaine addiction, peer supports has been and continues to be an essential part of my recovery. Without this, I would probably be dead or in prison. I am proud of and encouraged by the role that the Lived Experience Coalition has in this partnership. By coming together to build a more humanizing approach, I know that we can make a difference, a transformative difference, for the folks experiencing homelessness in our community. Other communities will be able to look to this partnership as an example of what is possible.
All right, so we've been listening into this press conference out in Seattle. We want to move out to the Oakland Hills Country Club fire we've been following today as fire officials are briefing right now. Take a listen.
Fire in the attic, rolling across the south side of the building, not making much progress on it. It's very difficult to get at from the exterior operation. It's going to be a very long, prolonged operation.
One thing that has changed is the conditions. We're seeing more snow. I know you were worried about your equipment. What other problems have you encountered?
We're running into our ladder trucks. Have been out here over 8 hours now. They're starting to freeze up, building a lot of ice on them. Everything's just getting cold, and especially if we don't keep the water flowing through these lines, they're going to freeze up very quickly.
How are you dealing with the water main pressure issue? Has that come back up? How's that?
It's still about the same, but we're not flowing as much water, so it's able to keep up better. But when you're flowing these amounts of water, it just no water system can keep up with that.
Looking at those challenges, you expected this to go into tomorrow. Can your equipment sustain that long of a job?
We're going to have to probably rotate out trucks later once we can get to a point where we can reset and let some of these apparatus thaw out better and get inside for a little bit before then reestablish them later on.
And you mentioned your guys being tired, obviously. What are the conditions of your crews?
Oh, they're all fine. We have no injuries that I know of at this point. It's just getting harder and harder to walk through as the snow builds up. Just trying to be safe so nobody gets hurt. And then we just brought in some fresh crews from other fire departments in the county to relieve some of the guys, to give them a couple hour break. And we're establishing some operational periods here to rotate crews in and out to give them some rest.
That's going to be one of my next questions is how much rotation do you expect? Do you think 3, 4, 5 departments may still come in throughout today and tomorrow?
We will probably have a large group contingent of the Oakway Fire Departments. It's our mutual aid organization. For the better part of the night, we'll probably have 10 fire departments out here at least, just rotating in and out and trying to do the best we can.
From arriving here at 10:30 this morning for me, a list of municipalities that were out here to help you, your guys out here. How proud are you of the job that you guys were able to do, especially looking at the fact that there have been no injuries?
Well, the personnel on this scene have went above and beyond for 8-10 hours now and did everything they possibly could in conditions that probably the worst day that you could possibly have a fire like this. And I couldn't be more proud of not only the crew from Bloomfield Township, but from Oakway through now we've extended up into other fire departments across the county.
I say at one point it was 4,000 to 5,000 gallons per minute. What are you at right now?
Just estimating I think we have 3 ladder trucks in operation. Each of those will flow about 1,500. We're probably probably flowing about 3,500 to 4,000 gallons a minute still.
Are you still having the issue with collapse and getting the water?
Yes, a lot of the collapse, the building has collapsed in so many different spots that it's pancaked on itself, and it's no longer, the water is not getting to where it needs to get to actually cool off and put the fire out. So as soon as we quit flowing water in an area, it flares back up 5-10 minutes later.
You've got the weather, you've got the hot spots, you've got the fringes of the building, the more peripheral aspects of the building you're trying to maintain. What is your greatest threat right now?
Just keeping everybody safe in the weather. We're a defensive fire, keeping guys away from getting hurt. And at this point, it's just going to be a long operation, keep everybody outside safe and through the night and get this till it finally goes out.
You also mentioned the middle of the building you thought was almost a complete loss, possibly. Any update on this side?
We've managed to stop it on the north side of the building, it looks like, and then the south side of the building is extended now, and that's where our main body of fire still is on the south side of the building. So it has gotten worse there.
So still not a total loss as far as the entire clubhouse?
No, but at some point, they would, depending on what the insurance companies, and it will probably be a rebuild. So.
I think that's pretty much everything we need.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you,
everybody.
Thank you so much for your hard work.
Thank you, yes.
All right, so there we have it. Fox 2's Hillary Golston asking the majority of those questions there to the fire official. And we'll be speaking with her in just minutes here. But this is some of the video taken from earlier today at the country club itself, a historic country club. Devastating for the community out there, as you can see, completely destroyed because of this fire. The fire officials mostly just focused on keeping all of their firefighters safe, keeping all of the people who are there safe as well. So as I said, we'll be heading out to the scene with Hillary as she explains what's happened today and how big of a hit this is, how big of an impact this is on the Gulf community as well. So more on that and more out of California as well, as Governor Newsom has stepped up to the podium. He's speaking on COVID-19. So we'll listen in to what he has to say about the end of the pandemic for the state of California. That's all coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Before the break, we were out in Oakland Hills for the country club fire. We know that this historic country club went up in flames earlier today, and now firefighters still trying to put out hot spots. Fox 2's Hillary Golston was just speaking with fire officials. And Hillary, what are we learning tonight about this?
Yeah, right now it's an ongoing situation. I asked the fire chief here in Bloomfield Township whether or not they believe this would be going on until tomorrow, and he said it's very likely. And, you know, essentially we'll probably be back out here tomorrow morning because they're continuing to fight those hot spots that you mentioned. The problem is when the building starts collapsing, there are pockets of fire that they can't get access to because of the collapsed building material, all of the debris. So they're now having to pour thousands of gallons of water onto the fire to try to put it out. In terms of containing it, there are still flare-ups that continue to happen as the air hits those spots. So as of now, it is not considered a contained fire. It's an active fire, but fire crews are certainly working on it.
Right. Well, this caught a lot of attention because this is one of the most prestigious courses in Michigan, if not the country. Tell us about the history of the country club.
Yeah, so we talked to the president of the country club, and he told us that it was established back in 1922. They have held so many golf events here. In fact, they had 2 U.S. Women's Opens that they were planning on hosting, and he actually still feels pretty optimistic about that, even considering the state of the building, which in the center of the building could be a total loss. Unclear at this exact moment if it will be, but the center of the building did suffer some heavy damage. Now, the nice thing is the peripheral parts of the building, so the parts to the flanks on the left and the right, they are still working to try to save those portions of the building. So he's unclear if the club will have to do a rebuild, but their plans are to continue on, not just looking back to the tremendous history that certainly the edifice has, but also everything that was inside, all of the art, the original art pieces, and certainly all of those trophies from these wonderful golf events that they've had over the years.
Right, exactly. Well, they call it the Monster, so you would think that it hopefully could sustain something like this.
Yeah, 105,000 square feet. So it is a huge building. And in fact, the chief said that a lot of the challenge is that because they've had so many renovations, and about 22 years ago, they had a complete renovation where they took it all the way down to the studs and then completely rebuilt it, that actually can mean it's more difficult to put the fire out. This is also an old building. They typically have more difficulty with older buildings. And then you can't forget about the weather. I mean, you can probably see right now that I'm being pelted by this snow. I can tell you coming up the hill even, we were hitting slick spots. We had freezing rain earlier in the day. It was literally treacherous. One of the most treacherous scenes I've worked. I've said that a number of times today because there was just sheets of ice. Now we have all of this snow that's falling, and it seems to have no end in sight. We're expecting inches and inches of snow. So that counterintuitively doesn't help the fire go out. It just makes it more difficult for fire crews as they continue to fight this. Also, we should mention, this is the second largest wood frame structure in the entire state of Michigan. So it has that also unique historical linchpin as well.
Well, Hillary, thank you for braving this storm and giving us this report. They're going to continue through the rest of the evening as well. What's the timeline on this?
Yeah, so he's unclear about that, but definitely we know through the evening it's very possible that we could be back here in the morning. I asked, do you think you'll still be fighting this fire at noon? I think some of that is unknown. He can't know it as someone who's an expert in this. We certainly can't know it as lay people, but certainly through the night, he feels confident about that, and probably, honestly, into the morning. It all depends on those little pockets of fire that they're trying to battle through the collapsing building, because as they're continuing to fight the fire, this huge old structure, wooden structure, is continuing to collapse. So lots of unknowns right now, but the bravery of all of these fire officials who in fact brought out a lot of trophies and original art, according to the people who run this club, is tremendous. And more than 12 agencies have assisted in this fire, putting this fire out. And in fact, they just had some fresh crews that came through, so they'll probably be swapping out crews. Our local fire departments really incredible in providing support to their brothers and sisters who are, doing some really intense, difficult, dangerous work. So certainly we're very appreciative of them.
Yeah, probably a stomach drop moment for everyone involved earlier today, but happy to hear that there haven't been any injuries sustained. So that's always the best news. Things can be replaced, but people cannot. So Fox 2's Hillary Golston, thank you so much, and we'll speak with you soon. And we're going to keep it going here as we track all of these stories across the country. As we said, she spoke with fire officials. We'll play that out in a little bit here. But I want to take you out to a couple of live looks that we have as Capitol Hill is busy and bustling here. An outer look of Capitol Hill as well in Washington, D.C. And of course, everything in Russia and Ukraine relations still. A lot of unknowns out there, just as there's unknowns for this fire in Michigan, a lot of unknowns as to what happens next, an invasion, possibly. We'll be playing out press conference for you later into the evening as well. But Governor Newsom speaking live right now in California about the possible end to the pandemic. Let's listen.
American school kids in the state of California, 1% of the school closures. We're outperforming the vast majority of states, keeping kids safely in school. We want to continue in that space. And of course, R represents, not of course, but maybe understandably, RX. And I'll close briefly. Forgive me for long-windedness, but this is a detailed report. Been working on this for a few months. The RX represents a understanding that it's not just about vaccines, it's about what we do best. What separates the game played here versus that of any other state in the country. That's the research and development that is unique to California. And shouldn't surprise you, a lot of the development of some of these therapeutics, some of the most well-known therapeutics, happened here in the state of California. And so we want to maintain that leadership. We want to maintain that cutting edge research and development. We want to develop more partnerships. We want to develop deeper partnerships. And we want to advance through our academic institutions more partnerships that allow us to continue to stay on the leading and cutting edge, not only as it relates to therapeutics, but other new novel strategies to address this virus and disease, particularly for those that are immunocompromised and those that continue to be particularly vulnerable, our seniors, to this disease. And so the RX is also about research development, partnerships with academia, but also about innovation. We have some interesting strategies on creating prizes to incentivize new developments on air filtration and ventilation, a new task force that we're proposing in that space. We have new novel strategies to develop partnerships to drop the cost of testing. There's no reason we should have these over-counter tests costing as much money as they have, and I'd hate to see us waste this last 2-year experience and not drive those down to prepare for the future. Look, one thing this is not, and I'll close, is overly prescriptive in this respect. This plan is it's come a long way from our mindset of a few years ago, where we were battling at the time an Alpha variant and then dealing with our own 2 West Coast variants, unique and distinctive. And then all of a sudden it was the Delta variant, and then we were rushing and skating to that puck. And then, of course, we go to Omicron. What I think would be a big mistake is we are overly prescriptive in our response metrics to a specific variant or disease, when in fact we know that Omicron's it's not the last variant of this disease. So we have a response net metric that is prescriptive, but not necessarily a disease metric, if that makes sense, that is specific. Dr. Galley will talk more about that in a brief moment. That's also, again, part and parcel of our understanding, again, smarter than we were just 2 years ago. I'll close on this. It was about 2 years ago where some of you were just learning about California, saying We're not going to turn our back on Americans that wanted to be repatriated in the United States. Other governors did. Other states didn't want folks coming from Wuhan. We didn't do that. Trump administration reached out. We took the call, and we took responsibility to help repatriate American citizens from Wuhan. 221 came to California. That's when I first started to learn about this virus. It was a few weeks later, I'll never forget. I got woken up about 4:20, and it wasn't my youngest son this time. It was the president calling. President Trump saying that he's happy to now talk about that Grand Princess cruise line off the coast of California. But he wasn't so sure, he said very publicly, that he wanted it to come into California because it would increase the number of COVID cases. I remember that like it was yesterday. Trying to understand what a N95 was, surgical masks versus procedure masks. And now all of a sudden we're talking as if it's like we're old hat. Antigen and PCR, PPE, PPP, loan conformity. I mean, just remarkable. You can pronounce hydroxychloroquine now. Or you may have more interest in ivermectin. It's just an amazing journey we've been on. But it's not been linear. And that's why we need to prepare for the unknown, but again, with confidence and more knowledge and more resources and a more resourceful mindset. And so I'm really proud of the team for working hard on this. I think this may be the first in the nation, but that shouldn't surprise you. We've been first in so many other categories throughout this pandemic, but being first, that's hard to sometimes do because we're the first to have expressions of concern and opposition, not just support. And so, final words, being first in this space doesn't mean we're best, but it means we're a lot better. And it means we'll continue to be better. As long as we maintain an openness to argument, we maintain an interest in evidence and data and science, and we do not get consumed by the ideology that has taken over so many parts and parties in this country. That will not happen in the state of California. And with that, let me introduce the architect of this plan who worked so hard on it, Dr. Galley. Thank you.
So we've been listening into Governor Newsom right there as he's introducing the top infectious disease specialist out in California about this plan to move forward with COVID-19. And we'll get back to that in a minute here as many states are doing similar things. Governor Inslee announcing an end to indoor mask mandates as well. But we're also covering these other stories. And 61 years ago, 3 black girls had their first day of classes at an elementary school in New Orleans. They faced a hateful crowd of people who wanted to keep black students out of white schools. Today, historians are honoring their courage. The school is now one of the newest spots on the U.S. Civil Rights Trail. Fox's Rebecca Castor is joining us live from there. And man, Rebecca, a lot of history in that building.
There sure is, Daytona, and those young girls who are now grown women, they want people from all over the world to walk the same steps that they did when they desegregated this all-white school.
I still remember it with the crowd. Well, they said it was a crowd. It was a mob out there.
On November 14th, 1960, 3 first graders, escorted by U.S. Marshals, walked into McDonough 19 Elementary School in New Orleans for the first time.
I can remember coming into the classroom and trying to speak to one of the students that was still here, and it was like I was invisible. She didn't look my way or even acknowledge that she heard me.
Did you know that you would be one of 3 black students?
Had no clue. Had no clue.
By late afternoon, Tessie Prevost, Leona Tate, and Gail Etienne were the only students left.
For safety reasons, we were never allowed to play in the yard. This was our play area. We would do a lot of board games, maybe play jacks, things like this. We may eat our lunch here.
Today, under her foundation, Leona Tate runs the building. Downstairs will soon be a museum dedicated to the history of public school desegregation. Upstairs are affordable housing units for seniors.
Getting this building restored really have made me feel how important that movement was. I want them to feel and walk the same steps that we did and understand why we had to do it.
Last month, the school was officially granted its spot on the National Civil Rights Trail, marking its spot in history.
But at least you can begin to heal. And that hopefully this is a place where people can come and understand that.
We'll get people from all over the world, you know, to know our story. We have a story that was here.
Now, the U.S. Civil Rights Trail currently has over 130 stops across 14 states. In addition to schools, it also features restaurants and churches and courthouses that were pivotal to the movement. Daytona?
All right, Fox's Rebecca Castor live for us tonight. A really amazing story. Thank you for that, and perfect timing with Black History Month, February.
Thanks for having me.
And we have our own promoted coverage this weekend as well on Sunday. Join us for that as we tell stories from across the country and every weekend focus on a different aspect of Black history. So we hope that you'll join us for that. Also join us for pre-race coverage for Daytona 500 coming up after this commercial break. We are talking about the duels. You'll join us after this break as we talk about people who are going to be qualifying for the 500 on Sunday and what to expect with these new cars, the next gen cars that are going to be hitting the racetrack as well. So that's coming up in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett here covering the Daytona 500 coming up this weekend on Sunday. But the festivities are already beginning because the duels at Daytona are still going on right now. I want to bring in sports anchor and Fox 13's Kevin O'Donnell. Kevin, thanks for being with us here on the show. All right, I think we have your audio now.
It's good?
Yep, we're good. We've got the connection. We've got the connection. We've got the tech here. So obviously we're out in Florida right now and everyone is getting hyped up for the 500. But what are these dual races all about for people who maybe don't follow NASCAR as closely?
Well, basically, it's the set field for the Daytona 100 on Sunday. The two top spots have already been claimed. That was from yesterday's qualifying races, and with Kyle Larson taking the top spot. So he's on the pole for the 500. His teammate, Alex Bowman, will be right there with him on the front row. So those 2 spots have already been determined. Now the remaining 40 spot race will same dual races that runs. They split up field and finish from first to 20. And each are going to stack up this race. They'll stagger them. So it's going to be a very competitive tonight. 60 laps for each 150-mile race, and we've seen a lot of accidents come in these races. Drivers really are still trying to determine how these cars work, because they've got a new Gen X car this season, and so they're still tinkering with a lot of things. But it seemed like last year's Cup champion Kyle Larson had no problem with them yesterday at qualifying.
Yep, we're definitely going to have to be watching for those next-gen cars. And we actually spoke with one of the engineers for Ford Performance's next-gen Ford Mustang. So that one will be out and about today. We also spoke with Michael McDowell, who is the former winner of Daytona 500 just last year. And he says he's excited to try out the new car. He's excited to see what's next for the future of NASCAR. Unfortunately, it looks like the connection is not great with Kevin. So we're going to check on that. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but as we said, more coverage of Daytona 500 moving forward here at the racetrack on Sunday, and then also leading up to it on Friday as well. Hopefully we'll get the connection back and we can talk a little bit more about what to expect for the dual races tonight after this break.
So is the Wi-Fi signal bad here?
You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. This is pre-Daytona 500 coverage, and we have a very, very special guest who's joining us right now, Michael McDowell, the defending Daytona 500 champ. Thank you so much for joining us here on the line, Michael. I know you're busy.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Yeah, here at Daytona, getting ready for the duels tonight. So a big week here at Daytona. It's always so special just to be here to kick off our season. And it's a lot of fun being the Daytona 500 champion coming to this race. So excited about tonight, excited about this weekend, and hopefully we'll be defending that crown.
Right. Not everyone gets to say that they are a Daytona 500 champion. I mean, how does that feel going into this weekend?
Yeah, you know, it's awesome. I mean, it's fun. It's been a fun week. It's, you know, with a lot of media and the preseason stuff that we do, it's definitely been special. But at the same time, I got this weekend and this race, and it's a new beginning, new start, and you want to do it again. So you can't get too wrapped up in all the hype, because you got to stay focused on what you got to do today and tomorrow and the next day to be prepared for this year's Daytona 500. But I'm taking it in too and enjoying it, and you know, it's been a fun week.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of big changes this year, including a new car the next gen 4 Performances Mustang, looking pretty cool out there on the tracks. What is it like driving it?
Yeah, the cars are fun. I mean, they're neat. Like you said, they look good. They sound good. You know, a lot has changed with this next gen car. So it's not like a few little things. Everything is different about this car. So it's been fun, you know, just to learn new things and to figure out, you know, what it takes and what it's going to, you know, need differently. But the Ford Mustang looks great. It's performing well. Daytona's always a strong track for the Fords. So hopefully we can get that Ford in victory lane. We want to get our Love's Travel Stop Ford in victory lane. But if it's not ours, we want to help our Ford teammates get the victory lane. It means a lot. This race means a lot to the manufacturers, to the teams. So there's a lot on the line, and we all know it.
Yeah. And this race means a lot to the fans. We're coming back from a full-blown pandemic, right? And I'm sure the energy is incredible going in there to a full crowd. What does it mean for you to come back after a trying couple of years?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, like you said, it's been a few years here since we've had like fans in the garage and signing autographs and doing all the things that we normally do. And I was walking into the garage on Tuesday, and I didn't think much about it, you know, because you're just doing your deal. And I got in the garage, and there's people waiting to get autographs signed. I'm like, oh, yeah, we got to carry Sharpies again. We got to be prepared for this. But it's great. I mean, sold out crowd this weekend for the Daytona 500. The infield camping, everything's packed. It's going to be a fun weekend. You can already feel the energy building and the excitement building, you know, heading into the duels. And, you know, it only ramps up more and more each and every day and night as we get closer to the 500.
Right. Well, you are pretty open about sharing about your faith, and I'm curious what role that's played for you in the past couple of years too, during the pandemic and during being a champion. What's that been like, that journey?
Yeah, I mean, my faith is, you know, it's a part of my everyday life. It's not just something that you do, right? And so it's ingrained and incorporated in every decision that I make and process that we have. And so, you know, I think what's grounded me with the win is my faith. And I think not letting the lows be too low was really important on my journey when it was tough and it was kind of a grind and it wasn't that fun. But not letting my highs be too high, because both are dangerous, right? Like your low's too low, your high's too high, and you can get into a bad place. But I'm enjoying it and I'm appreciating it, and I'm grateful for the experience of being a Daytona 500 champion, but just trying to stay grounded in, you know, the foundational things that, you know, got me to where I'm at. But it's really the same. You got to manage both. You got to manage the bottom and the top. And so it's been fun though. It's been fun to enjoy it, not be overwhelmed with like, you know, all the extra pressure and all the, you know, fame that comes with it. And to me, it hasn't been that much because I felt pretty content without it. And so the 500 was great and I love it. But it didn't change me. And so I think that was probably the biggest thing.
Yeah, that's incredible. You're really good about talking to your fans, being active on social media, giving them little updates on your phone. We are actually based in Phoenix, Arizona and in Orlando, and I understand you're an Arizona native. So
yeah,
you have a message to all of the Arizona fans out there.
Yeah, I'm just so thankful for all of them. For years, they stuck with me when it wasn't that great. So it's been so much fun to, you know, have that victory and, you know, experience that and share that with them. Coming back to Arizona after the 500 was awesome. Such a cool, special treat. So thank you guys for all the support over the years when it wasn't that good. And hopefully we get to enjoy some good seasons here.
We are just so excited to see what you do this weekend and to have seen what you've done as well. Last question for you, because I know you got to get back to preparing. But, you know, I was talking to some of the guys who made the next gen Mustang, and I feel like things are changing so much in the industry. And I'm curious what your thoughts are. What is the future of NASCAR and race car driving, the cars, everything?
Yeah, so I'm excited about this next gen car. You know, anytime there's something new, people sometimes will get, you know, worried, and they're worried about what it's going to be like. For me, I come from sports cars, and this car is much closer to a sports car than it is our old stock car. So I've been really excited because I feel like it's going to fit my wheelhouse and some of my experience. But more than anything is just having a product or a show on Sunday where all 40 cars can contend. And we are getting to a place in our sport where technology and sponsorship and big budgets was driving the show rather than the talent driving the show. And I think the next gen car will allow the drivers and the teams and the people, the talent, to perform, and you'll be able to see, I think, new names up front than what you're used to.
Yeah, literally driving the show.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, there you go. Michael McDowell, defending Daytona 500 champ. I have faith that you're going to get it done this year too.
Well, thank you. I hope so. That's the plan.
All right. Enjoy the sunshine out in Florida, and we'll be watching.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And once again, as I said before the break, we will have promoted coverage coming up here on Live Now from Fox, pre-race coverage live from the track February 18th and 20th from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern time. Should be really great to see that. We've got more interviews planned with the engineers of the Next Gen series, which I want to dive into a little bit deeper because we have the duels at Daytona going on right now. I'm going to bring back in Fox 13's Kevin O'Donnell, sports anchor over there in Florida. Kevin, thank you so much for being with us here on the show. Pretty cool to speak with Mcdowell there. He is just extremely humble, and it's nice to see the human side of these drivers who are so glorified out on the tracks, but he's pretty excited about driving that next gen Mustang.
Yeah, that's the new car. Everyone wanted to see what this new look was going to be and how it was going to perform on the track. Guys kind of tinkering with it this week to kind of get a feel for it. But, it was interesting. Kyle Larson took the pole last night in qualifying, and his Hendricks team had the 4 top 5 finishes in terms of speed around the track. They think they have this thing locked in already, but I know other drivers are still trying to deal with this, and I think they're going to test that out tonight in the dual 150. So they'll get a better feel of these cars and kind of set themselves up for a Sunday's race in the Daytona 500.
Right. So for people who, as we were talking about a little bit ago, are not as familiar with the dual races, how are they different than what's going to be happening on Sunday?
Well, it's 60 laps, and just hold on to your seat, basically, because these guys are fighting for better position for Sunday's grid lineup on Sunday. Obviously, the 2 spots are already taken from the qualifying rounds last night, with Kyle Larson and his teammate Alex Bowman taking the front row. So the rest of the field is going to be set based on the finishes of these 2 races. It's kind of the fastest times in the top 150s for each race. So it's 60 laps, and it's going to be a lot of action. I know we haven't seen any big wrecks this week in practice. Guys have been a little conservative, but once these dual races get underway, things get very congested on that track very quickly.
Yeah, slowly getting back into it because we're coming back full force after the pandemic here. What's just honestly the energy been like in Florida surrounding this?
It's been great, too, because I know this sold out pretty quickly, this race. They're going to be well over 100,000 people in those stands. They're excited. We're going to get a feel tonight of what the fan reaction is going to be. The people we've talked to this week out there at Daytona, they're excited to see some racing because, for the last 2 years, it's been a hit and miss whether you can go to the races or not. Obviously, the first year was none. So it's going to be exciting, and the weather's supposed to be great. No rain this time. We've had some problems in past years at Daytona with rain rolling in and just delaying the finish of this race and start of the race over some of the years. So clear skies are forecasted for Sunday. So I think the fans will be out there, and they're going to have a fun time. It's going to be a nice weather too. I think they're projecting anywhere in the 70s, somewhere mid 70s. So should be pretty good racing weather.
Yeah. Real nice. So tonight is the trucks race. Friday is the trucks race. Saturday is the Xfinity race, right?
Yes. So a lot of racing, beginning basically started yesterday with the ones that really matter with the qualifying rounds. And then you have the dual twin races tonight that start at 7 o'clock. So they're going to be getting underway any minute now. The truck race on Friday, Xfinity on Saturday, and then Sunday, of course, the Daytona 500. So it's going to be wall-to-wall action this week at Daytona. You don't want to miss it.
Yep, all on Fox 2. Any expectations on your end going into the weekend?
Well, what's interesting about this Daytona 500 race, if you look over the history of it, there's some prizes. Michael McDowell obviously was the surprise last year with most of the field getting wrecked, and then he was one of the last man standing for the race to the finish line. So I talked with a lot of drivers this week. You always talk about the big names coming into this race, and obviously they're well warranted to be up there in the conversation. of winning the Daytona 500. But, you know, this race, there are so many big wrecks, especially in the final, say, 20 laps, that, you know, you can be driving a good race and you just get taken out because someone makes a mistake. And, you know, whoever's left to race for that finish line, could be some surprise names in there. So really, this is an open field. And the fact that they have these new Gen X cars, that even opens, I asked the guys, does this open the race even more for some of the unknown names to win this race? And they said, absolutely. If you don't have this car figured out by Sunday, you could be in trouble.
Wow. Yeah. Always unpredictable with the Daytona 500.
Yes. Which is good. It's a good thing.
Yes. Always good. Keeps everyone on the edge of their seat, literally.
Right.
Fox 13's Kevin O'Donnell, thank you so much. And we'll be speaking with you throughout the weekend as well.
All right, Daytona. Have a nice night.
Thank you. Well, we're talking about this new car that everyone is really kind of concerned about. Some racers not so sure about it, others stoked about it. Well, I spoke with an engineer over at Ford about this new series, and here's what he had to say. You're watching Live Now from Fox for our special Daytona 500 pre-race coverage. I have with me here virtually Richard Johns. He is actually the engineer of Ford Performance's next-gen Mustang. So nice to have you here on the line. Thank you so much for joining us.
Great to be here.
Okay, so this is huge because obviously people watch Daytona 500 for a lot of reasons, but one of those is because of the cars. I mean, they look awesome, but they are also amazing what they can do. But these cars are looking a little different this year, right?
Yeah, they are. This is a huge departure from what everybody's used to. These cars look a lot more like what you're going to see on the street. You know, our Ford Mustang it took all of the design cues directly from the street Mustang GT, and that's what you see on the racetrack. And it's kind of a return to the old era of the production style cars that you see on the road to being on the racetrack.
Yeah. So why is that? Why are you guys kind of making this change, this transformation?
Just a lot of reasons, really. And, you know, part of it was the fan base wanting to see cars that actually look like cars that they can buy on the street, you know. And the race cars were so different in the past where, you know, you had massive offset to the right side where the body was flat on the right side of the car. And now these cars are symmetric, you know, nose to tail. You go up behind it, and, you know, our Mustang has all the design characteristics just like you'd see on the street, front to back. And you'll be able to tell that is the production Mustang. It's got all the design cues, and, you know, it's just trying to get back kind of to the roots of what NASCAR was about.
What are some of the things that this Mustang can do that previous cars couldn't do?
Well, it's still a race car, so we're still going to go fast. There's a lot of different things with this car. You know, carbon composite body as opposed to sheet metal, a flat floor, underwing with a diffuser, independent rear suspension. We're kind of finally coming out of the Stone Age there, where we used to run truck arms, which truck arms weren't put in cars, production or race cars really. Other than the NASCAR stock cars, you know, that went away in the 60s. So rack and pinion steering, which is what everybody typically has in a production car. So it's really just kind of bringing us up to the norm of technology now. Yeah. Obviously, with anything new, there's going to be a little bit of opposition. So how are the guys responding to this right now? I mean, I think that, you know, from the mechanics and the fabricators all the way to the drivers and crew chiefs, everything's new, but it's still a race car, you know, so they still want to work on it. There's still the fine detail things that you have to find to try and make it better than the next guy. You know, it's been a little bit difficult to learn how to work on the cars because they are a huge architecture change in the chassis and the suspension. You know, driving wise, they're gonna race a little bit different, but at the end of the day, it's still as fast as you can go and trying to win races. So it's a learning curve, but everybody's figuring it out. Yeah, learning curves and literally learning how to go around the curves in the best way possible. What is the future of NASCAR for this? What do you see as race cars maybe 10, 20 years down the line? Well, I think this opens the door for a lot of things. You know, you talk about just the future of powertrain and hybrid, you know, that potential, just the technology that you can get out of a car, you know, the connectivity that we see in our everyday cars. You have a lot of sensors on these cars, that the content that we can now produce from these cars to give to the fans, so that they can, you've seen the helmet cam, or the visor cam, that kind of thing, and being able to see the live gauges and things like that with the digital dash, and just the content and the connectivity and the constant upgrade in technology that we see in everyday life with cars, that is now going to be a lot easier to integrate into racing. And I think you're going to see that as we continue to grow for the next 5, 10, 15 years.
Yeah, you might be getting some calls, people wanting, hey, can you add this to my car too?
Yeah, you always have tuners and things like that, right? That they want to put the cool bits and pieces and go faster. And we'll probably see a lot of things that can transition over from the production side, at least aesthetically.
All right, with the race so soon, what are you going to be looking for? What are you most excited for?
I think right now, it's been a long road to get here, and we're just really happy to be here in Daytona. Obviously, I had 2 practice sessions where it went pretty well for our Ford Mustangs. We showed good speed. We got qualifying tonight. We'll see how that goes, but really excited for Thursday night for the duels, and then when we get into Sunday, hopefully we can see a Mustang get into victory lane.
There you go. Richard Johns, thank you so much. The mastermind behind the next gen Mustang, which you're going to be seeing on Sunday.
Thanks. Happy to be here.
And as we said, pre-race coverage coming up on Live Now from Fox February 18th and 20th from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Also coming up on Sunday, Black History Month, Sunday at 6 o'clock Eastern Time, 3 o'clock Pacific Time. We appreciate all of your viewership here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up after this break in 2 minutes, should staffers on Capitol Hill unionize? Live Now's Andrew Kraft spoke with one member of Congress who's leading the effort. That conversation after the break.
And joining me here on Live Now from Fox is Michigan Democratic Congressman Andy Levin. Congressman, thanks so much for being with us. You've introduced a resolution allowing for the unionization of Capitol Hill staffers. I know there's a lot of Democratic support for this. Do you think you can garner any Republican support, and do you want this done by this Congress?
Definitely want to get it done by this Congress. There's really no reason to delay it. It's a really question of fundamental human rights, freedom of association at work, First Amendment. It's kind of basic stuff. Do our own employees have the freedom to form a union and bargain collectively without fear of retaliation? We extended it to all the other employees on the Hill, like the Capitol Police and the Library of Congress and the Architect of the Capitol. In 1996, they kind of left out the people who worked directly for us in our own offices, in our districts and in Washington, and the committee staff. So we're just fixing that. And in terms of bipartisanship, everything turns into some big partisan fight, but I'm on the Foreign Affairs Committee as well as the Education and Labor Committee. We do so much bipartisan about human rights around the world. This is Solidarnosc, Andrew. This is like, do American workers in this one little group have freedom or not? And I hope my Republican colleagues will agree they should. And even if there's not a lot of bipartisan support right now, I haven't seen a lot. I hope it grows over time, because this really should be above partisan politics 100%.
So right now there's 535 member offices with the Senate and the House. From my understanding, each office and each member kind of devises their own standards for, HR, if you will. There's really no collective HR entity on Capitol Hill. So how would you address that? Each office right now kind of does their own thing, and you would have to kind of centralize it. It's decentralized right now. Have you thought about that?
Yeah, well, so first of all, I have to say that this resolution really isn't about the many fascinating questions about like how it would work. And I'm going to keep pushing back on all my colleagues. And by the way, it's like a lot of Democrats were like, oh, what if this, what if that? It's natural, right? Because we're the employers. But this is just about whether the workers have that human right to have that, to bargain. And then there are 535, 100 in the Senate, 435 in the House, right? I just want to point out this resolution is about the House staff. Okay. And the Senate separately can do their own. But yes, you're right. The legal framework right now is that each of us is an employer of our own staff. We're each a little, like a little company of our own. That said, it's complex, Andrew. There actually is quite a bit of HR that goes across all offices, or when you think broadly about HR, like benefits, right? Like retirement plans and health plans, and many things go across. And of course, even the funding mechanism for our offices is the MRA, the Members Representational Allowance. We're not a company that could say, oh, I'll give more of profits to worker compensation or less. We have a fixed budget, but we vote on it. So the workers could even have an influence on that by pressuring, to raise the MRA, But I think, basically here's the deal. Think about other situations. Look what's going on right now in America. Starbucks workers are organizing. Right. How big is a Starbucks? Right? How many thousands of Starbucks stores are there? I went to a Starbucks in Clinton Township, Michigan. I met with the workers who filed for a union election. There's 14 people in the unit and 12 of them have filed. That's very similar to the size of a congressional office. So there's a lot of interesting questions about how it would work, but that's for another day. And I think if you look at history, Andrew, there's a lot of context for this. Like in the beginning, auto workers organized company by company, steel workers. Pretty soon after they organized a lot of their companies, they were doing pattern bargaining across companies. So there's a lot of precedent for different entities coming together as employers. And, like you look at the building trades, your plumbers, your carpenters, your electricians, the employers across a metro area will all come together and negotiate a contract with the IBEW, say, the electricians union, to cover the workers who work at all the different companies. So that all can be worked out. For now, the question is, do they have this right in the first place, or can they just be fired for doing that most American of things, and saying, hey, I just want to form a union in my workplace?
One last point on this topic. I interviewed Congressman James Comer, Republican of Kentucky, a couple of days ago. I asked him to respond to this. His thoughts essentially were, right now in the federal government, there are too many employees and contractors who are still working from home because of the COVID-19 pandemic. That should be the priority, getting them back into the office. He doesn't support these unionization efforts. He also said essentially that, Capitol Hill staffers could be considered, white collar employees. A lot of the unions, especially that you have just brought up, blue collar employees, yes, they might be overworked, tired, underpaid, but it's not similar. Your response to that?
Yeah, I mean, all other federal workers have unions. They're all a bunch of white collar workers, you know, in the Labor Department, the Justice Department, all these different departments. They have the American Federation of Government Employees, the National Treasury Employees Union. So that doesn't make any sense. And bringing people back or not is nothing to do with whether they have a union. In fact, having a union lets the workers have an organized way to talk to the employer about that. And in terms of, you know, look at the explosion of organizing that's happening. Workers at the wire cutter are unionizing, and at New York Times, workers at the Audubon Society, workers at REI, you know, I mean, a lot of digital media folks are organizing. My son's a journalist. One of my sons for a nonprofit national journalism group, and they organized across all their locations. These obviously white collar folks. So, and then Andrew, who's the most unionized workers in America? Is it like a bunch of electricians or plumbers? No, sir. It's movie stars and professional athletes and pilots, people way up at the top of the heap who either have a lot of education or an unbelievable amount of talent and make, you know, hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars. You won't catch anybody playing basketball in the NBA without a union contract. And it also puts the lie to the idea that unions are like one size fits all and all these talking points, because LeBron is happily in a union with some guy who sits on the bench, and LeBron is able to make his big money while the bench rider is very happy to have the little $900,000, which to you or me might be a lot of money, but you know, whatever they get out of that union contract. So there you go.
Congressman, very, very fair points there. I want to move on to another topic. There's a lot of talk about banning members from owning individual stocks, from selling individual stocks. Some of their family members would be prohibited from some of the pieces of legislation that are out there right now. I know you support this move. So is this looking like it's going to be done by this Congress? And, you know, if you own individual stocks right now, you know, would you sell them? Would you make your family sell them? How do you feel about this?
Yeah, I don't own any individual stocks, and I feel really strongly that we should do it. It's just common sense. You know, you or your spouse, like we make laws, we have committee hearings, we have intelligence briefings, right? You know, we find out a lot of information that's not available to the public. What we're doing in creating a piece of legislation or an oversight hearing that's about to uncover some really big information could have a big impact on a company. And it's just not right for some member of Congress to say, oh, well, I'm just going to buy some of this now or sell some of this now. Let's take that, even the appearance of that, away. After all, Andrew, most people can't outperform the index stocks. So you can do perfectly fine as a member of Congress by putting everything in a total blind trust. Or if you're a rich person like that, if you're somebody like me, just get a bunch of, you know, have your portfolio or your retirement account just be in, in funds that, you know, mutual funds and index funds or whatever that aren't about owning individual stocks. Take all that away. I think it's much better for democracy. And if you're not willing to do that, maybe you shouldn't run for Congress. You know, you can find something else to do.
Yeah, we'll definitely be following that and see if there's any progress made. I know there's a lot of competing bills out there to address that. Lastly, about some legislative questions, you introduced some legislation addressing gun violence, imposing some type of restrictions on guns in the wake of the Oxford High School shooting. That's a story we've been following very closely here, especially with the Crumbly parents are also facing charges in addition to their son who carried out this shooting. Can you go into the specifics of what you want changed?
Absolutely. Yeah, my Protect Children Through Safe Gun Ownership Act. Andrew, this is really simple and straightforward. It's something that the majority of Democrats, Republicans, independents, even gun owners support. It's just got three things in it, and it's all about that parental responsibility. That's what this bill is about. And it's about the fact that kids are dying in huge numbers from gun violence when we just need to have some sensible measures to protect them. So number one, safe storage. Safe storage. Lock your guns up, lock your ammo up, keep it separate. You know, most gun owners support that. Secondly, handguns specifically. There's specific laws about handguns and kids. When a parent signs that affidavit that they're going to allow their kid to have access to a handgun or, you know, use it, they need to say that they personally are supervising or someone else will be supervising. This isn't about going hunting in the woods. This is about a handgun, right? And the third thing is education in the schools, so that parents and kids can get age-appropriate education about keeping kids safe. You know, these school shootings are so horrific, but they're the tip of the iceberg, right? The vast majority of kids dying from guns are youth suicides, first of all, and then kids getting guns at home, and street violence and accidents among kids playing with guns that they shouldn't have access to. So this is just common sense stuff. And I'm really proud of putting this legislation forward. And I hope it's the kind of thing that can unify people after a tragedy like Oxford High School, which is near my house in my district, because, our kids should not be dying in this way from this gun violence.
And we'll definitely be following the course of that as well. Just want to briefly touch on some politics with some questions. 30 House Democrats are retiring this cycle. Republicans think they're going to take back the majority in the House. They think they're going to take back the Senate as well. And you have opted to run in a newly drawn district, the 11th Congressional District. Right now you serve in the 9th Congressional District. And that has set up a pretty big primary battle with a city member, one of your colleagues, Haley Stevens. Yep. Is the Michigan Democratic congressional delegation, are they, out of sorts here? Is there disarray among the ranks, especially as, you're seeking endorsements, Haley Stevens is seeking endorsements? What's the message here?
No, this has happened every 10 years, Andrew. This is really more a function of Michigan losing a seat. We used to have 19. We now have 14. We're going to have 13. And happily, we created a citizen commission to do redistricting without gerrymandering. Unhappily, the way they drew it, my colleague and I both just feel like this is the district where we can run. I mean, the new 11th, my house is smack dab in the middle of it, and my kids are the 5th generation of my family to live there, and it just makes sense. And she feels like it's the place that makes sense for her to run too. I tell you what, Democrats are going to win 7 out of 13 at least of the House districts in Michigan, and do our share for Democrats to keep control of the House of Representatives. So that's my mission, and that's what I'm telling you right there. I'm putting my money down that we're going to do that, and I'll have to buy you whatever you drink if we don't accomplish that.
Well, that was my next question. If Democrats lose the majority in November, is it going to be just that much harder for the Biden administration to get his priorities done? So it seems like you answered that as well. I mean, time will tell, and we will definitely see. Congressman, we appreciate your time.
Thanks, Andrew. It's great to be with you. Take care.
So that conversation from a little bit earlier today, hitting a wide range of topics here as we move forward on Capitol Hill. Live look. Senate has adjourned for the evening, or they are on recess, I guess. So if they come back, we'll be keeping our eyes on everything on Capitol Hill here. But stick with us, because after the break, we're going out to California as they're introducing what they're calling the Smarter Plan, broken into 7 key areas: shots, mask awareness, readiness, testing, and education. Governor Newsom talking about how they are going to live with the virus out in California moving forward. Meanwhile, moving out to Canada, protests continue into the evening. As we know, the Freedom Convoy has been out and about over the past couple of days, despite some pretty pressing restrictions from Prime Minister Trudeau, as he has really cracked down on them. But it doesn't matter. Trucks are out, people are out on foot, and it doesn't look like it's ending anytime soon here. So we'll keep up these live looks out in Ottawa as we go into the rest of the evening. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We want to bring to you some breaking news from the Capitol. The Senate has sent a temporary funding bill to President Biden's desk, of course, averting a government shutdown. That's until March 11th. So we'll be watching this as it moves forward here, and Senate stands in recess. If they go back into the floor and any interesting remarks, anything big happening there, we'll bring it to you live here on Live Now. But we want to move into some of the other stories of the day, including California, Governor Newsom just stepping away from the podium, but answering reporter questions about his smarter plan regarding the COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you. Pastor should be answering the questions. I'm happy, of course, now to answer any questions. We can hear you, though.
Rob McDowell, ABC 7. On page 21, you talk about the eventual change to universal school masking. As you may know, this is a big issue here in the Inland Empire. There's been a lot of protests about this. Explain to some of these parents why this can't be done now, if that's what your opinion is, and what metrics or benchmarks do you need to get to before you eliminate the need for masks?
Well, I point you to Dr. Galley's press conference 2 days ago, where he laid out in very specific and detailed terms the composite indicators that go directly to your question and the appropriate response. I'll say this as a parent of 4 young children. I know a thing or two about the nuances and the complexities of the issue. I also am very familiar with what's going on across the rest of the nation. There are 13 states, you may be familiar. We are among 13 states that have not ended their school masking requirements. Just today, the governor in Washington State announced prospectively that he would be ending it on the 21st of next month. We have stated very clearly that on the 28th of this month, we will be announcing a specific date.
1, 2, 3, you got it? You hear it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check, check.
We continue to consult
Yeah.
parents.
Okay. Make sure it's going back there on the feed.
Parents that have strong opinions, yes, you're correct on both sides of this. And I can assure you, as a parent, I understand that. And we have to accommodate for a state that has more schools and public school educators than any other state in the nation. And the nuances and complexities that provides, those challenges, all have to be incorporated. And that's why we feel very confident that on the 28th, not only will we announce a date, but the date will be well within a period of time that I think will do justice to the needs to keep people confident that their children are being prioritized and healthy and safe, at the same time to accommodate the understanding that we're trying to promote today that we are moving into a new phase of this pandemic.
Governor Paul Verkammen, CNN, you talked about awareness and disinformation and trying to curb this pandemic disinformation. A lot of it is spread by companies based here in California, social media companies you have a relationship with. So how specifically do you curtail the lies and the half-truths about the pandemic?
Well, the platforms are concerned, of course, and platforms have to do a better job across the spectrum, but there are also those that are propaganda machines that are out there as well. Let's be candid. I don't know if you've taken any time to see InfoWars, The War Room, Steve Bannon. Spent the weekend, I watched his interview with the My Pillow guy. Incredibly informative. One American News, you're familiar with them down here. Perhaps one of the great disinformation networks in America. Just referring to Newsmax or the primetime propaganda lineup at Fox News. And all of their pundits that safely have been boosted, fully vaxxed, they continue to promote a lot of misinformation. Forgive me for being so pointed and candid. People are quite literally losing their lives. It's a tragic example of that just yesterday. A state trooper in Washington State who quit. And quit because he couldn't take it anymore. Just lost his life because of those propaganda networks. Because he was believing what was being stated and spread. So we have a team of people, to your question, at the Health and Human Service Agency. In fact, a couple folks right here are working on this. Have been for months. They go out and are battling. They're in the trenches. They're on social media. Not just, the well-known platforms, but increasingly well-known, as apparent, TikTok platforms and others trying to push back
But what we're doing in the Smarter Plan specifically is we are creating a brand new unit in state government. It's a strategic partnership unit and communications unit that's going to work full time on this. And we put out this week in our Vaccinate for All campaign, in partnership with 250 media outlets, these myth-buster videos in a culturally competent way to take our efforts to go after the mis and disinformation to a whole nother level. So that's how we're going to approach it. We'll continue to call it out. We'll do our best. And we ask people that continue to promote lies and misinformation to stop. People quite literally have lost their lives because of that promotion.
Hey, Governor, Phil Schuman with Channel 11 News here in Los Angeles. You gave us a lot of information here.
Forgive me.
Is it possible you could highlight what you feel is the most important thing for people to know out of that acronym?
I think what I want to know is we have your back. We've learned a lot. We're not approaching things the way we approached it last year, certainly not 2 years ago. We are moving past the crisis phase into a phase where we will work to live with this virus, and we will maintain a readiness posture and stay on top of the nature of change that is so self-evident with this pandemic and disease. And we are moving in a vernacular away from a more control construct of mandates to one where we create the conditions and an environment where we are not reacting, but we are maintaining a posture where we are staying on top of the mutations, stop of this virus, and making sure that we are communicating more effectively and targeting our interventions much more prescriptively than we have in the past.
Good afternoon, Governor. This is Aldona Thomas-Stiles from California Black Media. Governor, you're in Southern California today, and I'm wondering if you have a reaction to SoCal Gas's announcement this morning that they plan to bring green hydrogen into Southern California to replace natural gas and other fossil fuels.
Well, I happen to be very familiar with that, only because there's no bigger issue outside of this issue that brings us here today than the existential issues of climate change, and no state more responsible for addressing this issue than the state of California, because no state's more impacted by extremes than the state of California. What more evidence do I need to give you than your 90-degree weather down here in the last week and the 37, 8, 9, 10 days that we have not had any significant rain in the state of California. Again, February being allegedly, traditionally, the most wet month of the year. And so we put $37.6 billion in our budget to address the issue of climate change. That's nation-level budgeting. One of the areas we focused on is hydrogen. One of the areas we're focusing more attention to is green hydrogen, particularly as it relates to manufacturing and large industry. And so I want to just acknowledge what Southern California Gas did today as a step in the right direction. They're promoting something the state continues to promote and will be promoting more over in the next number of years. And so we're grateful by that example. We need to see more of it. Not only from them, but across the spectrum. But the issue of addressing heavy industry, not just residential solar, not just wind, not just a conversion of electric vehicles, but really going after big industry is critical in advancing our efforts of low-carbon green growth.
Hi, Governor. Thanks again for taking our questions. I'm Tom Waite with CBS Los Angeles. I was wondering if you're aware, there's a bit of a feud going on between a couple of the LA County supervisors and the LA County Health Department, where the supervisors are upset that the county is not in line with the state in terms of the indoor mask mandate. Obviously, the state lifted theirs, but LA County still has theirs in place. So what's your position on that feud? What should the county be doing, and how would you resolve it?
Yeah, well, I don't know enough about the details of the feud to get in the middle of it at the moment, but forgive me in that respect. But look, as a former county supervisor, I've long maintained, and you've heard me say this on multiple occasions, localism is determinative. And I'll remind you, and as I do often, but it's important, California is the size of 21 state populations combined. There's just nothing else like it. If you put a circle around just LA County, it's a small dot in California. It's bigger. I mean, you put a map, 2/3 of the rest of the states are not as big as just the county. So I deeply understand the nuances and complexities. There's 58 counties, 476 cities, different geographic challenges, opportunities, 80 plus cities just in the county, different approaches, large, smaller cities. So it's understandable there'll be some differences of opinion. The state provided that support long ago in the beginning of this pandemic, and we're maintaining that in the Smarter Plan, that we want to allow that local flexibility. We think it's critical. I'm very pleased with the state mandate that was lifted as relates to indoor mask wearing. The overwhelming majority of counties, I think anywhere from 52, 3 or 4 of the 58 have aligned with California, and I anticipate others will follow suit. But some counties, and obviously LA is one of them, may take a little bit more time, but I'm confident they'll get there very, very shortly.
Hi, Bo Yarborough, Southern California News Group. Circling back to the green hydrogen thing, do you think the new pipeline is going to impact the closing of Aliso Canyon?
Well, that's a good question.
Okay, so California Governor Gavin Newsom getting questioned now on his plan to go forward for COVID-19, to get off the emergency crisis measures of the past and to live with the virus, noting that he says in California it is becoming now endemic. He says the state is creating another new assessment and action unit. So if you see an outbreak in a particular place, there's a team of folks that moves in real time. He also wants to keep testing protocols up. He stresses that schools must stay open for in-person instruction. And he says that he wants to move from a crisis mentality, a reactive framework, to a framework where we're more settled in our approach. He says we're living with this virus. There is no end date. There is not a moment where we declare victory. So we hope to speak with Fox 11 reporter Phil Schuman maybe a little bit later tonight. He was at that press conference there in Los Angeles today when Governor Newsom outlined his proposals for moving forward to get the crisis emergency off the table and for Californians to start living with the virus as endemic to their lives. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. Let's just go around the country here as we continue to follow a lot of these Live Now looks. Let's go out now to Ottawa, Canada. And you can see there protests with the Freedom Convoy still ongoing. The snow is coming down. It looks brutally cold there. You can see Parliament Hill in the distance. Many people still out and about. Well, we know that police there in Ottawa were arresting some of these protesters under the direction of Prime Minister Trudeau's emergency powers invoked a little bit earlier this week. So we'll have more on that a little bit later tonight. We'll also be giving you the latest on the Russia-Ukraine situation. That's a Live Now look out of Kyiv in Ukraine. We'll be talking with our national security experts on the headlines of today. Russia ousting the second in command at our embassy in Moscow. We'll have more on that after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We were just showing you this before the break, just some of these sights and scenes and sounds out of Ottawa, Canada. This is what we know as of a couple of hours ago. One of the key organizers of the Canadian Freedom Convoy protest has been arrested in Ottawa. His name, Chris Barber, announced during debate in Parliament today. Barber is a senior convoy leader. He's expected to face criminal charges. This is all according to the CBC, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. He has previously said in a press release that politicians have declined to engage in serious dialogue. The arrest comes after Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau invoked the Emergencies Act Monday, which gives the government power to clear protests by towing vehicles and even more direct measures such as freezing personal bank accounts. So there you can see we saw some of the protesters out in Ottawa. If we see some more of them or hear from more of them, we'll bring you that Live Now look as well. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on your Thursday night. Let's take it back stateside, not too far from Ottawa. A historic golf club went up in flames today near Detroit. My colleague Daytona Everett spoke with Fox 2 Detroit reporter Hillary Goldston outside the famed Oakland Hills Country Club and asked what exactly went wrong today, how this fire might have started. Here's that conversation.
Oakland Hills for the country club fire. We know that this historic country club went up in flames earlier today, and now firefighters still trying to put out hot spots. Fox 2's Hillary Goldston was just speaking with fire officials. And Hillary, what are we learning tonight about this?
Yeah, right now it's an ongoing situation. I asked the fire chief here in Bloomfield Township whether or not they believe this would be going on until tomorrow, and he said it's very likely. And you know, essentially we'll probably be back out here tomorrow morning because they're continuing to fight those hot spots that you mentioned. The problem is when the building starts collapsing, there are pockets of fire that they can't get access to because of the collapsed building material, all of the debris. So they're now having to pour thousands of gallons of water onto the fire to try to put it out. In terms of containing it, there are still flare-ups that continue to happen as the air hits those spots. So as of now, it is not considered a contained fire. It's an active fire, but fire crews are certainly working on it.
Right. Well, this caught a lot of attention because this is one of the most prestigious courses in Michigan, if not the country. Tell us about the history of the country club.
Yeah, so we talked to the president of the country club, and he told us that it was established back in 1922. They've held so many golf events here. In fact, they had 2 U.S. Women's Opens that they were planning on hosting, and he actually still feels pretty optimistic about that, even considering the state of the building, which in the center of the building could be a total loss. Unclear at this exact moment if it will be, but the center of the building did suffer some heavy damage. Now, the nice thing is the peripheral parts of the building, so the parts to the flanks on the left and the right, they're still working to try to save those portions of the building. So he's unclear if the club will have to do a rebuild, but their plans are to continue on, not just looking back to the tremendous history that certainly the edifice has, but also everything that was inside, all of the art, the original art pieces, and certainly all of those trophies from these wonderful golf events that they've had over the years.
Right, exactly. Well, they call it the Monster, so you would think that it hopefully could sustain something like this.
Yeah, 105,000 square feet. So it is a huge building. And in fact, the chief said that a lot of the challenge is that because they've had so many renovations, and about 22 years ago they had a complete renovation where they took it all the way down to the studs and then completely rebuilt it, that actually can mean it's more difficult to put the fire out. This is also an old building. They typically have more difficulty with older buildings. And then you can't forget about the weather. I mean, you can probably see right now that I'm being pelted by this snow. I can tell you coming up the hill even, we were hitting slick spots. We had freezing rain earlier in the day. It was literally treacherous. One of the most treacherous scenes I've worked. I've said that a number of times today because there was just sheets of ice. Now we have all of this snow that's falling, and it seems to have no end in sight. We're expecting inches and inches of snow. So that counterintuitively doesn't help the fire go out. it just makes it more difficult for fire crews as they continue to fight this. Also, we should mention, this is the second largest wood frame structure in the entire state of Michigan. So it has that also unique historical linchpin as well.
Well, Hillary, thank you for braving this storm and giving us this report. They're going to continue through the rest of the evening as well. What's the timeline on this?
Yeah, so he's unclear about that, but definitely we know through the evening it's very possible that we could be back here in the morning. I asked, do you think you'll still be fighting this fire at noon? I think some of that is unknown. He can't know it as someone who's an expert in this. We certainly can't know it as lay people, but certainly through the night he feels confident about that, and probably, honestly, into the morning. It all depends on those little pockets of fire that they're trying to battle through the collapsing building, because as they're continuing to fight the fire, this huge old structure, wooden structure, is continuing to collapse. So lots of unknowns right now, but the bravery of all of these fire officials, who in fact brought out a lot of trophies and original art, according to the people who run this club, is tremendous. And more than 12 agencies have assisted in this fire, putting this fire out. And in fact, they just had some fresh crews that came through, so they'll probably be swapping out crews. Our local fire department's really incredible in providing support to their brothers and sisters who are, doing some really intense, difficult, dangerous work. So certainly we're very appreciative of them.
Yeah, probably a stomach drop moment for everyone involved earlier today, but happy to hear that there haven't been any injuries sustained. So that's always the best news. Things can be replaced, but people cannot. So Fox News' Hillary Golson, thank you so much, and we'll speak with you soon.
All right, and thank you there to my colleague Daytona Everett and our reporter who is on the scene there in Oakland Hills. Night now has fallen there as firefighters no doubt will be on the scene trying to piece through what is left. Thankfully, Hillary mentioned that some of the priceless memorabilia, golf artifacts may have been saved. This is really a shrine to golf history. Full disclosure, I'm from the state of Michigan. I've been in touch with board members of Oakland Hills, past presidents of Oakland Hills, and current members, and they are just distraught. Joining me on the phone right now, my friend and friend of the program, Eric Borum, who is a member of Oakland Hills Country Club. Eric, do you have us?
Yeah. Hi, Andrew. How you doing tonight?
Eric, thanks for being with us. We're just going to put up some of this video from the scene from earlier today. But like I was saying, this is really a mecca, a shrine to not only golf history, but really Michigan's history overall. What did you think today when you first saw these pictures on TV?
First and foremost, special thank you to all the first responders and, of course, the staff at the club and fellow members. So glad to hear that everybody's safe at this time, and that is the most important thing. But early this morning, got a message from a good friend of mine, Henry Thompson from the Country Club at Jackson, over there, and said, "Hey, heads up, there's a fire that's broken out at Oakland Hills." And soon thereafter, started to get some photos, and it's very emotional. I'm, originally from the state of Michigan and a member there for the last 10 years or so, and have just really enjoyed the club. It's definitely a special place with the history, the artifacts, the membership, and quite candidly, it's been a big part of golf, not only in the state of Michigan, but the United States of America, holding USGA events, GAM events here in the state, amateur golf through pro golf, including, a Ryder Cup. It's just a really tough environment. The structure itself is iconic. One of the original iconic clubhouses in the country, and it was just absolutely filled full of memorabilia, artifacts. Thank God they were able to rescue some of those. We can replace structures, but we cannot replace artifacts, as we all know. So just really devastated by the events of today, and but just really glad that everybody's safe.
That's right. Thankfully, no injuries have been reported, Eric. We still don't really have an idea of what might have caused this. We know right now the Detroit metropolitan area is just getting inundated with a lot of snow at the moment. But from our reporter who was on the scene just a little bit ago, they said they are quite confident maybe they will still hold some of these tournaments that have been scheduled for the duration of the year. Nothing happened to the course itself, just the iconic clubhouse and structure, the second largest wooden structure in all of the state of Michigan. But you're right, when you think about golf history, not only in Michigan, but also nationwide, the greats have played at Oakland Hills.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the dynamic with the Ryder Cup with Phil and Tiger being paired up there. Probably one of the most eye-raising events in the history of the Ryder Cup. Most recently, the U.S. Amateur was there in 2016, and we were there and was fortunate to be a corporate sponsor of that event. And it was unbelievable. We opened the clubhouse up to the folks, members, guests, families, friends, players, caddies, and it was an absolute fantastic event. The course was great. Most recently, we've done a renovation of the South Course there, and that's been a long process. And I will tell you one thing about Oakland Hills and the membership and the leadership there. It will rise to the occasion, and I am sure that tonight there's a bunch of folks already focused on what the calendar of the events look like. We were recently awarded a USGA event coming up here in the next couple of years, and I am sure that they are focused on it. We'll get past today's event, and we will rebuild. We can lose structures, but at the end of the day, the legacy and the memories, those all reside within the membership itself, and certainly for those folks that have been members, guests, and tournament participants, and it'll be rebuilt, and it'll be awesome. It'll be awesome for sure.
Definitely a note of optimism there to leave off on. Eric Borum, we appreciate your time. Have a good rest of your night.
Okay, we appreciate you. Thanks, Andrew.
Okay, right now we do want to show you the latest press conference from Bloomfield Hills fire officials, Oakland County fire officials, who responded today to put out the flames. Here's that from earlier.
Still have active fire in the attic rolling across the south side of the building. Not making much progress on it. It's very difficult to get at from the exterior operation. It's going to be a very long, prolonged operation.
One thing that has changed is the conditions. We're seeing more snow. I know you were worried about your equipment. What other problems have you encountered?
We're running into our ladder trucks. Have been out here over 8 hours now. They're starting to freeze up. We get building a lot of ice on them. Everything's just getting cold, and especially if we don't keep the water flowing through these lines, they're going to freeze up very quickly.
How are you dealing with the water main pressure issue? Has that come back up? How's that?
It's still about the same, but we're not flowing as much water, so it's able to keep up better. But when you're flowing these amounts of water, no water system can keep up with that.
Looking at those challenges, you expected this to go into tomorrow. Can your equipment sustain that long of a job?
We're going to have to probably rotate out trucks later once we can get to a point where we can reset and let some of these apparatus thaw out better and get inside for a little bit before then reestablish them later on.
And you mentioned your guys being tired, obviously. What are the conditions of your crews?
Oh, they're all fine. We have no injuries that I know of at this point. It's just getting harder and harder to walk through as the snow builds up. Just trying to be safe so nobody gets hurt. And then we just brought in some fresh crews from other fire departments in the county to relieve some of the guys, to give them a couple hour break. And we're establishing some operational periods here to rotate crews in and out to give them some rest.
That's going to be one of my next questions, is how much rotation do you expect? Do you think 3, 4, 5 departments may still come in throughout today and tomorrow?
We will probably have a large group contingent of the Oakway Fire Departments. It's our mutual aid organization. For the better part of the night, we'll probably have 10 fire departments out here at least, just rotating in and out and trying to do the best we can.
From arriving here at 10:30 this morning for me, a list of municipalities that were out here to help you, your guys out here. How proud are you of the job that you guys were able to do, especially looking at the fact that there have been no injuries?
Oh, the personnel on the scene have went above and beyond for 8-10 hours now and did everything they possibly could in conditions that probably the worst day that you could possibly have a fire like this, and I couldn't be more proud of not only the crew from Bloomfield Township, but from Oakway through now we've extended up into other fire departments across the county.
I understand at one point it was 4,000 to 5,000 gallons per minute. What are you at right now?
Just estimating I think we have 3 ladder trucks in operation. Each of those will flow about 1,500. We're probably flowing about 3,500 to 4,000 gallons a minute still.
Are you still having the issue with collapse and getting the water?
Yes, a lot of the building has collapsed in so many different spots that it's pancaked on itself, and it's no longer, the water is not getting to where it needs to get to actually cool off and put the fire out. So as soon as we quit flowing water in an area, it flares back up 5-10 minutes later.
You've got the weather, you've got the hot spots, you've got the fringes of the building, the more peripheral aspects of the building you're trying to maintain. What is your greatest threat right now?
Just keeping everybody safe in the weather. We're a defensive fire, keeping guys away from getting hurt. And at this point, it's just going to be a long operation, keep everybody outside safe and through the night and get this till it finally goes out.
You also mentioned the middle of the building you thought was almost a complete loss, possibly. Any update on this side?
We've managed to stop it on the north side of the building, it looks like, and then the south side of the building is extended now, and that's where our main body of fire still is on the south side of the building. So it has gotten worse there.
So still not a total loss as far as the entire clubhouse?
No, but at some point they would, depending on what the insurance companies, and it would probably be a rebuild. So
I think that's pretty much everything we need.
Yeah.
all right.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much for your hard work.
Okay, Bloomfield Hills fire official there updating the public on exactly what the efforts are like at this point in time, saying that no, it's not a complete loss, but insurance probably will deem it so, and it will be a rebuild. The famed Oakland Hills Country Club in Michigan up in flames today. We'll have more on that a little bit later tonight. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us on your Thursday night. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to be talking about Ukraine and Russia. What is the latest in the conflict, and how many days could an invasion be near? So more on that in just a moment. That is a live pick out of Kyiv. We'll be back in 2. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. That is our Live Now look out of Ukraine in Kyiv at this hour. It's very, very late there, probably now almost Friday morning. Let's get the latest out of the Ukraine-Russia conflict from Fox News correspondent Steve Harrigan, who's been there in Ukraine for about the last 2 weeks with the latest. Here's his story.
After weeks of downplaying any possibility of a Russian invasion, Ukrainian President Zelensky visited frontline forces in the east. A low-level war has simmered here for 8 years. Today, Russian-backed separatists shelled a kindergarten in the town of Stansia Luhanska while students were out of the building. According to the Ukraine military, 2 teachers were injured and half the town lost power. Zelensky called the attack a big provocation. NATO officials are still trying to derive Putin's end goal.
We know about their capabilities, but of course we don't know with certainty about their intentions.
Heavier fighting in the east comes as Western and NATO officials accuse Russia of lying about withdrawing forces from Ukraine's border, insisting the reverse is true, that Russia has actually added as many as 7,000 troops in recent days. The British Foreign Secretary warning the Kremlin not to go forward.
Russia would risk creating a prolonged and drawn-out war with a terrible toll, which would be borne by the Russian people.
Satellite footage showed the construction of a pontoon bridge over the Pripyat River, just 4 miles from Ukraine's northern border. The bridge could offer an alternative route south towards Ukraine's capital for tanks that are massed in Belarus. Military exercises between Belarus and Russia are scheduled to end Sunday. The Belarus leader said he's prepared to host super nuclear weapons if threatened by the West. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
Steve, thanks so much. Joining me now to discuss all of that is national security expert Hal Kempfer, our friend of the program who has literally been guiding us through this story for about the last week, each and every day. Hal, thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Andrew.
Hal, let's get to the news of the day. Moscow ejecting, if you will, our second in command at the embassy. What did you make of that move? The U.S. officials, they think that is escalatory in their words. What will we do in response?
That's a huge provocation. And really, normally these things have a sort of tit for tat sort of thing where they eject one of our officials, we'll eject one of their embassy officials. I'm not quite sure what we're going to do. I'm sure we have very much in mind who we would like to eject from the U.S. embassy. From the Russian embassy here. But frankly, I'm not quite sure which way they want to go on this because they're trying not to get into this escalation game. Right now, Putin is trying to escalate things. That's a provocative move. Of course, the shelling of the kindergarten in eastern Ukraine, a very provocative move. And don't think for 1 second that those were separatists doing that on their own. If you look at how that thing is set up, Putin has very clear command and control of what's going on within that region. And I don't see that as some independent separatist operation that was not done without the direct consent, if not direction, by Moscow.
Hal, let's talk about that. From very, very late last night, there was shelling in the eastern region of Ukraine, and Russian news outlets had reported that it was at the hands of Ukrainian forces, and then we were hearing, it's these, Russia-backed rebels in the east. Can you clarify? Do you have any information about what exactly went on there, or was this pure propaganda? Was this the pretext?
This might have been an attempt to be a pretext. There's nothing to suggest that this had anything to do with the Ukrainian forces at all. That was something that was thrown out there. Again, when Russia says these things, you just have to take it with a tuned ear for typical Russian propaganda. Russian separatists doing it would make sense. They hit a kindergarten, which was kind of a very provocative move in trying to do that, pull on heartstrings or something like that, or it was just bad targeting. And I never rule out that last part. But they also knocked out power out of half the city, so that tells me they were also looking at other things than just hitting a school. With that said, I think this may have been part of the provocation. I think you're going to see escalating provocations over the next few days. Everything indicates that we're looking at some sort of imminent military action over the next few days. And with that, all the intelligence is looking, and certainly the administration is saying that we're expecting to see them come up with some sort of pretext, which could be a combination of pretexts, in order to justify what they've already decided to do.
I just want to read from some of this reporting, this from Reuters earlier, that officials here at home are seeing via intelligence that Russian forces are inching closer to the Ukrainian border, and they're stocking up on blood, and they're building, field hospitals, essentially. That's significant.
These things are all significant. They're looking for military hostilities. One thing I have not seen, and I've been looking for this, and others have been looking for it too, is for deploying bulk fuel. If they're planning on doing a very large incursion into Ukraine, which is a huge country, they're going to need a lot of fuel. They're going to need a lot of mobile fuel assets, but you'd also see large tank farms sitting on the ground, and you'd also see ammunition for deployed as well. A lot of things they need logistically in order to do that. Not seeing that footprint to the extent that we would expect. However, they have plenty if they just want to go into that southeastern quadrant, that larger Donbass region, that area that would basically link them via land bridge all the way down to Crimea. They can do that. And if they do that, they achieve a lot of their strategic goals. We're not, obviously, NATO is not going to invite Ukraine to be a member of NATO if there's ongoing hostilities with Russian forces who are occupying part of their country. Putin knows that. We all know that. You're not going to join somebody who's in active conflict like that to be a member of NATO. The other side is that they've got that land bridge to Crimea, their major naval installation, which is one of their big goals. So, and of course, he looks good to the Russian people. And I just want to say again, a lot of his strategic thinking is really about maintaining his regime, and a lot of this is about being tough in the only way Russia can be tough, which is militarily.
Hal, earlier today, Secretary of State Antony Blinken appeared before the UN Security Council and made remarks. I just want to read a snippet of what he said. He said, "I am here today not to start a war, but to prevent one. The information I presented here is validated by what we've seen unfolding in plain sight." And I was reading some of the kind of analysis of this speech today, because Blinken was kind of hearkening back to 2003 in Colin Powell's speech, where he laid out the intelligence undergirding the invasion of Iraq, and he said, no, the intelligence essentially is here. We are on sound footing. What did you make of that distinction?
Well, you can't help but feel the comparison. We all went through this. This happened, back in 2003. The lead up to going into Iraq, we're all intimately familiar with that. And of course, the weapons of mass destruction. I'm very, very familiar with that because of what I was doing over the Middle East in 2002. And we feel that, and we feel that, well, is this intelligence being conjured, concocted, maybe misinterpreted? One thing today that we didn't have back then is this plethora of open source intelligence assets. Commercial satellite imagery being one of the ones that we look at most closely. It's, we're looking at photos today that if I was to go back, say 19 years ago, there was no way that the public could get that. Those would be highly classified photos that would come from our own intelligence resources. Today, these are commercial satellite photos that the whole world can look at. It is very difficult to hide a large military force arrayed along someone's border. Much harder to hide it when the whole world is looking with high imagery resolution satellite photos like we have here. And so we see things like that pontoon bridge. You don't build a pontoon bridge like that in that location unless you're planning on moving a lot of heavy equipment across it. That's what we call indications and warning of what their intent is. And so we have this ability to not only talk about this intelligence, but to share intelligence because it's commercially available that we just simply couldn't have done two decades ago.
Hal, we're going into the weekend here. We also heard briefly from President Biden on his way to Marine One today that they still expect this to happen in the next several days. What do you think? I know I keep asking you this each and every night, but Now that we are going into the weekend, we've seen this action by Moscow today diplomatically. What are you feeling right now?
If looking at it right now, and I do not rule out for any second that he might do it tomorrow. He might do it the day after tomorrow. I don't know for sure, but the fact that it's gone on for this long leads me to think that he might wait till the closing ceremony of the Winter Olympics, allowing China, which has become a very, very important ally to them now, allowing China to kind of have their day in the sun, let that ceremony close before he does military action, which is going to divert the whole world's attention to what's happening in Ukraine and with Russia. That might be part of his strategic thinking. With that said, he knows that we would assume that might be part of his strategic thinking, so he might go ahead and push that up a little bit in order to try and catch as many people off guard as possible. One thing I'm looking for, and if you look at the comments by Secretary Blinken and others today, is there might be something, and I don't know what it is, but there's going to be some sort of pretext they're going to point to. Some of the speculation of what they might do, and some of the speculation may be based on intelligence that they really can't share exactly, but they're talking about, for example, they find a mass grave that they blame on Ukrainian forces somewhere in the Donbass region down there where the Russian separatists are operating. That's a possible pretext. Obviously, it would be a manufactured Russian mass grave, and it really concerns me. They've also talked about possible chemical weapons or something like that. What really concerns me is the Russians historically, particularly Putin, have shown to be rather ruthless in how they do stuff. And it is rather depressing that in trying to build this context, he might sacrifice some of his own people just to have a pretext to do this. And so I don't really put anything past Putin in that regard. And we've heard this consistently over the last week or so, actually more than that over the last week, that they're looking at doing some sort of pretext. It might be something that is fairly shocking to us and to the world, but don't for 1 second think that it isn't something that Putin manufactured to be particularly shocking in order to justify what he wants to do.
All right, Hal Kempfer, we'll leave it at that. We'll definitely be speaking in the next couple of days. Have a good rest of your night.
All right, you too, Andrew. Thanks.
Okay, right now we do want to continue with our Ukraine-Russia coverage here as we hear from so many voices, including one Secretary of State, Antony Blinken. Like we were mentioning, he appeared today before the UN Security Council in New York City, making the case, telling the world what the United States has done, what the intelligence we have, and what we are willing and prepared to do in the event of a Russian invasion. Here's Secretary of State Blinken.
For the peace process to resolve the conflict in eastern Ukraine. This council's primary responsibility, the very reason for its creation, is the preservation of peace and security. As we meet today, the most immediate threat to peace and security is Russia's looming aggression against Ukraine. The stakes go far beyond Ukraine. This is a moment of peril for the lives and safety of millions of people, as well as for the foundation of the United Nations Charter and the rules-based international order that preserves stability worldwide. This crisis directly affects every member of this council and every country in the world. Because the basic principles that sustain peace and security, principles that were enshrined in the wake of 2 world wars and a Cold War, are under threat. The principle that one country cannot change the borders of another by force. The principle that one country cannot dictate another's choices or policies or with whom it will associate. The principle of national sovereignty. This is the exact kind of crisis that the United Nations, and specifically this Security Council, was created to prevent. We must address what Russia is doing right now to Ukraine. Over the past months, without provocation or justification, Russia has amassed more than 150,000 troops around Ukraine's borders, in Russia, Belarus, occupied Crimea. Russia says it's drawing down those forces. We do not see that happening on the ground. Our information indicates clearly that these forces, including ground troops, aircraft, ships, are preparing to launch an attack against Ukraine in the coming days. We don't know precisely how things will play out, but here's what the world can expect to see unfold. In fact, it's unfolding right now, today, as Russia takes steps down the path to war and reissued the threat of military action. First, Russia plans to manufacture a pretext for its attack. This could be a violent event that Russia will blame on Ukraine, or an outrageous accusation that Russia will level against the Ukrainian government. We don't know exactly the form it will take. It could be a fabricated so-called terrorist bombing inside Russia, the invented discovery of a mass grave, a staged drone strike against civilians, or a fake, even a real, attack using chemical weapons. Russia may describe this event as ethnic cleansing or a genocide, making a mockery of a concept that we in this chamber do not take lightly, nor do I take lightly, based on my family history. In the past few days, Russian media has already begun to spread some of these false alarms and claims to maximize public outrage, to lay the groundwork for an invented justification for war. Today, that drumbeat has only intensified in Russia's state-controlled media. We've heard some of these basic allegations from Russian-backed speakers here today. Second, in response to this manufactured provocation, the highest levels of the Russian government may theatrically convene emergency meetings to address the so-called crisis. The government will issue proclamations declaring that Russia must respond to defend Russian citizens or ethnic Russians in Ukraine. Next, the attack is planned to begin. Russian missiles and bombs will drop across Ukraine. Communications will be jammed. Cyber attacks will shut down key Ukrainian institutions. After that, Russian tanks and soldiers will advance on key targets that have already been identified and mapped out in detailed plans. We believe these targets include Russia's capital, Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, a city of 2.8 million people. And conventional attacks are not all that Russia plans to inflict upon the people of Ukraine. We have information that indicates Russia will target specific groups of Ukrainians. We've been warning the Ukrainian government of all that is coming. And here today, we are laying it out in great detail with the hope that by sharing what we know with the world, we can influence Russia to abandon the path of war and choose a different path while there's still time. Now, I'm mindful that some have called into question our information, recalling previous instances where intelligence ultimately did not bear out. But let me be clear. I am here today not to start a war, but to prevent one. The information I presented here is validated by what we've seen unfolding in plain sight before our eyes for months. And remember that while Russia has repeatedly derided our warnings and alarms as melodrama and nonsense, they have been steadily amassing more than 150,000 troops on Ukraine's borders, as well as the capabilities to conduct a massive military assault. It isn't just us seeing this. Allies and partners see the same thing. And Russia hasn't only been hearing from us. The international chorus has grown louder and louder. If Russia doesn't invade Ukraine, then we will be relieved that Russia changed course and proved our predictions wrong. That would be a far better outcome than the course we're currently on. And we'll gladly accept any criticism that anyone directs at us. As President Biden said, this would be a war of choice. And if Russia makes that choice, we've been clear, along with allies and partners, that our response will be sharp and decisive. President Biden reiterated that forcefully earlier this week. There's another choice Russia can still make if there's any truth to its claim that it's committed to diplomacy. Diplomacy is the only responsible way to resolve this crisis. An essential part of this is through implementation of the Minsk agreements, the subject of our session today. There are a series of commitments that Russia and Ukraine made under Minsk, with the OSCE and the Normandy format partners involved as well. If Russia is prepared to sit with the Ukrainian government and work through the process of implementing these commitments, our friends in France and Germany stand ready to convene senior-level discussions in the Normandy format to settle these issues. Ukraine is ready for this, and we stand fully ready to support the parties. Progress toward resolving the Donbass crisis through the Minsk agreements can reinforce the broader discussions on security issues that we're prepared to engage in with Russia, in coordination with our allies and partners. More than 3 weeks ago, we provided Russia with a paper that detailed concrete, reciprocal steps that we can take in the near term to address our respective concerns and advance the collective security interests of Russia, the United States, and our European partners and allies. This morning, we received a response, which we're evaluating. Earlier today, I sent a letter to Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, proposing that we meet next week in Europe, following on our talks in recent weeks, to discuss the steps that we can take to resolve this crisis without conflict. We're also proposing meetings of the NATO-Russia Council and the OSCE Permanent Council. These meetings can pave the way for a summit of key leaders in the context of de-escalation to reach understandings on our mutual security concerns. As lead diplomats for our nations, we have a responsibility to make every effort for diplomacy to succeed, to leave no diplomatic stone unturned. If Russia is committed to diplomacy, we're presenting every opportunity for it to demonstrate that commitment. I have no doubt that the response to my remarks here today will be more dismissals from the Russian government about the United States stoking hysteria or that it has no plans to invade Ukraine. So let me make this simple. The Russian government can announce today, with no qualification, equivocation, or deflection, that Russia will not invade Ukraine. State it clearly, state it plainly to the world, and then demonstrate it by sending your troops, your tanks, your planes back to their barracks and hangars, and sending your diplomats to the negotiating table. In the coming days, the world will remember that commitment, or the refusal to make it. I yield the floor.
Я благодарю Его Превосходительство государственного секретаря США Антони Блинкена и предоставляю слово Его Превосходительству государственному министру по делам Европы и Северной Америки, Соединенного Королевства Великобритании и Северной Ирландии господину Джеймсу Клеверли.
I thank you, and I thank the briefers for the information they've given today. The United Nations, the OSCE, and the mandate of the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission continue to command our full support. The rights of all Ukrainian, whether they are in Kyiv, Lviv, Donetsk, Luhansk, can only be served by peace, diplomacy, and dialogue. I want to make absolutely clear the United Kingdom's support for the implementation of the Minsk agreements as endorsed by the UN Security Council Resolution 2202. That resolution reaffirmed the Security Council's full respect for the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine. It remains the responsibility of all parties to implement fully their commitments and to seek a peaceful resolution to the conflict. In this respect, we condemn the actions taken by the Russian Duma to propose the Russian president recognize the regions of Luhansk and Donetsk as independent. This would directly undermine the Minsk agreements and must be rejected by the Russian authorities in line with the commitments that they have made. We welcome all efforts to support the process and to avoid escalation, including the role of the OSCE and the Normandy format. This remains our long-standing position. Mr. President, let us remind ourselves of the context for the Minsk agreements and the situation in which Ukraine finds itself today. In March 2014, Russia invaded and illegally annexed Crimea in flagrant violation of international law. A few weeks later, in April, Russia instigated a conflict in the Donbass, which it continues to fuel today. More than 14,000 people have lost their lives in the fighting there. Now, today, the Ukrainian people are yet again living under the threat of invasion, with well over 130,000 Russian troops, heavy weaponry and military vessels amassed and exercising on their northern, eastern and southern borders from Belarus.
Okay, so we just wanted to make sure we got to this yet again for those of you who might have missed it. But this is the United Nations Security Council. We just heard from Secretary of State Antony Blinken. That is the Security Council's UK representative. And we're going to be continuing to discuss this story even more tonight. I know this is kind of a pretty heavy Ukraine-Russia hour, but it is important and we have to get clarity because this is such a complex story. Joining me now to discuss this further is former diplomat Brett Bruin. Brett, good to see you tonight. There was a big headline today. Russia, Moscow expelling our #2 diplomatic official from the country. Secretary of State Blinken calls it escalatory, calls it unprovoked. What do you think our response should be, and do you think we were caught flat-footed by this today?
Yeah, I think, one, it's really important that we stop working on Putin's timeline, that we start setting some of our own deadlines and our own terms. You know, you hear this phrase again and again out of the White House, you know, it's up to Putin to decide. Well, if it's up to Putin to decide, I fear that we're going to be here an awfully long time, that we're going to see an awfully bad situation emerge. And so I would like to see President Biden lead an effort to try and impose some deadlines, to impose some conditions for what Putin has to do and when he has to do it.
Brett, I just want to play some of the remarks from President Biden. It's about 1:30, and he addressed some of what you were talking to right now. He said that an invasion is somewhat likely in the next several days. Let's listen in.
How high is the threat of a Russian invasion right now?
It's very high.
Why?
It's very high because they have not moved any of their troops out. They've moved more troops in. Number one. Number two, we have reason to believe that they are engaged in a false flag operation to have an excuse to go in. Every indication we have is they're prepared to go into Ukraine, attack Ukraine. Number one. Number two, I've been waiting for a response from Putin for my letter, my response to him. It's come to that Moscow embassy. They're faxing it here. Not faxing it, they're sending it here. I have not read it yet. I cannot comment on it.
Have you been on it in any way?
Oh, yeah.
Is your sense that this is going to happen now?
Yes. My sense this will happen within the next several days.
What does this mean? Are there any diplomatic paths still available?
Yes, there is. There's a clear diplomatic path. That's why I asked Secretary Blinken to go to the United Nations and make his statement today. He'll lay out what that path is. I've laid out a path to Putin as well on, I think, Sunday. And so there is a path. There is a way through this.
Are you going to call Putin? Will you speak to Putin? Are you going to call Putin?
I'm not calling Putin. I have no plans to call Putin right now.
Do you think he's made a final decision?
Okay, Brett, your response to that, Biden thinks that this will happen in the next several days. He doesn't want to speak with Putin any longer. So it seems like American officials are pretty certain that this will happen, yet they're not really telegraphing what they're going to do. Does that concern you?
Well, it does. And I have to say, we've heard out of the president and his team on several occasions, it's happening imminently. One, I worry about us crying wolf too often, and Putin will, and I know this from the work that I used to do on Russia on the National Security Council, he will make you believe that something's going to happen quite soon, and you almost become numb to the number of possible moments of crisis, and then obviously when you are, he moves in. I think also, and this is concerning, that American diplomacy is not a spectator sport. We need to be actively engaged not only in terms of consulting with allies, but in working towards a resolution of the crisis, and to try and send to Vladimir Putin as clear a message of deterrence as possible. Right now, I don't think we're there, and clearly by the escalatory steps, throwing out, as you mentioned before, our deputy ambassador from the embassy in Moscow, Putin isn't getting the message, and we have got to try something different.
What do you think our response, though, will be to that move today diplomatically? And let's talk about what's happening this weekend, a huge conference, the Munich Security Conference. Vice President Harris is going. Also, Zelensky from Ukraine, he's going as well. What do you think those conversations will look like?
Well, first, I would say in diplomacy, you often talk about reciprocity. So the likeliest move will be for us to send the deputy Russian ambassador here in Washington packing. I think we also, again, ought to be looking at setting some of our own conditions that, if troops aren't moving back from the border, and there were a number of concerning incidents just in the last week, a Russian fighter jet flying within 5 feet of a U.S. jet over the Mediterranean. These kinds of dangerous moves have got to stop, not to mention the meddling in our and other elections. When it comes to the Munich Security Conference, this is an opportunity for Vice President Harris and the Biden administration to really try to stiffen the spine of some of those European leaders, to get them ready to take a strong stand on any potential Russian action. I've said before, one of my main concerns is that Putin goes in a small-scale invasion, which raises questions in Berlin, Paris, elsewhere, about whether or not they should apply strong sanctions. And I think we have to be clear that a violation of another country's territory is a violation of international law, a serious one.
Brett, last question for you. Let's put this into perspective for Americans who might be watching this here at home, who are, 20 years war weary, who hear that, American troops are shoring up our eastern flank in Europe. Why should they take notice of this? Why should they care, essentially, about Ukraine?
Well, I think we're already starting to see some of the reverberations, the consequences from this crisis, whether it's in oil prices, the global economy, not to mention, if we start permitting or allowing with a passive response countries to invade other countries, it will create more instability. It will create more cost. And ultimately, I think both in our pocketbooks as well as in the security, the stability that we enjoy at home and abroad, there will be serious consequences. So we do, and I would recall the example of what happened when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait. And the U.S. rallied a coalition, not a NATO member, but we took it so seriously. We said, this will not stand, and we pushed Saddam out of Kuwait. I think it's important for us to look at how the world rallies behind Ukraine in this moment, both because if we don't stop Putin there, he will likely spread his efforts to meddle and even to move in to other countries, but also because ultimately that will be costly for our economy and for our own well-being.
All right, you're right, Brett. History is watching, and so we'll be following this alongside you. As always, thank you for your time and your insight.
You bet.
Okay, right now, just to put a nice bow on all of this coverage, let's hear from Fox 13 in Tampa, their political director, Craig Patrick, with a summary of where we are in this conflict right now.
Unfolding right now with Russia. The U.S. says Russia did not withdraw troops as it claimed and actually added another 7,000 to the front lines. The Ukrainian troops along the border say they're getting bombed with artillery shells. So let's bring in our political editor now, Craig Patrick, to catch us up to speed on this rapidly evolving, changing situation. Craig.
Well, President Biden summed it up a short time ago by saying the threat of a Russian invasion on Ukraine is now very high. And with that, Ukraine is reporting dozens of ceasefire violations along the border. For context, a ceasefire violation is not that uncommon, but it's the number of violations they are reporting. The fact that there appears to be coordination in the fire from the Russian-backed separatists at this point as the Ukrainian troops take fire from those pro-Russian separatists. And take a look at this video. This is video of a school that was filled with kindergartners when it was shelled. Thankfully, there were no reports of fatalities and the students are safe. 2 teachers, though, were injured. Ukraine says the pro-Russian separatists attacked this school in Ukraine, while the pro-Russian separatists blame the attack on Ukraine. The Pentagon and State Department say this does fit Russia's MO of striking and then blaming it on the place they plan to invade as a false pretext for war.
Where Russia manufactures a dramatic event to justify an attack.
This is how Russia set up military offenses in the past, and the U.S. says Russia is at it again.
But, you know, we've said for some time that the Russians might do something like this in order to justify a military conflict.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken told the UN Security Council it has good intelligence on Russia and knows how its 3-step plan is designed to play out.
First, Russia plans to manufacture a pretext for its attack. Second, in response to this manufactured provocation, the highest levels of the Russian government may theatrically convene emergency meetings to address the so-called crisis. The government will issue proclamations declaring that Russia must respond to defend Russian citizens or ethnic Russians in Ukraine. Next, the attack is planned to begin.
And that's basically the 3-step projection that the United States is sharing based on its intelligence on Russia. And with that, of course, the United States says we appear to be in step 1 at this point, and there could be differing forms of a false flag attack, not just perhaps an attack on a school like we saw earlier today. It could be the false discovery of a mass grave, according to the Pentagon and State Department, or a claim of a false chemical weapons attack, perhaps a real one conceivably, or conceivably Russian forces attacking themselves and then blaming it on Ukraine. There are many forms they say that it could take, to be on the lookout for it, and that diplomatic efforts will continue. Unfortunately, speaking of diplomacy, Moscow did just expel one of the United States' top diplomats in Russia at this point, which certainly is not a step forward in terms of diplomacy. Russia did respond in writing to our written overtures to Russia. If you look through the response, though, it basically, among other things, demands that the United States and NATO fully withdraw from Eastern Europe, which, of course, we are doing at this point, reinforcing troops in response to Russian aggression. So it does not look as if there's much, if any, room for movement in Russia's written response.
So what does the U.S. project in terms of the timing of an invasion? And if it occurs, how long might it last?
Yes, the window is now. So at any point, President Biden is expecting an invasion within a matter of days. Now, what happens upon an invasion if it occurs? Ukraine, by its own estimates, says it cannot last more than a week without surrendering. The Pentagon anticipates it would be 48 to 72 hours before a surrender by Ukraine. We would then move beyond an invasion to an occupation, which of course could play out much longer and be very, very unstable and unpredictable.
All right, Craig Patrick, I know you're keeping on top of all of the developments. Thank you.
All right, we thank Fox 13 in Tampa there, and this is yet again another live look out of Kyiv in Ukraine. It's about 3:45, a very early Friday morning. We'll have more updates on the situation as we continue into the week and the weekend. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be hearing from President Biden. He's making a trip to Ohio today to tout his infrastructure bill that was passed into law, so we'll hear from him. But we have a lot more in store for you on this Thursday night. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on your Thursday night. We have some beautiful live looks, especially out of California right now, the Bay Area there, bathed in the twilight. A beautiful shot in San Francisco. Also a beautiful shot as well a little further south in Santa Monica there. The pier, Venice Beach, right in Los Angeles. Really beautiful there. And of course, we have a Live Now look at the U.S. Capitol building. We're also still monitoring all of these Canadian trucker protests in Ottawa as police have made several arrests today for some of those truckers to clear the area after Prime Minister Justin Trudeau invoked emergency powers to do just that. I was going to show you, we just lost our shot. But like I said before the break, we do want to show you President Biden's remarks today in Ohio, touting the passage of the infrastructure bill now into law. So much billions of funding to many infrastructure projects. Let's hear from President Biden.
We're all for Marcy. God love you, kiddo. You're the best. Before I began, I want to just point out I was having just sitting talking for a second with the head director of HUD and a former congresswoman just on the other side of this district. And she said something that reminded me of what I miss as well. She said, "It's so good to be home in Ohio." No, I really mean it. And I said, "You're probably the only one here who understands that every time I get a chance, I go home to Delaware." You think I'm joking? I'm not. I represented Delaware for 36 years as a United States Senator. And just like most congressional districts, the good news is the bad news.
everybody knows you. Well, it's great it's great hearing you say that. It's great hearing you say that. Well, Administrator Regan, I talked him into coming out of what they consider God's country down there in the Carolina area, and he came up and took on this job. And as I said, and a proud daughter of Ohio, Secretary of Housing and Urban Affairs, Marcia Fudge, who's represented the district as well. And Mitch Landrieu, who's leading the implementation of our infrastructure area. Mitch, they don't know anybody from New Orleans down here. He used to be the mayor of New Orleans, and I called him. Mayors know how to get things done, as the mayor will tell you here. And I called him, asked him to come up, and would he be the hands-on guy to actually implement the law, implement it, get it done, and let people know how they can access it. And Brenda Malloy, chair of our Council of Economic Quality. Brenda, where are you? There you are. Thank you, Brenda. We rode up together on the aircraft together, and it's great to have you as well. I also asked to say hello from someone who you know in Lorraine, but couldn't be here today. A tremendous fighter and for Ohio workers, and a guy who could easily be standing where I'm standing right now, Sherrod Brown. Sherrod Brown working in the Senate, keeping an eye on that other team, see what's going on. It's good to see you, Congresswoman Shontel Brown. Where are you, Shontel? I said, there you go, right in the front there. Congratulations, and it's great to have you here. And of course, Marcy Kaptur. Marcy has not only made history as the longest-serving woman in the history of the House of Representatives. Every day she's making a difference. She never, ever slows up. And she's helping this region compete, thrive, and come back. You know, that's what I want to talk a little about today. Excuse me. The historic investment we're going to make to restore the Great Lakes, strengthen the region's economy, provide clean drinking water, clean up our communities, and create good-paying jobs. A year ago, when I spoke at a joint session of the Congress, I was coming off the podium, the platform, and Marcy came up to me, and with all the press in the gallery looking down, handed me a note, a letter. And the commentators and reporters were so damn curious, what did she hand you? What's in that note? And I said, I can't tell you. No, well, if you know Marcy, you know what that letter was about. The Great Lakes. The Great Lakes. She described the treasure the Great Lakes are. They connect 8 states, 2 nations. To provide more drinking water than any set of lakes in the world, and more than 40 million people benefit from that. They support more than 1,300,000 jobs in manufacturing, tourism, transportation, warehousing, farming, and fishing. And they're essential to shipping goods made in the Midwest all across the country and around the world. Generations of families have depended on them on the boating, fishing, and hunting and swimming that they provide for everyone in this region, those who come and visit. They're home to countless natural and cultural wonders that should be conserved for all to enjoy, today, tomorrow, and for generations to come. And Marcy, by the way, I saw her tonight, she said, I got another letter for you. I don't know what the hell you got. Marcy, I promise you I'm working like hell. But I'll read it, I promise. Whatever you say, I'll do. But Marcy's letter said, and this is why I bring it up. She said, and I quote, "The Great Lakes undergird life, work, and recreation for millions of people. And we need them. We need to invest in them. We want a brighter, more prosperous future for the region." Well, they are. They are, and we are going to. We're investing like never, ever in history. Back in 1987, an independent commission identified 43 places called areas of concern along the Great Lakes. There are areas where pollution, as EPA director said, where pollution from industry, runoff from agriculture, poor wastewater treatment, put the Great Lakes and everyone who depends on them at risk. 26 of these areas are on the United States side of the border. 12 of them are in Canada, and 5 are shared between the United States and Canada. And our mutual nations made a commitment to clean them up, to be good partners, to protect these shared treasures. And for decades, There was a lot of talk, a lot of plans, but very little progress. It was slow. That changes today. Today, we're announcing an investment of $1 billion. $1 billion from the bipartisan infrastructure bill. It's going to allow the most significant restoration of the Great Lakes in the history of the Great Lakes. We're going to accelerate cleanup of sites across 6 states in the Great Lake Basin, from Duluth, Minnesota to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Gary, Indiana, Buffalo, New York, and everywhere in between. We know these sites were dangerously polluted for decades. We're committed to clean them up. 3 decades ago, we made this commitment. And yes, we've gotten a couple of them done, like right here, like the one of my old hangouts as well. I went to Syracuse University, and I was a lifeguard on Lake Oswego, and I know the Oswego River up in New York. That was another one that's been taken care of. Now we're talking about cleaning up the Cayuga River behind Cayuga Gorge Dam, and in the process, and it passes through Cleveland. I always mispronounce it, the Mawami River, right? Wami River in Toledo. I can say Toledo. Restoring the shoreline around the Detroit River in Michigan, the St. Louis River in Minnesota and Wisconsin, the Grand Calumet River in Indiana, and so much more. Dredging polluted sediment, restoring wetlands and habitats, making the water safer for swimming, fishing, drinking, providing habitats for wildlife and wildfowl. And the study found that every dollar we spend cleaning up the Great Lakes generates between $3 and $4 in economic benefit. That's a fact. And it's a really good investment. These are not only investments in we're making the Great Lakes. Last month, we announced over $500 million to upgrade the Sioux Locks in Michigan, which connect Lake Superior and the Great Lakes. 7,000 vessels, and 90% of our country's iron ore moves through these locks every single year. That ore makes nearly all the high-strength steel that goes into U.S.-made cars and appliances. Replacing and modernizing the locks will not only create good jobs doing that, it's going to strengthen our supply chains to get goods moving faster and reduce cost. This is not the totality of what we're going to do, but it's an example of what I've said from day one. We're rebuilding America. We're going to invest in America and build a better America than we found. And for the better part of the 20th century, we used to lead the world by a significant margin because we invested in ourselves. We invested in our infrastructure, our roads, our highways, bridges, ports, airports, the arteries of the nation that allow commerce to function smoothly and move swiftly. And we invested in our people and in opportunity. We're among the first nations to provide universal high school at the turn of the 20th century. We invested to win the space race that facilitates in facilities like Lewis Research Center in Cleveland, which is now named for my buddy John Glenn, God rest his soul. And we led the world in research and development and led the creation of the internet. But somewhere along the way, we took our eye off the ball. We took our eye off the ball. Our infrastructure used to be rated #1 in the world. Today, according to the World Economic Forum, we rank number 13 in the world. China and the rest of the world is catching up and passing us. But now, with our infrastructure law, we're reinvesting in our economy and in our people, reclaiming our leadership and creating millions of jobs for building a better America. That's what we're going to do. But as we rebuild America, we're buying American and betting on American workers. This Buy America law makes the most significant investment in roads and bridges and highways in nearly 70 years through the infrastructure law, fixing as many as 1,300 bridges and nearly 5,000 miles of highway right here in Ohio that are in poor condition. If I note parenthetically, I went to visit a place in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where a bridge that was well over 100 feet off the ground going over a gorge completely collapsed at 6:30 in the morning. Thank God there was only 3 vehicles on it and no one died. But had it been during rush hour, kids in school buses, there would have been numerous people that would have been killed or maimed. American workers building these roads and bridges with American-made steel is how we're going to do it. jobs making high-speed internet affordable and available to the 14% of households in the state of Ohio that don't have the internet. We also know that Ohio has the second most lead pipes in the country. We have 650,000 lead pipes here in the state of Ohio. We're going to start undoing the legacy of lead, which has poisoned too many of the region's children. That means replacing 100% of the lead water pipes and service lines and addressing what they call PFAS, a dangerous forever chemical that are a threat to the drinking water here in Ohio and other parts of America. Every American, every child should be able to turn on a faucet and know that the water they're drinking is clean and safe. We're also going to create thousands of good-paying jobs in the process with union plumbers and pipe fitters. For generations, the industries that built and defined America, steel, cars, tires, paint, all of them grew and thrived right here in Ohio. Right here on the banks of the Black River, workers built and launched 900 vessels. Freighters, tugboats, tankers, minesweepers, cruisers, built right here, were part of our arsenal of democracy in World War II. Making it in America is what this region was built on, making it in America. This region built America. It's not hyperbole. I'm not just saying that because I'm here. It's a fact. The Midwest built America. And we're building it again.
Okay, we've been listening in to President Biden there today in Lorain, Ohio, talking about infrastructure, even mentioning, you remember a couple of weeks ago that Pittsburgh bridge collapse, evidence that the nation's infrastructure needs an upgrade, needs an infusion of billions of dollars, and that's why the president went out to Ohio today, also committing a lot more federal funding as well to clean up the Great Lakes. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be bringing in our friend of the program, former federal prosecutor Doug Burns, to talk about some of these legal headlines today, including dealing with former President Trump and his children. So more on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft, and thank you for being with us on your Thursday night. A lot of legal headlines to get to. I want to bring in my friend, former federal prosecutor, Doug Burns. Doug, thanks for being with us. It's been a busy day. Let's get right into the first one, and we have been talking about this for some time this week, having to do with former Alaska Governor Sarah Palin. We know that the unanimous jury ruled in favor of the New York Times in that defamation suit. But now a legal filing, I believe just yesterday, essentially says that the jury got push alerts telling them what the judge did by dismissing the case before the jury deliberations were even over. Now, you've been in this business industry for a very long time. What do you make of that?
Well, again, we start with the proposition that it was really unusual that the judge indicated that he was going to dismiss the case, before the jury finished their deliberations. I looked a little closer. He was saying that the rationale was to allow an appellate court, to not have to cause a retrial if there was, an overturned decision, because you already had the jury verdict. You don't need to try the case again. But again, he could have waited until they were done and then simply thrown it out, or he could have thrown it out before they started and sent them home. One of my friends made a great point, so I'll share it with everybody. He said that, this could have happened 40 years ago. The analogy was a juror not reading newspapers would walk by a newsstand and see a headline. You see what I mean? They didn't do anything intentional. So this is sort of the digitized version of that. So again, I think it was a couple of jurors. They told the judge that it did not affect their approach to the deliberations. So there's a couple of options. I mean, the judge could simply take that and just move on and not grant any type of relief, or he could call them in, have a hearing with the lawyers and say, please tell us exactly how you came into this information. Did it affect your deliberations? They'll repeat no. The last thing would be the law school classroom hypothetical. If they came in and said, yes, it did affect me, I was on the fence, and when I saw that you were throwing it out, Your Honor, that pushed me towards, and again, this is just a wild hypothetical, that pushed me towards my verdict in favor of the defendant, the New York Times, then the judge probably would declare a mistrial. In that classroom hypothetical only, my prediction real quick is that the judge will deny the relief and the case will go forward as it is.
But speaking to that question of if it was prejudicial, the jurors seemingly said that it wasn't. Much to your point, we did get some reporting that they said, did not impact their decision either way. So this is still going to have legs, though, in the next few weeks and months. Isn't that right?
Well, of course, they're going to raise on appeal one way or the other. They're going to say that, this highly unusual move by the judge did have some possible prejudicial effect. And in point of fact, two of the jurors, I don't know, it's like verbatim from their appeal brief, two of the jurors indicated that they had seen news flashes on their phone. So it creates an appellate issue. And, we'll see what happens. But it could have been more serious, like they watched an extensive program. They watched you and I, talking about it for 20 minutes in detail. This was just like a quick flash on their phone, apparently.
All right, Doug, I do want to move on to a pretty major ruling there in New York today. We learned that a court ruled in favor of New York Attorney General Tish James that Donald Trump must appear before her office, including his children, I believe Don Jr. and Ivanka, as part of their investigation into his financial dealings. And we have been really kind of watching this. We know the subpoenas were issued. We know the Trumps had said they were not going to, abide by those subpoenas. But now they have to. What does this mean for a former president?
Well, it's very interesting because, people can say through their lawyers, I'm not going to agree to go to that deposition. And then you get a court order. So this thing ended up in court. The president and his two children, Don Jr. and Ivanka, they moved to quash the subpoena. That's the term, to invalidate it. And the judge held a 2-hour hearing today. The Trump arguments included, this is politically based, it's a witch hunt. But they had one legal argument that has some interesting nuances to it. So let me explain that quickly. And that is that this is a civil investigation. Okay, but there's also a criminal investigation apparently underway. So in a criminal case, if you assert your Fifth Amendment right, it can't be used against you because you have an absolute constitutional right to remain silent. And the judge tells the jury that there's no inference to be drawn by that. But in a civil case, there can be a negative inference against an individual for taking the Fifth. This is the juxtaposition of law and public relations, because the judge said, you know, as they were complaining about being forced to testify, the judge volleyed back with, what are you talking about? You can assert your Fifth Amendment privilege. But again, that creates a couple of problems. Number one, they could use that against them in the civil case. And number two, there's sort of shadow boxing for the criminal case that's behind it. So the President of the United States, trust me on this point, as you well know, but I'll tell everybody, he's not going to assert the Fifth Amendment, because you'll have headlines that'll be at the level of, like, you know, World War III breaking out. So the point is, he can't take the Fifth. It puts him in a little bit of a box. So I think he'll end up probably doing the deposition, if I had to guess.
Doug, I just wanted to go into some of the accusations and complaints filed by the New York Attorney General's office and what they're alleging the Trump organization did, essentially inflating some of their assets, including real estate, and also kind of deflating some of their assets as well to, you know, get some type of tax relief. Do I have that correct?
Absolutely. I mean, basically, a very, very, very common white-collar offense. And I'm not saying anybody did it, but this is what they're investigating. Extremely common offense is to turn around and say that, you know, the co-op that I live in is worth, you know, a few $100,000 more than it is to get a loan. Okay. And the point is, you know, overvaluing an asset as collateral. Okay. This painting behind me, you know, is worth double what it's really worth to get a loan. So that's the allegation. So they're investigating that civilly. And the judge said today, he said, look, you know, the Attorney General is saying that they have opened up some substantial investigative lines along the lines of overstating assets to get loans, and they're entitled to take the deposition of the three of them. And so that's the way the judge ruled. And as I said earlier, he said they can take the Fifth Amendment if they feel it's warranted, but I think that's wildly unrealistic, as I said earlier. They're going to appeal. I figured maybe you would ask me that, and, you know, we'll see what happens, whether an appellate court, you know, might take a different view. It's hard to say.
And Doug, just lastly on this, this was, in the words of Trump's lawyers, kind of tainted by politics because of that statement. New York Attorney General Tish James had said, I believe while Trump was still in office, that, you know, she wants, and her office wants to go, you know, after him, after his family, after the Trump organization. And they tried to make that argument in court today. It didn't really hold up, though.
Well, I'm glad you raised that really quick, because the point is there are obviously political overtones to the case. But when you're in a court of law, you know, not to be corny, the point is you crunch legal principles. So the fact of the matter is they stood up, the Attorney General's office, and said, this is what we're investigating, and we want to take a deposition of the individual who's involved. And that's just straight, dry legal stuff. The political discussion is sort of a side seminar, but there are some pretty substantial political overtones to it. I agree.
All right, Doug, just last story we want to get to. We're following as well the sentencing that's going to happen tomorrow of former Brooklyn Center, Minnesota police officer Kim Potter in the shooting death of Daunte Wright back in spring of 2021. I wanted to get your thoughts. I do have kind of the minimum and maximum that she is facing. Apparently, for first-degree manslaughter, 86 months or 7 years, and second-degree manslaughter, 48 months or 4 years. Now, there's this effort to reduce her sentence based on either, you know, good behavior. She's never been charged or convicted of a crime before. Do you think this will ultimately be reduced tomorrow?
Basically, you have what we call an advisory sentencing guidelines range, and you touched on it, and it's 7 to 8.5 years. But that's advisory. It's not mandatory. In federal courts, we had mandatory guidelines, which were then changed to advisory. So the point is, that's the advisory range. Interestingly enough, the prosecutors came in originally and they wanted an increase, an upward departure, that's called, on the grounds that she abused her position of authority and created an unreasonably dangerous environment. But then the prosecutors reversed course this week and said, no, the advisory range is fine. So starting with the proposition that you have an advisory sentencing guidelines range of 7 to 8.5. Now, the judge can go upward from that or downward from that, but has to state compelling reasons and lay them out for everybody. So my handicapping of it is that the defense is asking for probation, which is a little bit too much, in my opinion, to ask for. The prosecutors are asking for the 7 to 8.5. So we're going to go with the Solomonic approach, King Solomon, right? We're going to take the 8 and cut it in half, and my crystal ball prediction is 4 years.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, because we had spoken with one of our reporters who's covering this from down on the ground there in Minneapolis, and he essentially was saying there is a possibility, you might be saying a very slim possibility, that she could just get time served in probation and serve the rest of her sentence maybe at home.
Well, unfortunately, and it's kind of a delicate topic, obviously, cases like this that get into the media coverage and other aspects of it end up putting pressure on judges and courts, which, on some levels, unfortunate. That's a separate discussion. And I'm not suggesting for a minute that the judge is going to be, influenced necessarily, but I think you get my point. Criminal law and high publicity sometimes are not a good mix. So again, I'm just bringing to the table my analysis of what I think the case merits, and I think a sentence of 3 to 5 years. So that's why I said 4 years would be an appropriate sentence. I don't think she's going to get time served on probation, and I also don't think she's going to get 8 years.
All right, Doug Burns, we appreciate you coming on and breaking down all those stories with us. They're important to cover, and we appreciate it. We'll probably bring you back just tomorrow for the sentencing of Kim Potter if you have some time. Doug, we thank you.
Look forward to it. Thank you.
Okay, we just want to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be getting to some more of these top headlines. A lot of political headlines left to get to, a lot of COVID-19 headlines left to get to, so stay with us. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. We do have some breaking news out of politics we want to bring to you here, having to do with House Republicans. Earlier today, we learned that GOP House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy will be endorsing a primary challenger against incumbent Congresswoman Liz Cheney. And so we learned that McCarthy will be endorsing Harriet Hageman. Of course, this is a huge primary contest out in Wyoming that we're going to be following and covering, much like many in the political world because, of course, you'll remember Liz Cheney got ousted from the House Republican Conference leadership. There was that censure against her by the RNC over her actions for sitting on the committee investigating the January 6th Capitol riot. So this is quite something. Of course, McCarthy leads the House GOP conference, and he says, quote, Hageman says, quote, that's the challenger. I am very grateful for Leader McCarthy's strong support, and I pledge that when I am Wyoming's congresswoman, I will always stand up for our beautiful state and do the job I was sent there to do. She adds, Liz Cheney has completely lost the ability to do her job of representing Wyoming as our only member of the House of Representatives. So things are picking up. This is a battle royale in Wyoming. Remember, they only have one congressional seat, and Liz Cheney occupies it right now. But that's the news. Leader McCarthy endorsing her primary challenger. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much. In the next hour or so, we're going to be hearing from some former politicians you might not have heard from lately, including former Vice President Mike Pence. He's about to make a speech at Stanford University. We'll carry that live. But earlier today, we heard from former Secretary of State and presidential candidate Hillary Clinton. She was speaking at the New York State Democratic Convention. Let's hear what she had to say.
Here in person with so many friends and former colleagues and fellow Democrats from every corner of the state. Well, I am delighted to be here with our terrific governor, Kathy Hochul, and our lieutenant governor, Brian Benjamin. They have brought new leadership for our state and new hope for our future. And here in this great city, I want to thank our new mayor, Eric Adams, for his hands-on, energetic, no-nonsense leadership. And thanks also to my friends and our senators, Chuck Schumer and Kirsten Gillibrand, our entire congressional delegation, for fighting so hard for New York and making progress despite the obstacles. And let's hear it for our Attorney General, Tish James, our Comptroller, Tom DiNapoli, Speaker Carl Hastie, and Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins, State Chair Jay Jacobs, and everybody who's working so hard to move New York forward. Because, my friends, we need smart, effective, principled leadership now more than ever. Not only in our state, but also in our country and the world. Just think about it. We have lost 65,000 New Yorkers to the pandemic. That is a lot of grieving families and broken hearts. And our economy, as you know so well, took a real hit. With businesses closing, jobs disappearing, everything costing more than it used to. And yet we are now in the midst of a robust recovery. And we still have work to do, but we are moving forward. But I want us to remember that too many parents and caregivers had to shoulder impossible burdens. How many of you had to be your children's teachers or your grandchildren's teachers? How many of you had to really deal with the stresses that the pandemic caused for so many of us? We've asked an awful lot of our children and our teachers, haven't we? We've asked a lot of our nurses and our doctors and our essential workers who kept our stores open, kept the lights on. In fact, we asked a lot of everyone on the front lines who kept us safe and healthy and working. And we have faced these challenges here in New York at a time when our nation is deeply and dangerously divided. Now, it is one thing to have political disagreements. Those are natural and healthy. But it is an entirely different thing altogether to lose a shared sense of truth, facts, and reality itself. And I know many of us hoped that defeating Trump would start to heal our divisions. I certainly did. That maybe, just maybe, the madness would break. But now it should be clear to all of us that the struggle for unity and democracy is far from over. When the Republican Party officially embraces violent insurrection as legitimate political discourse, when storming the Capitol, assaulting police officers, trying to overturn an election are being normalized, we are in uncharted territory. And make no mistake, our adversaries around the world are watching. Republicans are defending coup plotters. They're curbing voting rights at precisely the moment when democracy needs champions, when we should be standing together against autocracies like Russia and China. January 6th last year was a gift to them because they know something we need to remember. America is only as strong as our unity and our democracy allows us to be. That's why New York must be not just the home of the Statue of Liberty, we must be the defenders of liberty. Not just a laboratory of democracy, but a protector of democracy. And we must reject the big lie about the 2020 election and the cover-up of the insurrection of last January 6th. And we can't get distracted, whether it's by the latest culture war nonsense or some new right-wing lie on Fox or Facebook. By the way, they've been coming after me again lately, in case you might have noticed. It's funny, the more trouble Trump gets into, the wilder the charges and conspiracy theories about me seem to get. So now his accountants have fired him, and investigations draw closer to him, and right on cue, the noise machine gets turned up, doesn't it? Fox leads the charge with accusations against me, counting on their audience to fall for it again. And as an aside, they're getting awfully close to actual malice in their attacks. But as I said, don't get distracted. Don't let the extremes of any or either side throw us off course. Focus on the solutions that matter to voters, not the slogans that only matter on Twitter. Let's offer an alternative vision that inspires and motivates. Let's show that democracy works, that it delivers results for people and makes life better, fairer, and more prosperous for everyone. That's what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are trying to do every single day. And it's what Kathy Hochul and Brian Benjamin are trying to do right here in New York. In fact, it is what Democrats are running on in this election year. Democrats are fighting for safer communities and healthier families, with more opportunities for our kids and schools that are both open and fully funded. Democrats are fighting for better jobs and higher wages for everyone, for health care and housing that doesn't break the bank, for making life affordable, not just for those at the top. Democrats are fighting for cleaner air to breathe and water to drink, for common sense that tells us vaccines work and climate change is real. Democrats are fighting for the rule of law and for judges who follow it, for the right to vote, the cornerstone of our democracy, for the right to organize, because we need unions now more than ever, for the right for women to make our own health care decisions. Now, all this this and more is at stake in this election, isn't it? New York and the country has an important choice to make because Republicans have a very different agenda. Republicans will take tax cuts, like the child tax credit, away from hardworking families and give them to billionaires. Republicans will claim they're on the side of parents and family values, but they will do nothing for actual parents or families, nothing on child care, nothing on paid leave, nothing to help working moms and dads get by and get ahead. They will do nothing to invest in our schools or make college more affordable. They'll ban books but do nothing about guns. They'll make it harder for people to vote, but easier for big corporations to bust unions. They'll let polluters trash our environment and let Donald Trump trash our democracy. That's why I intend to work my heart out to elect Democrats up and down the ticket this November. And that is why I am so happy to support Kathy Hochul for a full term as governor of New York. I've known Kathy for a long time, and I can tell you something everybody is learning. No one will work harder for the people of the Empire State. Every county, every community. She is a governor for all of us. And by the way, isn't it about time that the state that gave birth to the women's suffrage movement, the state that has always been at the forefront of progress and reform, isn't it about time we elect a woman as our governor? You know, it's been 22 years since I stood before this convention, receiving your votes to endorse my candidacy for the Senate. New York took a chance on me back then, and I'll never forget that. Now a lot has changed. A lot has changed since then. I'm a little blonder. And New York and America have been through a lot. We've all had our share of ups and downs, but I've never lost my faith in our future. You know, Robert Kennedy, whose Senate seat I was so honored to hold, reminded us we are a great country, an unselfish country, and a compassionate country. If we choose to be, if we fight to be, if we elect people who bring out the best, not the worst in us. And despite all the ugliness that we see too much of, I still believe we can be that country, that we can bring back decency to our politics, hope to our communities, defend our democracy, share broader prosperity, because you know what, Democrats, we are stronger together. So please join me in welcoming the governor of our great state, Kathy Hochul.
There's a reason they call us the Democratic Party. We love to party, right? Oh, and what a celebration this is. What a celebration of our values, our party, and great leaders like Hillary Clinton. Welcome back, Hillary Clinton. It is so great to see you and to hear your voice of reason. Thank you for that introduction. And since my very early days in local government, I've been so inspired by your strength and your tenacity and your belief in the power of government to do good. You've always inspired me. You and every single elected woman who came before me made historic moments like this possible. And I thank each and every one of you, the heart and soul of the Democratic Party, for giving me the opportunity to serve as the very first female nominee for governor. I accept your nomination, and I do so with a heart full of gratitude.
To be back here in person with so many friends.
We care about people, and we believe that government has a role to play in creating opportunity for our people. We believe in a better life for all. So our task that lies before us is to ensure that our actions meet the scope of the challenges we face, is to show the Democrats united behind a common agenda and what we can actually do for what is the greatest threat to the Republican Party? What is their biggest nightmare? A united Democratic Party. That's what they're worried about. Even on issues we don't agree, when it comes to election time, we cannot allow ourselves to be divided and never lose sight of the fact that as New York Democrats, we know where we need to go. We share the same destination. Sometimes we just differ on what road to take to get there, right? It's all right. We're all Democrats. So alongside the leaders we have, and we have incredible leaders here in the state of New York, Majority Leader of the United States Senate, Chuck Schumer, is our leader in Washington on our ticket in November. And you heard from our Lieutenant Governor, Brian Benjamin. He is a rock star. And he's trying to take on the 370,000 miles you heard about me traveling. He's trying to go for my record. But he's incredible, incredible, the passion and heart he brings to this. And talk about passion and heart. Our Attorney General, Letitia James, what a tireless fighter she is. She is amazing. We are so blessed to have her, not just here in New York, but as a national leader in fighting for justice and fighting against Donald Trumpism every place it rears its ugly head. And she has been out there for us, and I'm so proud of her. And Tom DiNapoli, who is a consummate public service, who has worked so tirelessly in the trenches, and what a great friend and ally he is. And our entire congressional delegation, they've had to take some tough votes. I sat there with them a decade ago. I'm proud of them, and I'll be there with them. And people like my great friend, who gave me a home when I had none, and that is Carolyn Maloney. I want to thank her for her support today, but always being at my side for such a long time. And our Assembly leaders, and you heard from Crystal Peoples-Stokes, Buffalo's own, but also our state's treasurer, Majority Leader Crystal Peoples-Stokes and Speaker Carl Heastie, and Andrea Stewart-Cousins in our Senate. We have Democrats up and down the ticket, and we will run as one party. And we'll fight for every single vote, every single community, every single corner of this incredibly diverse and beautiful, beautiful state. And we'll draw the lines of separation between us and far-right extremism. And we'll take on the Trump Republicans who are working overtime to destroy what makes New York, well, what makes New York, New York. And this is our best way to stand up against their cynical and destructive efforts, and that is to empower and strengthen our own party. So how do we fight against their politics and division and fear-mongering? We organize, we mobilize, and we get out the vote. It's very simple. We know how to do this, and that's how we win as one party. One party that'll lead through unity and build on our strengths instead of disagreements. One party that'll move toward a strong and equitable recovery and lift up our middle class and our most vulnerable. One party that'll continue our effective and science-based approach to beating back the pandemic. One party that'll lead the way toward creating safer communities in our neighborhoods. And through a criminal justice system that lives up to the word, all-important word, justice. And one party that'll forever end the divisiveness, the dog whistles, and a system for that is too long left behind black and brown and Asian and Native American communities. That era is over. And by accepting your nomination, I will lead this party just as I've led this state, collaboratively, honestly, in lockstep with our values. And as we leave here today, my friends, I think of Teddy Roosevelt's words that I spoke on my very first day in office. The story of the man in the arena who's marred by dust and sweat and blood, in stark contrast to the timid souls who sit on the sidelines. I said for the first time in history, a woman has entered that arena as governor. But as I look out, I see so much more because I'm not alone in that arena. I see Democrats of every race, creed, ethnicity, gender who are with me in that arena, ready to fight for the very soul of our party and our state. You are in that arena with me. I see Democrats who are enlightened, emboldened, and empowered to spread the message that New York is back and our party has never been stronger. And I see Democrats that know that destiny waits for no one, for this is our time. And New Yorkers will regain that sense of pride, invincibility, unity, and of course, our swagger. As we enter this arena together, I say we rise up. Our brothers and sisters, we rise up for our brothers and sisters in labor, and we will rise up for women, and we will rise up for working families, and we'll rise up for the LGBTQ community. We'll rise up for black, brown, Asian, and Native American communities. We'll rise up for New Yorkers from Buffalo to Brooklyn. We'll rise up for upstate and downstate. Rise up. We will rise up. We will rise up. We will rise up for one state. Rise up for one state. Yes, my friends. Yes, my friends. This is a new day for New York. Thank you. Thank you. And may God bless all of you. And God bless America. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so from one governor to the next, that was Governor Kathy Hochul at the Democratic Convention out in New York today. Governor Newsom also speaking out in California, but mostly just focusing on COVID-19. We had Fox 11's Phil Schuman, who was there at the press conference today, asking some pretty hard-hitting questions, per usual. Phil, what did the governor have to say about what comes next for California when it comes to what he's saying could be an endemic?
Right. He's saying that what we need to do is learn to live with COVID. It's no longer a factor of defeating COVID. He said that what we're trying to do is learn from the past couple of years and be smarter in our approach. In fact, he revealed this new acronym, SMARTER. S is for shots, M is for masks, still recommended, and they're stockpiling them in warehouses like one behind me should they be needed. Awareness about new variants. R for readiness. He talked about a new assessment and action team should a COVID spike in a particular geographic area to put resources on that right away. T for testing, to continue testing. E for education, keeping schools open, increasing the vaccination rate among students. And then R is for RX, continuing to improve treatment. So it's a lot of information, and I asked the governor about that this afternoon. You gave us a lot of information here.
Forgive me.
Is it possible you could highlight what you feel is the most important thing for people to know out of that acronym?
I think what I want to know is we have your back. We've learned a lot. We're not approaching things the way we approached it last year, certainly not 2 years ago. We are moving past the crisis phase into a phase where we will work to live with this virus, and we will maintain a readiness posture and stay on top of the nature of change that is so self-evident with this pandemic and disease.
So Daytona, what the governor talked about was essentially being more proactive, being better prepared and less reactive. And they feel that this smarter plan, if you will, could be a model for other states. You know, California, more than any other state, has more deaths than any other state, more than 83,000. However, if you look at it, the death rate per 100,000 population, which is how the medical field and epidemiologists analyze these things, California is in like the lower third in terms of the death rate per 100,000. And Governor Newsom and his team say that they've saved countless tens of thousands of lives by their approach. Now, others criticize the governor in the past for being way too strict on shutting down businesses, on the mask mandate. But he says that his approach has been proven to be a successful one, even though we've suffered terrible losses.
Well, there's a lot of people who are kind of wondering about the timing of all of this, because it seems like one governor, one mayor after the next, in specifically blue states that are now pulling back on these mandates and these restrictions and saying it's kind of interesting timing on that. Did the governor have anything to say about that?
Well, just yesterday, California's indoor mask mandate went away. So that's no longer in effect. However, as we've been reporting, counties have the ability to impose stricter rules. And so the indoor mask mandate remains in Los Angeles County. We happen to be in San Bernardino County in Fontana, where this huge warehouse is located behind me, which is stockpiled floor to ceiling with PPEs, masks, sanitizers, gloves, shields, gowns, those kinds of things. And so the governor and his medical advisors have felt that their approach has been warranted by the transmission rates. The test positivity rate is still over 5%. They'd like to see that significantly lower. But yeah, other states have been looser in their COVID masking and restrictions.
And what about the schools? What's the latest on the schools as well? Because that has been very controversial nationwide.
Right.
What's going on from county to county? Because I know it's a little different.
Well, the statewide indoor, it's difficult to keep track of all of these things.
Yeah, I know.
And imagine how people at home feel. You know, we're in the news business. We do this all day, and it's still difficult to keep track. But the statewide school mask mandate continues indoors. Los Angeles Unified School District, which is the second largest in the country after New York City with more than 600,000 students, they still have an indoor and outdoor mask mandate, which the new superintendent, Alberto Carvalho, who just started last week after 14 years in Miami, has said he's going to review at the end of this week. So there's lots of different layers. I mean, there's the school district, there's individual cities, there's the county health departments, there's the state, and this is true no matter where you are. And what's been challenging and what they talked about today at this press conference is that all of these mixed messages are tough for people, that there should be unified messaging, and they're going to try to work on that going forward. But the bottom line is that the California student indoor mask mandate continues, and the outdoor mask mandate continues in Los Angeles County, which is frustrating for so many parents and students because, you know, as the story that we did here with you 2 weeks ago plus at the Rams 49ers game, which was in Los Angeles County, which was outdoors with a mask mandate. Nobody had them on. And then I'm sure everybody watched the Super Bowl on Sunday with the Rams' dramatic victory over the Bengals. Again, Los Angeles County, SoFi Stadium, Inglewood, California, outdoor mask mandate. Nobody had them on. So why parents are saying, does my child have to wear a mask indoors and outdoors when adults who are more at risk, theoretically, don't? And it's this mixed messaging and lack of enforcement, not just here in Southern California, but really in so many places, that has people frustrated.
Yep. There's a lot of questions right now still, and people are just I think ready for a sense of normalcy. So the idea of an endemic sounds pretty nice right about now. So we'll be checking back in with you, I'm sure. As we all know in this business, things can change from day to day. So got to keep track of it. Fox 11's Phil Schuman. Thank you so much.
Okay.
And we were actually talking about the Super Bowl right there, but this is the story that now is going viral. Stafford on a float for the LA Rams parade. They were excited. They were celebrating, some of them drinking. And unfortunately, a photographer falling off of the float itself, that photographer being sent to the hospital. Now the Rams and the Stafford family picking up the bills. Here's the latest from Fox 11.
It's hard to look at. NFL photographer Kelly Smiley on the right moves over to catch a shot of Matthew and Kelly Stafford when she falls off the stage. That very large stage many of you saw Wednesday. Some are critical that the Rams quarterback wasn't running to her rescue.
His reaction is quite cold.
But to others, would you try to help?
No, sir.
Stafford's wife Kelly shows alarm, and moments later Smiley is off to the hospital, and then later on Instagram's story confirms she fractured her spine, and then shows off her new brace and says she's feeling okay, staying the night in the trauma center. Thank you everyone for reaching out, she says. That was Wednesday after the parade.
It's pretty clear he wasn't in the right state of mind.
That's ESPN Radio's Arash Markazi. Was Stafford oblivious or unaware of the seriousness of the injury to photographer Smiley? He showed some reaction in the face, says Arash Markazi, but that hasn't been specifically addressed by the quarterback, his wife, the Rams, or the NFL. But Arash says
he was drinking out of a bottle of Don Julio 1942 from the stage. And so, but I think it's fair to say most people would have reacted the way Kelly Stafford did when you see someone fall.
To Markazi's point, at Big Wang's, a Rams bar in North Hollywood, we got this reaction.
I would have immediately been like, oh my God, and tried to help. I would have been shocked.
She also, though, liked the statement issued by the Rams, Matthew, and Kelly Stafford on this day after. It reads, "We have been in communication with Kelly Smiley since yesterday's incident, and we are sorry for what happened. As we told Kelly, we will be covering all of her hospital bills and replacing her cameras. We wish her a speedy recovery."
There you have it, the latest on all of that. And I think she has a GoFundMe that's hitting over $40,000 at this point, too. So she is fully covered on that front. Well, we showed you what Governor Newsom was up to. Here's what Mayor Eric Garcetti was doing in Los Angeles.
There you go. We're exclusively with LA Mayor Eric Garcetti as he checks out the oysters and mussels at Altasea at the Port of Los Angeles. His tour guides, Altasea's President and CEO Terry Tamminen, and Bill Allen, President and CEO of LA's Economic Development Corporation.
Altasea is the leading destination for the blue economy.
The blue economy is the ocean economy. It is our relationship with the ocean, whether it is shipping, whether it is transportation, recreation.
Altasea is a leader in underwater research, including turning waves into energy and turning seaweed and kelp into fuel and food. The hope here is that some of this will become the food of the future, and they want some government help to make that a reality. The Department of Commerce recently allocated $1 billion for the Build Back Better Regional Challenge. This project is one of 60 finalists competing for $100 million grants.
It's a huge opportunity.
This rendering shows what Altasea could build with that money, a world-class research facility. Garcetti says he personally pitched U.S. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo.
What's your pitch to the Biden administration on this front?
Well, give us the money. There's gold in them there waves.
We also discussed the mayor's recent speech at the Rams victory parade and rally.
Who City?
I felt like an 8-year-old kid.
Declare Los Angeles Rams Day in L.A. Whose house?
It felt like we were turning the page on the last 2 years.
Pictures of Garcetti at SoFi Stadium without a mask at the NFC Championship and Super Bowl led to lots of criticism online. Do you think that you made a mistake? Did you learn any sort of lessons from the way that all went down? And do you understand why so many people were so frustrated?
I was abiding by the county regulations. For instance, at the Super Bowl, I abided the whole time. You're allowed to eat and drink with the mask off. And I always gave people my face for a picture because that's what they asked for. I think that there's real news out there, and this isn't a real story. My advice is, if you're mayor, don't take the mask off for the picture.
In July 2021, President Biden nominated Garcetti to be the next U.S. ambassador to India, but the full U.S. Senate still has not confirmed him. It's February 2022. You're still here.
Yes.
Is that frustrating?
It wasn't. I love my job. Every single
Come on,
day
really?
I had, I'll take these lessons to India.
Garcetti says he likely will not leave for India until at least April.
The day that I leave, I will know that for 20 years, I gave everything I had to the city I love.
So again, Mayor Eric Garcetti alongside Fox 11's Alex Michelson there as he had that great one-on-one with him. Also awaiting a live event this evening out at Stanford in California as former Vice President Mike Pence is supposed to be speaking here anytime. So we're going to keep this shot up for you. Take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back. So once again, a live look from the podium there. If the former vice president steps up, we will be taking that live. Until then, though, floor remarks from Senator Mitch McConnell a little bit earlier today.
Called for defunding our police department. This far-left Black Lives Matter activist and defund the police cheerleader walked into a Jewish Democrats campaign headquarters and opened fire. Obviously, every aspect of this is still under investigation, including the suspect's mental condition. But guess what? He's already been let out of jail. Already let out of jail. A left-wing bail fund partnered with BLM Louisville to bail him out. Less than 48 hours after this activist tried to literally murder a politician, the radical left bailed their comrade out of jail. This is just jaw-dropping. The innocent people of Louisville deserve better. Since 2020, a long list of prominent corporations have donated or pledged enormous amounts of money to the radical nationwide BLM parent organization. One wonders if any of their corporate money helped spring this would-be assassin from jail. Now, I'm confident that if activists claiming to be conservative tried to assassinate a politician, whatever his mental state, the media would open a 24/7 national conversation about rhetoric on the right. Somehow, I doubt attempted murder by a BLM activist will get that same treatment. I doubt we'll have a national conversation about the constant chorus of powerful voices calling our society evil. I raise this double standard because it's not limited to media coverage. We've seen this extend into our legal system itself. In May of 2020, when Minneapolis was engulfed in lawless riots, one rioter broke into a pawn shop and started a fire that burned it down. His act of arson actually killed somebody. But the federal attorneys who were supposed to represent the victim and the people went out of their way to push for an unusually lenient sentence. They asked for the typical sentencing guideline to be cut in half. Why? Well, because they wrote the defendant was an angry political protester who simply lost his cool. They wrote, quote, "As anyone watching the news worldwide knows, many other people in Minnesota were similarly caught up," end quote. As if that were an excuse. This is the sentencing memo from the prosecutors. It reads like it was ghostwritten by the defense. They even tried to quote Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to explain why this guy burned down a pawn shop. What a backward attitude. We cannot have federal officials acting like left-wing political violence is more acceptable than any other violence. If anything, political violence is uniquely unacceptable in a democratic republic. Now, I placed a hold on President Biden's nominee to take over as U.S. Attorney in Minnesota until he pledged he'd keep political favoritism out of his prosecutions. Fortunately, he quickly said so in writing. He also knows Republicans will be watching. The American people need public servants to crack down on crime and defend their safety. Crack down on crime and defend their safety. Less pandering to woke mobs, more protecting innocent families. Now, on an entirely different matter, Washington Democrats' inflation is slamming consumers with the highest prices in 40 years. One of the toughest blows has been the soaring cost of a trip to the gas pump. A gallon of regular costs a full $1 more today than it did a year ago. So after triggering an historic run of inflation and hammering American producers with anti-energy policies designed to restrict supply, our Democratic colleagues are suddenly talking about gas prices. And there's a bold, creative plan, temporarily suspending the gas tax to the tune of 18 cents. Oh, and excluding diesel. A slap in the face to truckers and a further burden on the supply chain. Oh, and just to make the political games transparent, they want this to expire right after the midterms, as soon as the next Congress is sworn in. Democrats want to blow a $20 billion hole in highway funding so they can try to mask the effects of their own liberal policies on working Americans. They've spent the entire year waging a holy war on affordable American energy, and now they want to use a pile of taxpayers' money to literally hide the consequences. As the senior senator from West Virginia has pointed out, people want their bridges and their roads, and we have an infrastructure bill we passed this summer, and they want to take all that away? It just doesn't make sense. He added, this half-baked proposal doesn't make any more sense than the president's pointless decision to take oil out of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve last year. President Clinton's Treasury Secretary Larry Summers called this stunt short-sighted, ineffective, goofy, and gimmicky. That's the Secretary of the Treasury in the Bill Clinton administration about this idea. Back in 2008, then candidate Obama himself said this, We're arguing over a gimmick that would save you half a tank of gas over the course of the entire summer so that everyone in Washington can pat themselves on the back and say they did something. Well, let me tell you, this isn't an idea designed to get you through the summer. It's designed to get them through an election. That's Barack Obama in 2008, and he was right. Look, if Democrats actually want to help the American people fill their tanks, they wouldn't have been attacking American energy every way possible for the entire year. President Biden made killing the Keystone XL pipeline his day one priority. Democrats voted in lockstep to endorse President Biden's ban on new energy exploration on federal lands. At every turn, in every way, Democrats have made it harder to produce affordable and reliable American energy. Take any form of energy, and if the people in San Francisco don't find it fashionable, the Biden administration has gone after it. 3 years ago, under Republican policies, the United States became a net exporter of oil for the first time in more than 70 years. From a sheer mathematical perspective, for the very first time since World War II, we were producing all that we needed and then some. Alas, a very different philosophy now controls Washington. In President Biden's first year, our own oil imports from Russia hit a new all-time high. But as we speak, events in Eastern Europe are reminding the entire world that energy abundance is not just about families' pocketbooks. There's a colossal strategic cost when our nation and our allies become economically dependent on countries who don't like us very much. Some of our European allies have spent many years voluntarily winding down reliable sources like nuclear and coal and refusing to tap into their own considerable natural gas reserves via fracking. Instead, they gambled on less reliable sources, outsourced their perceived dirty work to places like Russia. Western European elites decided they wanted their energy production out of sight and out of mind. And Putin was all too happy to oblige them. Even after Russia invaded Georgia in 2008 and Ukraine in 2014, Germany willingly signed up for Putin's Nord Stream 2 pipeline. It would negate Ukraine's own pipelines and deny the money and leverage that Ukraine needs to keep Russia at bay. But Germany backed it. Meanwhile, Berlin put off building liquid natural gas terminals, instead choosing to rely on Russian gas and refusing to diversify its import options. I'm hopeful the latest indications that Germany is reconsidering this will prove to be accurate. The Biden administration has scrambled to connect our at-risk allies with some energy resources from everywhere else. But it should not have taken this latest Kremlin misbehavior to remind the West that self-sufficiency actually matters. It matters. And Democrats have still not flinched in their broader war against our own U.S. production. Glitzy summits in Paris, finger-wagging climate rhetoric are one way to approach energy policy. Actually exploring and developing abundant, affordable, and reliable domestic energy is another approach, and that's the approach that will actually work.
Okay, so that was Senator McConnell from a little bit earlier today. And as we said, we are teasing towards the former vice president to be speaking at Stanford University here, everyone taking their seats. We believe it should be starting any time. When it does, we'll take you out to it live here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a quick break, though. When we come back, we have more on 19 police officers out in Austin, Texas, indicted. One of the largest indictments for a police department nationwide here. We'll have a live report and we'll have that full press conference for you coming up. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. A little after 8 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, 10 o'clock out on the East Coast. We want to head into our next story, which takes us to Austin, Texas. 19 Austin police officers indicted following those protests back in May of 2020. I want to bring in Fox 7's Carissa Lemkel. Carissa, what are we learning about this today? A massive indictment for lots of police officers and could be growing.
Yes, Daytona. Today we heard from the police union, we heard from the Travis County District Attorney's Office, and we heard from the APD chief. They all spoke on these indictments, and this all goes back to events that took place almost 2 years ago.
Good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Chacon. I'm the chief of police.
Thursday, 3 different press conferences were held as official indictments of 19 APD officers were expected at any time. These are related to police use of less lethal weapons during the May 2020 George Floyd protests.
We do anticipate that multiple indictments will be forthcoming in the days ahead.
Travis County District Attorney Jose Garza called the facts his office presented to the grand jury disturbing.
We believe many protesters injured by law enforcement officers during the protest were innocent bystanders. Some will never fully recover.
Shortly after, APD Chief Joseph Chacon addressed the DA's statements, surrounded by his executive and command staff.
I am not aware of any conduct that, given the circumstances that the officers were working under, would rise to the level of a criminal violation by these officers.
Saying officers were prepared for hundreds, not thousands, forced to make split-second decisions. Some ultimately fired beanbag munitions, severely injuring multiple people. One person ended up in a coma.
The weapons provided to our officers did not perform in all instances in the manner anticipated. APD recognized this and now prohibits the use of less lethal munitions in crowd control situations.
That's been one of the claims made, that perhaps the munitions were stored improperly and therefore defective. An expert we spoke to said that is plausible, but there are a number of factors at play.
They could have a maximum as far as time that they're actually stored. They could have a maximum as to the temperature. And it is even possible that the humidity could play a role.
Hours earlier, the Austin Police Association was joined by CLEAT, the largest police union in the state, trying to get ahead of the anticipated indictments.
Welcome new officers to Austin, Texas, where you can get indicted for doing what you're told to do with the equipment provided.
They implied that the timing was political, with early voting underway in the March primaries.
It's an absolute disgrace and sickens me that DA Garza is using working officers as pawns in a political game of chess. It is time to put that nonsense to bed. The information that our office presents to the grand jury in all cases is complete and balanced.
Now, under state law, the identities of those officers can't be disclosed by the DA until they are booked. Daytona.
And Carissa, we're hearing that there's a couple of settlements with some of those protesters that have happened today in the city.
Yeah, a lot happening today. The city also settled just today 2 lawsuits with protesters that filed those lawsuits over serious injuries they received. The settlements totaling $10 million. One of those is going to the person we told you about who was in a coma and then suffered a serious brain injury because of that. Sending it back to you.
All right, Fox 7's Carissa Lemkel, thank you so much. We appreciate your reporting. And we're going to keep it moving here. As we reported a little bit earlier today, Phoenix police releasing body camera footage of a police ambush. There was a shooting ambush on Friday of last week, and we brought it to you here on Live Now from Fox. This, though, new video, it's really difficult to watch, so viewer discretion is advised.
Come on. Suck out all blood. Come on, bro. Come on.
Who's all in the house?
Huh?
Who's all in the house?
It's me.
Who's you?
I've been shot. 999.
So once again, Phoenix police releasing that video today, and they're actually reacting to it. Our Fox 10 Phoenix team speaking with the police department, and stick with us. We'll have a live report on that coming up at the top of the hour. But from earlier today, we are hearing more about the injuries sustained by some of those officers from that gunfire. That suspect ended up shooting himself. But here's more from Fox 10.
Of the 5 Phoenix police officers who were shot in the line of duty, 4 have since been released and only 1 remains hospitalized, but he's expected to be released later this week. Meanwhile, we're learning more about the gunman who exchanged gunfire with police. According to the medical examiner, he turned the gun on himself.
At the end of the day, though, we're fortunate, blessed that our officers will recover.
Phoenix Police Chief Jerry Williams says she's visited with all 5 of her officers while they were in the hospital. She says their experience ranges from 2 to 20 years on the force, and their bullet wounds vary.
Some legs, some toes, some shoulders, all different kind of injuries. But, you know, we talk a lot about how trauma impacts people. So we're making sure that they get the mental health services, the physical services, so that when they're ready to come back, they can.
The ambush and crossfire caught on several of the officers' body-worn cameras. She says the first officer on scene was ambushed and shot several times and has only been with the department for 3 years.
He and I and his father had a great conversation earlier today. We're all thankful that he's still going to be here.
Police say the gunman, Morris Jones III, killed his ex-girlfriend and mother of his baby daughter before police got to the house. An attorney who once represented 29-year-old Shatifa Lobley says she leaves behind 2 daughters.
She was very nice, very affable. She was a great mother. I want people to know about victims of domestic violence all over this country, all over this world, is that it is not their fault, and that the violence that they experience certainly isn't anything that they bring upon themselves.
Now, police say they have a lot of footage of this incident from the officers' body-worn cameras. However, the videos aren't expected to be released to the public for another 2 weeks. Also, police have not yet released the names of the 9 officers who were hurt. I'm Nicole Garcia, Fox 10 News.
So as we said, we'll have a live report here in the next 45 minutes talking about the reaction of the police department to that body camera footage that was released, but just gives you a really good idea of what police officers are facing out and about on the streets. Well, we are going to continue to keep popping into this shot. We are hoping the former vice president, Mike Pence, will be stepping up at Stanford University. Everyone is officially in their seats. Lots of students looked like they were filing in here. So any minute we should be hearing from him. So stick with us here on Live Now from Fox as we stay with this and go into some of the other top stories of the day. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
SCR will never back down from any of these challenges, and even in the blue-haired face of opposition, we will always fight for what is right and ensure that conservative voices are heard at Stanford, because America can be saved from the woke left. We'd like to thank the many supporters of the Stanford College Republicans. A special thanks to Young America's Foundation and their Ken and Janice Schengold Advancing Freedom Lecture Series, as well as the many Stanford offices, including the Office of Student Engagement, for collaborating with us on the success of this event. I had the pleasure of meeting the Vice President my freshman year at Stanford. As a small-town girl from rural New Mexico, speaking with Vice President Pence led me to realize that we must fight for the values of faith, freedom, and family as adamantly as he does, even in unpopular settings. To tell you a bit more about our speaker tonight, Vice President Michael R. Pence was born in Columbus, Indiana on June 7, 1959, one of 6 children born to Edward and Nancy Pence. After his grandfather immigrated to the United States when he was 17, his family settled in the Midwest. The future Vice President watched his mom and dad build everything that matters in their small Indiana town: their family, a small business, and their good name, teaching their children the importance of hard work, faith, and family. Vice President Pence set off for Hanover College, earning his bachelor's degree in history in 1981. While there, he renewed his Christian faith, which remains the driving force in his life. He later attended Indiana University School of Law and met the love of his life, Second Lady Karen Pence. After graduating, Vice President Pence practiced law, led the Indiana Policy Review Foundation, and began hosting The Mike Pence Show, a syndicated talk radio show and a weekly television public affairs program. Along the way, he became the proud father to 3 children: Michael, a captain in the Marine Corps; Charlotte, a renowned author; and Audrey, a law clerk for a federal judge. Growing up in Indiana, surrounded by good, hardworking Hoosiers, Vice President Pence always knew that he needed to give back to the state and the country that had given him so much. In 2000, he was elected to Congress at the age of 40. On Capitol Hill, he established himself as a champion of limited government, fiscal responsibility, economic development, educational opportunity, and the U.S. Constitution. His colleagues quickly recognized his leadership ability and unanimously elected him to serve as chairman of the House Republican Study Committee and House Republican Conference chairman. In this role, the vice president helped make government smaller and more effective, reduce spending, and return power to state and local governments. In 2013, Vice President Pence left the nation's capital when Hoosiers elected him the 50th governor of Indiana. He brought the same limited government and low tax philosophy to the Indiana State House. During his term, the state's unemployment rate fell by half, and more Hoosiers were working than at any point in the state's 200-year history. It was Indiana's success story, Vice President Pence's record of legislative and executive experience, and his strong family values that prompted Donald Trump to select him as his running mate in July 2016. In the 4 years of the White House, Vice President Pence was part of every policy success of the Trump-Pence administration: jump-starting the economy, putting more people back to work than ever before, securing the border, cutting regulations, strengthening our defense, taking care of our veterans, making America stand tall on the world stage. And that's just to name a few of the accomplishments. In 2021, Vice President Mike Pence became the Young America's Foundation Ronald Reagan Presidential Scholar and is also a distinguished visiting fellow at the Heritage Foundation. Before the Vice President takes the stage, please enjoy this short video prepared by his team.
President Biden signed that executive order canceling the Keystone XL pipeline and 11,000 jobs with it.
I mean, it's hard to make plans when you've got an administration that's trying to crush your future.
Cartels are getting full operational control of our border.
President Biden undid everything that the Trump administration did.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe.
There's no other way to claim it than a Biden border crisis.
Violent crime is way up and claiming victims here in Los Angeles at a rate we haven't seen in decades.
50 people shot over the weekend in Chicago, 12 of them killed, making this the deadliest weekend so far.
gunshot victims in the city are up nearly 250%.
Drivers will see higher gas prices than we've seen in years.
So inflation is on the rise, and voters are blaming Biden.
It is the faith of the American people that has sustained us through every dark hour of this nation's history. And it is the faith of the American people that will sustain us through these days.
The radical left believes that the federal government must be involved in every aspect of our lives. They believe the federal government needs to dictate how Americans live, how we should work, how we should raise our children, and in the process deprive our people of freedom, prosperity, and security. Their agenda is based on government control. Our agenda is based on freedom.
And to celebrate freedom means many things. To celebrate freedom means building an economy where every American of every walk of life can live the American dream.
We passed the largest tax cut and reform in American history. We rolled back more federal red tape than any administration ever had. We unleashed American energy and fought for free and fair trade. And in our first 3 years, businesses large and small created more than 7 million good-paying jobs, including 500,000 manufacturing jobs all across America. And in the face of the worst pandemic in 100 years, we launched the greatest national mobilization since World War II. And before the year was out, we had 3 safe and effective vaccines available for the American people, and we're vaccinating 1 million people a day.
To celebrate freedom also means standing up for and standing with those who defend our freedom at home and abroad.
And we've stood with our allies and moved the American embassy to Jerusalem.
We've restored the arsenal of democracy and enacted the largest increases in our national defense since the days of Ronald Reagan. The armed forces of the United States are the greatest force for good the world has ever known. Finally, celebrating freedom means standing up for the values and liberties that we hold dear.
We appointed almost 300 conservatives to our federal courts at every level, including Justice Neil Gorsuch, Justice Brett Kavanaugh, and Justice Amy Coney Barrett. From day one, we defended religious liberty, and every single day, this president, this vice president, and our administration stood without apology for the sanctity of human life.
We don't have to accept a future of socialist decline and moral decay. What we proved in the last 4 years is we can be a nation built on freedom, whose government exists to serve its citizens, not the other way around. We remember the countless triumphs we've won, even in our darkest hours. Victories against empires, against injustice, against diabolical tyrannies across the world. During these times, we do well to remember that the foundation of America is freedom. But the foundation of freedom is faith.
Let's fix our eyes on the author and perfecter of our faith and our freedom. And never forget that where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. That means freedom always wins.
We are truly honored to have him on campus tonight. Please help me welcome back to Stanford University the 48th President of the United States, Mike Pence.
Taking care of business. We've been taking care of business. We've been taking care of business and working overtime.
Well, hello, Stanford. I want to say can you give Sarah a round of applause for that wonderful introduction? Thank you, Sarah. Sarah and I have gotten to know each other a little bit this evening, and she knows the introduction I prefer is just a little bit shorter. Yeah. I love Stanford. Now, the introduction I prefer is just a little bit shorter. I'm a Christian, a conservative, and a Republican in that order. And it's my honor to be with all of you tonight here at Stanford. It really is. I want to thank you all for coming out to the Ken and Janice Schengold Advancing Freedom Lecture Series. I just spoke to Janice yesterday. She is a remarkable patriot, and we're grateful for her sponsorship of this. I'm also grateful for Young America's Foundation, that I've been traveling around the country to campuses speaking to young people just like all of you. Young America's Foundation for 50 years has been taking the cause of freedom and conservative values to campuses around the country. But most especially tonight, I want to thank the Stanford College Republicans. Members are with us tonight. And I understand it took a little bit of doing to get me on the campus, but I got to tell you, the stand that you took for freedom of speech on the campus of Stanford inspired people around the country. So let's hear it again for the Stanford College Republicans. We're proud of you. You know, Benjamin Franklin famously said that our founding fathers created, in his words, a republic, if you can keep it. And conservatives know that we can keep our republic. And with your help and your passion, we will keep the torch of life and liberty burning bright for this generation and every generation that'll follow. Before I go, let me share with you a little bit of my story. You know, I started out in politics as a Democrat. I was the Youth Democrat Party coordinator in Bartholomew County, Indiana, in 1976. Kind of a community organizer, if the truth be told. But over my high school years, I began to study the Constitution of the United States. I went to a small college. I studied the American founding. It was also a time that I made a personal decision to put my faith in Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. And I must tell you that was a time in my life when my politics and my thinking about America began to shift. And much of that thinking was impacted by the voice and the values and the optimism of the 40th President of the United States, Ronald Reagan. You know, when I heard Reagan's vision for this country, for a strong national defense, for limited government, for traditional values, it echoed out of everything that I'd ever heard from my father, who was a combat veteran, from my grandfather, who immigrated to this country from Ireland. I signed up for the Reagan Revolution and have never looked back. You know, my career would take me into talk radio. I actually hosted a talk radio show on 20 radio stations around the state of Indiana for about 7 years. I was kind of Rush Limbaugh on decaf. It's true. Eventually, I had the opportunity, as Sarah told you, to represent my hometown in the Congress of the United States. And then I had the privilege of serving as governor of the great state of Indiana. And you can imagine how deeply humbling it was for me the day I raised my right hand to serve as the 48th Vice President of the United States. And I want to thank you all for the privilege of serving as your Vice President. It was the greatest honor of my life. But on a very personal level, the highest title I will ever hold is spelled DAD. I'm the proud father of 3 people in your generation. My son is a captain in the United States Marine Corps. My daughter is a writer for the Daily Wire and a published author. And our youngest daughter, Audrey, graduated from Yale Law School and is practicing law. Now, all my kids are off the payroll. They're married. And most importantly, our son and our incredible daughter-in-law delivered for us our very first grandchild. And I can report to you that she was an avocado for Halloween. And it was a very, very big day for our family. So to know the Pences is to know a family. That's what we're all about. It really is. You know, President Ronald Reagan was one of a kind. He's universally admired today, but I can tell you that wasn't always the case. Before he was the great communicator, Ronald Reagan was the great disruptor. He was a conservative outsider who vigorously opposed the moderate Republican establishment of his day. Ronald Reagan's victory in 1980 breathed new life into our party. It changed the course of our nation and the world. I think today we actually find ourselves in a very similar time. President Donald Trump was one of a kind. Like his predecessor, he too disrupted the status quo. He challenged the establishment, and today, like then, there's no turning back. And under the Trump-Pence administration, we achieved things that conservatives had only been talking about for more than 40 years in the history of this movement. And we did it all not by backing down. We did it by standing strong and not apologizing for our values. And freedom was the anthem of our administration every single day. In 4 short years, I'm proud to report, we rebuilt our military. We restored the arsenal of democracy, and we finally started giving our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Coast Guard, and Space Force the resources they need to defend this nation. We revived the economy. We created 7 million good-paying jobs. We cut taxes across the board for working families and businesses. We rolled back more regulation than any administration in history. And we became a net exporter of energy for the first time in 70 years. In addition to that, we held China accountable after years of trade abuses. And we brought jobs back to the USA. We reduced illegal immigration at our southern border by 90%. And the armed forces of the United States crushed the ISIS caliphate, and Qasem Soleimani is gone. Americans were safer and more prosperous in the wake of our administration. But beyond all of that, we also confirmed nearly 300 judges to our federal courts at every level, and they're all men and women who are committed to the God-given liberties enshrined in our Constitution. And that included 3 Supreme Court justices: Justice Neil Gorsuch, Justice Brett Kavanaugh, and Justice Amy Coney Barrett. And I couldn't be more proud. I couldn't be more proud to have been vice president in the most pro-life administration in American history. We stood for the sanctity of life every day. In 48 months, our administration achieved the lowest unemployment, the highest household income, the most energy production, the most trade deals, the most secure border, and the strongest military ever. But how times have changed. In 1 year, the Biden-Harris administration has unleashed a tidal wave of left-wing policies that threaten to wipe out the progress that we made. You know, frankly, Democrats have moved so fast, sometimes I feel like the left hand doesn't know what the far left hand is doing. But honestly, it's heartbreaking to see. For all the progress that we made, as we stand here today, now we have the worst border crisis in American history. People are suffering on both sides of the border. Inflation is at a 40-year high. Grocery stores are struggling to keep their shelves filled. And you know, one of the advantages of not being vice president anymore is I get to drive my own car. One of the disadvantages is I get to pay for my own gas. Gasoline prices are up 50% in the state of Indiana. Massive tax increases are being talked about in Washington, D.C., and for those of you with darker hair than mine, I got to tell you, your generation is being saddled with trillions of dollars in debt. Incredible. And overseas, history teaches that weakness arouses evil. And quite frankly, President Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan has only emboldened our adversaries. As we stand here tonight, the world awaits. Russian tanks and 130,000 soldiers are arrayed on the border of Ukraine. Iran is accelerating its nuclear program. China continues to tie international cooperation to demands that the world look the other way on human rights, on Taiwan, Hong Kong, and their aggressive military maneuvers. It's truly astonishing. We showed the world that we can achieve peace and stability, but it begins with American strength. And here at home, times have been just as challenging. The American people have seen their freedoms eroded during this pandemic. After promising to shut down the virus, President Biden has instead supported a rolling shutdown of American liberties. After promising not to mandate the vaccine, President Biden tried to mandate vaccines for 90 million Americans. But I'm proud to say that that new conservative majority on the Supreme Court of the United States struck that vaccine mandate down. Now look, I'm proud of the vaccines. I led the White House Coronavirus Task Force. I believe Operation Warp Speed was a medical miracle. We developed 3 safe and effective vaccines in 9 months when experts usually take years to develop those medicines. And I've gotten the vaccine myself, got the booster myself, but I got to tell you what, in a free society, that's a choice every American should be able to make for themselves and their family. And of course, we see the heartbreak. After the last several years where leading Democrats were calling to defund the police, we saw a 30% spike in homicides in 2020. And murders have actually even increased higher during President Biden's first year in office. We don't need to defund the police. We need to defend the police and all of the families and communities that they protect and serve. Men and women who serve in law enforcement are heroes all, and they deserve the respect of every American every single day. But perhaps one of the most troubling developments of the past year has been the Biden administration's wholehearted embrace of the woke left's all-encompassing assault on culture and values. I hardly have to tell conservatives or Stanford College Republicans or any conservatives on campuses in America about the assault on free speech. I was proud that our administration actually issued an executive order that said that every campus in America will respect the freedom of speech or you will not receive federal aid to your campus. But under the Biden administration, cancel culture is the order of the day. Patriotic education has been replaced with political indoctrination. They abolished our 1776 Commission and have authorized the teaching of critical race theory in our schools. Instead of teaching our kids to be proud of their country, critical race theory teaches children as young as kindergarten to be ashamed of their skin color. Let me be clear on this point. Critical race theory is nothing less than state-sanctioned racism, and it should be rejected by every school in every state in America. The good news is parents are starting to take our schools back, even here in California. Last year, Republicans won the governorship in the blue state of Virginia, largely on the issue of education freedom. And I got to tell you, I had to read it twice. This week in San Francisco. Parents recalled 3 woke school board members who cared more about renaming schools than reopening them. Wow. You know, those results, I got to tell you, those results are sending shockwaves all across the country. I mean, Democrats who've supported cancel culture and school closures are starting to wake up. Truth is, many on the woke left have been spending years trying to agitate for a culture war. It looks like they might just get one. And they're going to lose it. You know, as the Democrats work to advance a big government socialist agenda, I came here to say to each and every one of you, we cannot have a growing economy. We cannot have safe streets and better schools or stronger families by putting more government on top. The antidote is freedom. And so it falls to your generation to stand on the ramparts of freedom, just as many of you have here on this campus to put tonight together. Stand up and be counted on behalf of liberty. In a word, you need to be the freedom generation. And I know you will. But to do that, you need to prepare your minds for action, because these are very serious times. You know, Ronald Reagan said once famously that freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. And I have to tell you, when I see the developments in the public debate today, the hostility to conservative thought and traditional values, those words ring more true than ever before. So I want you to do a couple of things. First, wrap your mind and your heart around the founding documents of this country. The Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States are the greatest charters of freedom in human history, and they deserve your attention. I think every American should reflect on the words of the preamble of the Constitution. It's kind of our to-do list, truthfully, as Americans. But our government was created to establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty for ourselves and our posterity. See, that's what our work is. First off, the first object of the national government is to provide for the common defense. I mean, we need your generation to understand peace comes through strength. That border security is national security. And we need each and every one of you, incredibly accomplished men and women who've made your way here to this storied institution of Stanford. We need you all to be willing to think about, reflect on, and maybe be willing to put on the uniform of the United States of America for a time. To promote the general welfare doesn't require growing government. It also means understanding where the general welfare arrives from in a free society. It doesn't come from government. It comes from free enterprise, free markets, prosperity that's created the greatest wealth in the history of the world in this country. Derives from our economic system. So promoting freedom and free enterprise is also about promoting the general welfare. Also standing for trade that is free and fair and puts American jobs and American workers first. And also promoting the general welfare means we need to keep standing up to China until they open their markets, stop stealing our intellectual property, and respect human rights. And finally, the Constitution charges us to ensure the blessings of liberty for ourselves and our posterity. We need to be committed to the ideals in the Bill of Rights. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of assembly, and the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. We need to reject cancel culture and wokeism and embrace American liberties for every American of every race and creed and color. That's our birthright. And to be the freedom generation, we also need to make sure the young Americans have a solid foundation in education. And that means building on the momentum that we see here in California and Virginia and everywhere in between. That means putting parents back in charge of where their children go to school. The time has come for us to let every parent choose where their children go to school, regardless of their income or area code. And we also need to recognize that patriotic education is essential to the survival of liberty. We need you to be the generation that cherishes our history and our heritage. It recognizes that while we were not perfect when we began and we are not perfect today, we are that nation that has ever sought to be a more perfect union. And will continue to strive toward that every day, so long as America is. This freedom generation could also be the last line of defense for the Constitution of the United States. You know, for most of our history, both political parties were committed to the ideals enshrined in the Constitution. But in woke America today, that's no longer the case. I mean, we live in a time when the radical left routinely demeans the American founding, wants to push aside the American founders. And today, progressives seek to rewrite our Constitution and erode our liberties. Democrats have actually established a commission to pack the Supreme Court. And every single day, it seems, we see new efforts to silence or cancel those who disagree with the progressive agenda. So my challenge to each one of you is let the Constitution and the Declaration be your guide. Many of you, I hope, will step forward to serve our nation, if not in uniform, maybe in public office, at the local, state, or even the federal level. You know, it's important to note that every office holder in this country takes the same oath: to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, to bear true faith and allegiance to the same. You'll take that obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. And you will pledge to well and faithfully discharge the duties of that office. So help you God. I recited that very oath standing at the inauguration on that cold day in 2017, with a hand on my Bible and a hand on Ronald Reagan's Bible. So I encourage you to be a generation that keeps your oath. It takes to heart that pledge. It really is in the heart of every American to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. And I need you to be men and women who are willing, as the good book says, to keep your oath even when it hurts. As George Washington said, so we must say, the Constitution is the guide I will never abandon. As I close, I want to challenge you. I want to challenge you to make a lifelong commitment to become men and women of integrity. You know, there's a common misperception, I think, afoot in your generation, if I can say. It's that adversity creates character. I think the way you put it is, whatever doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Well, I happen to think whatever didn't kill you just didn't kill you. Men and women, I'll tell you, adversity doesn't create character. Adversity reveals character. When the hard times come, the criticisms come, you will be in that moment the men and women you have prepared to be in every quiet moment before it. So I want to say to this freedom generation gathered here, particularly to those of you that aspire to leadership, use this time in your life to develop the qualities of the inner man and the inner woman that will make you into the leaders our nation will need and rely on in the days ahead. Study that Constitution. Grow, as the good book says, in wisdom and stature and grace before God and grace before men. You know, people follow people that they trust. So develop a vision. Draw that vision from the American founding and learn how to put it in your own words for your neighbors and your friends. And lastly, I would say, never forget that in these United States, the foundation of America is freedom, but the foundation of freedom is faith. That we are that nation that believes that our rights do not come from a sovereign. They do not come from a charter. They do not come from a book of laws. We believe that we're endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights of life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. And so I say to you with deep humility, at this time in your life, seek and you will find. And when you find Him, your life will never be the same. You know, we've been through a lot over the last 2 years. Global pandemic, civil unrest, a divisive election, a tragic day in our nation's capital, and now an administration intent on transforming America into a European-style welfare state. But I'm more convinced than ever, looking at most of the shining faces here, that this is a freedom-loving nation. And this freedom generation will lead us to heights unimaginable. That when all of you do all that you can in the time that you've been given, I know that we will preserve this last best hope of earth, and the best days for the greatest nation on earth are yet to come. Thank you all for being here. God bless you. And God bless America. Thank you. Thank you. I think we got some time for some questions. Or maybe not. No, I'm kidding. Please, go ahead.
At this time, we'll be moving to our Q&A segment. If you would like to ask a question to the Mr. Vice President, just please exit towards the back of the rows and line up with my two colleagues back here. And now for the first question.
Primarily, I want to thank the Stanford College Republicans for putting this together and giving me the opportunity to primarily meet you before this, which was quite the honor, and also getting to ask this question.
It's my honor. Thank you. What's your name?
My name is Paul Kramer.
Hey, Paul.
So I've worked quite a bit in the nonpartisanship sector. I've advised Republican, Democratic, Libertarian campaigns, and kind of the problem I've seen is just the lack of discourse, right? And you got a very affronting welcome, I guess would be a way to put it here. And kind of, what would you say? I'm the executive director of the largest youth run institute in America, right? Nonpartisan. And guess what? You've seen Republicans, Democrats, you see everybody yelling at each other. What step can all these smart Stanford students, I as a high school junior, and everybody else out there take to effectively change discourse, redefine the conversation? What can we do?
Well, thanks for the question, Paul. I appreciate it. And let me say, You know, I've often said to people, I'm a conservative, but I'm not in a bad mood about it. You know, and people who served with me in Congress knew that. Some of my very good friends in the Congress were names you might know, but be surprised by. The late John Lewis and I were very good friends. I co-led the annual pilgrimage to Selma, Alabama. I walked across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, arm in arm with John Lewis, because we were friends. We shared faith. We didn't agree on much else, but I had great respect for him. Tom Lantos was a congressman from California, the only Holocaust survivor to ever serve in the Congress of the United States. Tom was a liberal Democrat, but he and I bonded on our commitment to support the Jewish state of Israel, and he was a great man. Yeah, I will agree with you that we're living in challenging times, and it's important to remember that democracy prospers with heavy doses of civility. That we can agree to disagree, and disagree strongly, and we do. And we take our disagreements to the ballot box, and we let the people decide. But I think you put your finger on it, and I expect we'll find it again. That in America, it's important to remember that God gave us one of these and two of these. Let your voice be heard, but listen to the other side. Be respectful, even in disagreement, and we'll move our nation forward. I promise you, Paul. Hi.
Hi, how do you feel about...
What's your name?
My name is Mohammed.
Mohammed, hi.
Hi. How do you feel about former President Trump's comments that you didn't go far enough to protect the results of the election?
He didn't go what? I can't hear you.
Sorry. How do you feel about former President Trump's comments that you didn't go far enough in order to protect the results of the election?
Well, I spoke about that just a couple of weeks ago. And, I know in my heart that we did our duty that day. We have a system in America of elections that is predicated on the notion that elections are governed at the state level. This actually, if you go back and look at it, in the Constitutional Convention 1787, they debated this very significantly. There was a great deal of concern, as you can imagine, at the beginning of the country, that if they concentrated elections in the new nation's capital, that they might be subject to undue influence, particularly from foreign influence by those redcoats that we'd dealt with just a decade or so earlier. And so they said, look, we're going to push elections out to the states. And then the way we elect national leaders is that the states will have their elections. They'll certify elections in the Electoral College. And the only role of the Congress of the United States is to open and count the electoral votes. I said earlier in my debate, to me, the Constitution was quite clear on that tragic day in January. I knew what my duty was. And I kept my oath, even though it hurt. And we moved the nation forward. And I don't know if the president and I will ever see eye to eye on that. I really don't. But I will always be proud of the record that President Donald Trump and I created for the American people. And I'm determined to continue to lead our nation to freedom.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mohammed.
My name is Abdul. I'm a trombone major. I didn't know who to
What's your first name? I'm sorry.
Abdul.
Abdul, hi.
Yes. I didn't know who to ask this to, but where's the bathroom? I need to take a shit.
Abdul, it's the one I use is out this back door. It's actually very close. Hey, this is a real thing. You know, President Harry Truman said, don't ever pass up an opportunity to use the restroom. Thanks, Abdul. Amen.
Hello, Mr. Vice President. Great to have you. My name is Benjamin. I'm a freshman at Stanford. Yes.
Thank you.
And my question is, when you look at the two competing visions of America that you mentioned here, one based on like victimhood and government overreach, and one based on more on personal responsibility and and freedom and all that, would you rather have a gay son or a thought daughter?
What was the last part? I didn't get it.
Would you rather have a gay son or a daughter, Mr. Vice President?
I still didn't get it. What did you say?
Would you rather have a gay son?
I didn't get it with the mask.
All right. Hello.
That'll help.
Mr.
Thanks.
Vice President, thank you for speaking here at this campus. I hope you have been received well by the community.
I have. Thank you.
Now, my question is...
What's your name?
Jed.
Jed?
You have devoted this speech to the cancel culture of the left, but I want to ask you about Republican cancel culture, which has been coming for... You have spoken about Donald Trump and how you believe that he is a Ronald Reagan-like figure, Ronald Reagan having pushed out a bunch of the liberals, Republicans in his party in his time, such as the senator from Connecticut. The last time Republicans had a senator in Connecticut, he was pushed out. And Donald Trump, he pushed out a bunch of Republicans during his time as well, such as the senator from Arizona, Jeff Flake, one of the two losses the Republicans suffered in 2018. And right now, even in the post-Trump world, Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, many Republicans are being canceled. What say you to that?
Well, look, people in politics express their opinions on issues and on people. But in America, the people decide, right? I mean, there's a fundamental difference, seriously, guys, between settling things out in an election and you know, in either party, deciding the course and direction of a party, and what we have seen on campuses across America, online with high tech, where we've seen people literally shut out of the debate. And when I refer to cancel culture, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, I really believe in a free and open and vigorous public debate. And I believe in elections, having elections with integrity that can move forward. Let people decide. And then people will decide, whether it's in the primary or the general election, the course and direction of the party. But make no mistake about it, that we live in a time when there has been a fairly consistent effort to silence voices on the right by people in corporate America, by people in media culture, by people especially not far from here in high tech, and that must stop. America is based on freedom.
Thank you for your response. Have a great day.
Thank you. Very thoughtful.
Mr. Vice President.
Hi, what's your name?
I think you'll like it. My name is Brandon.
Nice to see you, Brandon.
So, my biggest criticism with the modern conservative movement was voiced eloquently by G.K. Chesterton. He said, the business of progressives is to go on making mistakes. The business of conservatives is to go on preventing us from fixing them. So, what steps can we take as a conservative movement to not just prevent us from fixing mistakes, but rather fixing those mistakes, reclaiming our traditional American values, reclaiming moral virtue?
Brandon, I love G.K. Chesterton, and that's a wonderful question. And I'm not sure I knew that quote. And let me tell you, a term I used to use to describe myself when I was running for governor was I wanted to be a solutions conservative. There's an old saying in public life that you can't beat a program without a program, right? I mean, I think it is never enough to say what's wrong with the other people's ideas. You have to say why your ideas are right and why they are grounded in the unique ideals of America. I mean, when we won the Congress in 1994, you remember there was a contract with America. An organization that I lead out of Washington, D.C. is preparing a freedom agenda as we speak that takes everything we learned from Ronald Reagan all the way through Donald Trump and says, here's the agenda that fired the imagination of the American people, that 74 million Americans rallied behind over the last 4 years. And so I want to agree with you very strongly It will not be sufficient enough, to all the conservatives in the room, it will not be sufficient enough for us to spend our energy saying what's wrong, because there's so much wrong in what's happening at home and abroad in the Biden administration. I feel like a, proverbial mosquito in a nudist colony. You can't, am I right? I mean, there's so much to talk about. But the truth of the matter is, we also have to talk about why peace through strength works. We have to talk about why North Korea stopped firing missiles and testing nuclear weapons, because we stood strong in the
Okay, this is Andrew Kraft here, and we have been listening in to former Vice President Mike Pence speak at Stanford University tonight, taking questions from students in the auditorium here. I just wanted to point out one of these statements that he made when he was asked about his role on January 6th during the Capitol riot. He said, "I kept my oath and it hurt. I don't know if Donald Trump and I will ever see eye to eye on that." So strong words from former Vice President Pence. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be staying in Phoenix, Arizona with an update on that police shooting that happened last Friday. Multiple officers were shot. Thankfully, all non-life-threatening injuries. We're getting new body camera video, so we'll have an update on that. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on what has been a very, very busy Thursday. Let's go out now to Phoenix, Arizona, where we continue to develop and monitor this story of these Phoenix police officers who were shot last Friday. Thankfully, they are recovering from their injuries. We've even heard from some of them about their experience. Right now, though, we've been showing that body camera video from one of the police officers. Fox 10's Irene Snyder joining us now outside of the Phoenix Police Headquarters in downtown. Irene, this was just some video to behold.
That's absolutely right, Andrew. We actually spoke with an expert who used to work with Phoenix PD. He says that in all his years with the police force, he's never seen anything quite like this. He says what the police officers need right now really is community support as well as time to heal. Dramatic body cam footage shows the moment a 23-year-old Phoenix police officer was hit by gunfire. Come on, bro. This video shows the officer approaching a man later identified as the suspect, Morris Richard Jones, who claimed a woman was inside bleeding.
Who's all in the house?
When the officer got closer, the suspect fired.
This is unbelievable.
Police practice expert and retired Assistant Phoenix Police Chief Andy Anderson says he's never seen anything quite like it.
For the individual to call him in, to lure him in that this individual needs help, there's somebody dying in here, and then to open fire like that.
9 officers were injured that morning. 5 were shot, the other 4 hit by bullet fragments. All are out of the hospital, but Anderson explains the real recovery process is just beginning.
Anytime something like this happens, you're dealing with more than just the physical injury. These are humans. These are not robots. The individuals that put on those badges, put on those uniforms are human beings. And they cannot go through something like this without it leaving an impression on them.
Sergeant Andy Williams of the Phoenix Police Department says this body cam footage is yet another example of the danger officers put themselves in every day they show up and put on that badge.
Took a turn much worse than they normally do, but it just sort of highlights the uncertainties and the dangers involved in our job.
And the toll it takes on them all.
Some of them are never going to be the same, but we are thankful that everyone survived.
And we have learned that the suspect shot his ex-girlfriend, then shot himself. They both are dead. Thankfully, the 1-month-old baby girl that was inside the home at the time of this incident did survive. Andrew?
You know, Irene, in the wake of this, we heard from Phoenix Police Chief Williams about how law enforcement, not only in Phoenix but nationwide, they go into the danger, they go into the violent situations. What is her message in the wake of all of this? And what is the police department doing to kind of get through this?
Well, Chief Williams, we spoke with earlier this week, she really said that the community needs to rally together. She said it's not just the police force. Policing has to do with, of course, the police officers out there on the streets, but also the community. She basically said that they can't do this alone. They need the cooperation, the support of the community for them to be able to do this together and to make the Phoenix and both here and nationwide a safer place.
All right, Fox 10's Irene Snyder live for us outside of Phoenix headquarters, PD headquarters there. We'll talk to you again.
Thanks, Andrew.
Okay, right now we do want to take a quick commercial break. We're going to delve back into politics a little bit. When we return, former Vice President Mike Pence still speaking at Stanford University to students. We also spoke to lawmakers all week. I spoke with Michigan Democratic Congressman Andy Levin about a whole host of pieces of legislation that are up for debate in the House. And we also heard from retiring Justice Stephen Breyer talking about his career as he just has a couple more months on the bench. So more on that in just a moment. here on Live Now from Fox is Michigan Democratic Congressman Andy Levin. Congressman, thanks so much for being with us. You've introduced a resolution allowing for the unionization of Capitol Hill staffers. I know there's a lot of Democratic support for this. Do you think you can garner any Republican support, and do you want this done by this Congress?
Definitely want to get it done by this Congress. There's really no reason to delay it. It's a really question of fundamental human rights, freedom of association at work, First Amendment. It's kind of basic stuff. Do our own employees have the freedom to form a union and bargain collectively without fear of retaliation? We extended it to all the other employees on the Hill, like the Capitol Police and the Library of Congress and the Architect of the Capitol. In 1996, they kind of left out the people who work directly for us in our own offices, in our districts and in Washington, and the committee staff. So we're just fixing that. And in terms of bipartisanship, everything turns into some big partisan fight. But, I'm on the Foreign Affairs Committee as well as the Education and Labor Committee. We do so much bipartisan about human rights around the world. This is solidarność, Andrew. This is like, do American workers in this one little group have freedom or not? And I hope my Republican colleagues will agree they should. And even if there's not a lot of bipartisan support right now, I haven't seen a lot. I hope it grows over time, because this really should be above partisan politics 100%.
So right now there's 535 member offices with the Senate and the House. From my understanding, each office and each member kind of devises their own standards for, HR, if you will. There's really no collective HR entity on Capitol Hill. So how would you address that? Each office right now kind of does their own thing, and you would have to kind of centralize it. It's decentralized right now. Have you thought about that?
Yeah, well, so first of all, I have to say that this resolution really isn't about the many fascinating questions about like how it would work. And I'm going to keep pushing back on all my colleagues. And by the way, it's like a lot of Democrats were like, oh, what if this, what if that? It's natural, right? Because we're the employers. But this is just about whether the workers have that human right to have that, to bargain. And then there are 535, 100 in the Senate, 435 in the House, right? I just want to point out this resolution is about the House staff,
okay,
and the Senate separately can do their own. But yes, you're right. The legal framework right now is that each of us is an employer of our own staff. We're each a little, like a little company of our own. That said, it's complex, Andrew. There actually is quite a bit of HR that goes across all offices, or when you think broadly about HR, like benefits, right? Like retirement plans and health plans, and many things go across. And of course, even the funding mechanism for our offices is the MRA, the Members Representational Allowance. We're not a company that could say, oh, I'll give more of profits to worker compensation or less. We have a fixed budget, but we vote on it. So the workers could even have an influence on that by pressuring, to raise the MRA, But I think, basically here's the deal. Think about other situations. Look what's going on right now in America. Starbucks workers are organizing. Right. How big is a Starbucks? Right. How many thousands of Starbucks stores are there? I went to a Starbucks in Clinton Township, Michigan. I met with the workers who filed for a union election. There's 14 people in the unit and 12 of them have filed. That's very similar to the size of a congressional office. So there's a lot of interesting questions about how it would work, but that's for another day. And I think if you look at history, Andrew, there's a lot of context for this. Like in the beginning, auto workers organized company by company, steel workers. Pretty soon after they organized a lot of their companies, they were doing pattern bargaining across companies. So there's a lot of precedent for different entities coming together as employers. And, like you look at the building trades, your plumbers, your carpenters, your electricians, the employers across a metro area will all come together and negotiate a contract with the IBEW, say, the electricians union, to cover the workers who work at all the different companies. So that all can be worked out. For now, the question is, Do they have this right in the first place, or can they just be fired for doing that most American of things and saying, hey, I just want to form a union in my workplace?
One last point on this topic. I interviewed Congressman James Comer, Republican of Kentucky, a couple of days ago. I asked him to respond to this. His thoughts essentially were, right now in the federal government, there are too many employees and contractors who are still working from home because of the COVID-19 pandemic. That should be the priority, getting them back into the office. He doesn't support these unionization efforts. He also said essentially that, Capitol Hill staffers could be considered, white collar employees. A lot of the unions, especially that you have just brought up, blue collar employees, yes, they might be overworked, tired, underpaid, but it's not similar. Your response to that?
Yeah, I mean, all other federal workers have unions. They're all a bunch of white collar workers, in the Labor Department, the Justice Department, all these different departments. They have the American Federation of Government Employees, the National Treasury Employees Union. So that doesn't make any sense. And bringing people back or not is nothing to do with whether they have a union. In fact, having a union lets the workers have an organized way to talk to the employer about that. And in terms of, look at the explosion of organizing that's happening. Workers at the wire cutter are unionizing, and at New York Times, workers at the Audubon Society, workers at REI, a lot of digital media folks are organizing. My son's a journalist. One of my sons for a nonprofit national journalism group, and they organized across all their locations. These obviously white collar folks. So, and then Andrew, who's the most unionized workers in America? Is it like a bunch of electricians or plumbers? No, sir. It's movie stars and professional athletes and pilots, people way up at the top of the heap who either have a lot of education or an unbelievable amount of talent and make, hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars. You won't catch anybody playing basketball in the NBA without a union contract. And it also puts the lie to the idea that unions are like one size fits all and all these talking points, because LeBron is happily in a union with some guy who sits on the bench, and LeBron is able to make his big money while the bench rider is very happy to have the little $900,000, which to you or me might be a lot of money, but whatever they get out of that union contract. So there you go.
Congressman, very, very fair points there. I want to move on to another topic. There's a lot of talk about banning members from owning individual stocks, from selling individual stocks. Some of their family members would be prohibited from some of the pieces of legislation that are out there right now. I know you support this move. So is this looking like it's going to be done by this Congress? And, if you own individual stocks right now, would you sell them? Would you make your family sell them? How do you feel about this?
Yeah, I don't own any individual stocks, and I feel really strongly that we should do it. It's just common sense. You or your spouse, like we make laws, we have committee hearings, we have intelligence briefings, right? We find out a lot of information that's not available to the public. What we're doing in creating a piece of legislation or an oversight hearing that's about to uncover some really big information could have a big impact on a company. And it's just not right for some member of Congress to say, oh, well, I'm just going to buy some of this now or sell some of this now. Let's take that, even the appearance of that, away. After all, Andrew, most people can't outperform the index stocks. So you can do perfectly fine as a member of Congress by putting everything in a total blind trust. Or if you're a rich person like that, if you're somebody like me, just get a bunch of, have your portfolio or your retirement account just be in in funds that, mutual funds and index funds or whatever that aren't about owning individual stocks. Take all that away. I think it's much better for democracy. And if you're not willing to do that, maybe you shouldn't run for Congress.
Interesting.
Find something else to do.
Yeah, we'll definitely be following that and see if there's any progress made. I know there's a lot of competing bills out there to address that. Lastly, about some legislative questions. You introduced some legislation addressing gun violence, imposing some type of restrictions on guns in the wake of the Oxford High School shooting. That's a story we've been following very closely here, especially with the Crumbly parents are also facing charges in addition to their son who carried out this shooting. Can you go into the specifics of what you want changed?
Absolutely. Yeah, my Protect Children Through Safe Gun Ownership Act. Andrew, this is really simple and straightforward. it's something that the majority of Democrats, Republicans, independents, even gun owners support. It's just got three things in it, and it's all about that parental responsibility. That's what this bill is about. And it's about the fact that kids are dying in huge numbers from gun violence when we just need to have some sensible measures to protect them. So number one, safe storage. Safe storage. Lock your guns up, lock your ammo up, keep it separate. You know, most gun owners support that. Secondly, handguns specifically. There's specific laws about handguns and kids. When a parent signs that affidavit that they're going to allow their kid to have access to a handgun or, you know, use it, they need to say that they personally are supervising or someone else will be supervising. This isn't about going hunting in the woods. This is about a handgun, right? And the third thing is education in the schools, so that parents and kids can get age-appropriate education about keeping kids safe. You know, these school shootings are so horrific, but they're the tip of the iceberg, right? The vast majority of kids dying from guns are youth suicides, first of all, and then kids getting guns at home and street violence and accidents among kids playing with guns that they shouldn't have access to. So this is just common sense stuff. And I'm really proud of putting this legislation forward. And I hope it's the kind of thing that can unify people after a tragedy like Oxford High School, which is near my house in my district, because, our kids should not be dying in this way from this gun violence.
And we'll definitely be following the course of that as well. Just want to briefly touch on some politics with some questions. 30 House Democrats are retiring this cycle. Republicans think they're going to take back the majority in the House. They think they're going to take back the Senate as well. And you have opted to run in a newly drawn district, the 11th Congressional District. Right now you serve in the 9th Congressional District. And that has set up a pretty big primary battle with a city member, one of your colleagues, Haley Stevens. Nope. Is the Michigan Democratic congressional delegation, are they, out of sorts here? Is there disarray among the ranks, especially as, you're seeking endorsements, Haley Stevens is seeking endorsements? What's the message here?
No, this has happened every 10 years, Andrew. This is really more a function of Michigan losing a seat. We used to have 19. We now have 14. We're going to have 13. And happily, we created a citizen commission to do redistricting without gerrymandering. Unhappily, the way they drew it, my colleague and I both just feel like this is the district where we can run. I mean, the new 11th, my house is smack dab in the middle of it, and my kids are the 5th generation of my family to live there, and it just makes sense. And she feels like it's the place that makes sense for her to run too. I tell you what, Democrats are going to win 7 out of 13 at least of the House districts in Michigan, and do our share for Democrats to keep control of the House of Representatives. So that's my mission, and that's what I'm telling you right there. I'm putting my money down that we're going to do that, and I'll have to buy you whatever you drink if we don't accomplish that.
Well, that was my next question. If Democrats lose the majority in November, is it going to be just that much harder for the Biden administration to get his priorities done? So it seems like you answered that as well. I mean, time will tell, and we will definitely see. Congressman, we appreciate your time.
Thanks, Andrew. It's great to be with you. Take care.
Okay, hope you enjoyed my conversation there. We've been bringing lawmakers on periodically throughout the week talking about these major issues, and we will continue to do so here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be talking about the president's pending SCOTUS nomination. We heard from retiring Justice Stephen Breyer today, talking about his career on the bench. We'll have a little bit of that, and also this meeting that happened on Capitol Hill. White House Chief of Staff Ron Klain meeting with Senate Democrats, talking about the strategy once the nomination is announced. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. That's a Live Now look at Capitol Hill. It is a little after 11:30 there on the East Coast. Well, earlier today, White House Chief of Staff Ron Klain, other Biden senior advisors were on Capitol Hill for a meeting with Senate Democrats for a caucus lunch. They were expected to discuss the path forward on a SCOTUS nominee. Fox News Capitol Hill producers, after the lunch concluded, got some comments from Senate Democrats, including Senator Stabenow from Michigan. She says, it feels like they're very close. We tried to get a name, but we couldn't get it out of them. But, you know, they're certainly zeroing in on someone. That someone, the next nominee to be a Supreme Court justice. And so, of course, they have to make it out of the Senate Judiciary Committee and for a full vote on the Senate floor once that nomination is announced. And when it is, we'll have full coverage of that, looking into their legal background, their personal background, and the like. Earlier today, though, we did hear from outgoing Justice Stephen Breyer. He was at a panel talking about his career on the bench, a very long, very distinguished career, as he has only just a couple of months left before retirement.
How's that? You start with 9. that's the all right, and he so he doesn't want an outlier. He wants to pick up the 5, and he wants to give everybody 1 during that session. And before you know it, he doesn't have too much leeway as to how he is going to assign the opinions. But he will assign them, and then whoever's senior in the dissent will assign the dissent. But probably, normally, we used to be anyway, and I think it's probably still true, we'd be unanimous almost half the time. And the 5-4 decisions that everybody used to talk about were about, I don't know, 20%, 15%, sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less. Not the same 5 and the same 4 all the time. You could say 6-3 now, whatever, but it isn't. And when I'd say 5-4, I said, one year I counted them, and I wanted to find out, I think there were 18 5-4 decisions or something like that. And 12 of the 5-4 decisions, 12 of those 18, were not what we would call the usual suspects. Okay? And I just had somebody look it up, because every single time that they were written about in the press, it said, in an unusual combination. So how can it be an unusual combination? Well, I guess it could be, but do you see? So it's certainly not some cut and dried thing, and the breakdown conservatively, I mean, they occur in some cases, there's no question, but perhaps fewer than people think. There we are. So far right. You want the whole story?
The questions are going to come from me today. Okay.
I get my law clerk gives me a draft. This is getting a little boring. It's very technical. All right. Anyway, the law clerk finally, after 2 or 3 weeks, gives me a draft of what's assigned to me. I take it. I go write my draft on the computer. I was a teacher for many years. I can't resist it. You know. So then I write my draft. I give it back to her. She thinks hers is better. I say, maybe it was, but there we are. And so then she'll produce another draft, and I produce another draft, and eventually we get something, and we send it around, and then I just hope for at least 4 others joining it, and I'd like 9, but 4 will do. And they may have suggestions in the memos, and I may change it around somewhat. And somebody can write a dissent, or somebody can write a concurrence, and eventually everybody's either written or joined. That's always the first thing in the conference. Is everybody written in this case? Everybody written? Then the case comes out. The end. There we are.
Justice, one of the words I hear most frequently to describe you is pragmatic. And I wonder if, assuming that's true, does that come from your days as an Eagle Scout, or from reading William James, or from life experience? And how does that affect your approach to cases?
William James is closer than the Eagle Scout. And it's a special kind of pragmatism. I mean, when I was an undergraduate, I majored in philosophy at Stanford and in England too. And at that time, people were, well, the philosopher at Harvard was Quine, and there's a list of philosophers, and I'm saying this for a reason. I mean, it's before William James was Peirce. It was Peirce, James, Quine. And the kind of thing pragmatism doesn't quite catch it. Yeah, it's a certain kind of pragmatism, but Quine had this, people have all kinds of systems in their minds, all kinds. And that's how we function during a day or a week or a month. And you could change certain beliefs that you have, but then there'd be implications for other beliefs. And there'd be implications over here, and there'd be implications over there. And if you're going to change too much too fast, you would discover all kinds of things you had to change, unless you decide to change the rule of logic itself, and then, my God, where would we be? And law is not that different, in my opinion. It's not that different. So when you say pragmatism, you have to take into account such things as, what does this do to the rule of, and now put in a principle, or an approach, or a standard, or a statutory word, or a canon, if you like. I've never been great fond of canons since I was it Carl Llewellyn, who's somebody who wrote, every canon there's a counter canon, look before you leap, he who hesitates is lost, or whatever. There is a certain, but all of those things, law is a complicated business, and there are systems, and there are approaches, and there are rules for dealing with rules, and they aren't quite rules, and so what you do is figure out not just what would be nice in the world, absolutely not. But that's a point. And so how does it react with it? That's why you have to accept cases that you really don't like. If you had been on this court before, you might never have done it. But there it is. And think about that. And it isn't just one thing. It's like 20 things, and what is the client going to learn from the lawyer? And so you can go on endlessly to the point where you'd never be able to get a decision written. But the fact is that there are, in particular cases, canons or rules or statutes or all the things you learn in law school and the things you learn through experience, and lots of different systems and things and approaches. And to take some of those into account, I think it's absolutely necessary, and I think people either do it or they don't. Nobody doesn't. No. They either tell you what they're doing or they don't. And that, I think, is more like the case. So I say, yeah, I admit I'm doing that, and when I do it, I say it. And then if people don't want to think I'm doing it wrong, say I'm doing it wrong. And the next judge will learn something better. So we're in a complicated business, and there we are, but we like it. And that's not just the judges, the lawyers rather like it too, and the teachers, and it's interesting.
Well, Justice, we're in the library, so why don't we talk about a few of your books? And I'd like to start with Making Our Democracy Work. This is a book, a judge's view. And you talk about the operation of the court in this book. But one of the points you make is the importance of identifying rights and also proportionality in interpreting the Bill of Rights, and how identifying values and proportionality is important to resolving disputes over individual rights. Would you like to say a few words about that?
Well, it depends on the right. Or it depends. If it says 2 senators, it means 2. Yeah. But the freedom of speech doesn't quite define itself. You well know that. And that's what Black said. Black said, no law. Congress will make no law. Abridging the freedom of speech. He says, no law means no law. I say, yes, that's true. Go with Justice Black. No law means no law. But the freedom of speech, as he said, doesn't quite define itself. And so there are at all kinds of levels disagreement there. To what extent should you try to create rules as opposed to approaches, as opposed to strict scrutiny, intermediate scrutiny, little scrutiny? Are those rules? Are they approaches? Are they like stoplights, green, yellow, red? What are they like? And people can have a hard time. And so my own view my own view, and why I say that there, is yes, those approaches, green, yellow, red, if you like, will answer some questions for you. Usually not the questions that we get, sometimes, but not too often. And rather, when people get into that, what they do, whatever color light they're using, they ask somewhat similar questions, at least to themselves. And they'll say, how does this really affect speech? And what kind of speech? And is it that kind that helps create well-known marketplace of ideas, or helps transmit those ideas to those in the government who could act on them? And to what extent will this hurt? And what's the reason for this rule which seems to hurt some? A lot? And are there other ways of going about it? By now it's absolutely familiar. Because although those three parts are well known, sometimes the court refers to them and sometimes not. And I thought they worked pretty well with gun control. I thought with gun control and you see, because ultimately, judges, Frankfurter said this, he said judges like, when they're implying a balancing test, they like a balancing test to work so that everything's on one side. Then they can't be criticized, you see. And then they get the answer pretty easily. But sometimes it isn't. And when it isn't on one side, there is some weighing going on. And that's why I've used that word proportionality. Because I think that captures what actually goes on in the judge's mind, and should. Sometimes better than saying we're using this test or that test. I'm not against saying we're using this test or that. I sometimes am, but I am in favor of saying, well, this is why I think it would be a disproportionate injury to the freedom of speech if you didn't let, to use an old case that I dissented in, if you didn't let this retired administrative law judge teach the Kurds in Turkey how to petition the United Nations for a redress of grievances, rather than call it a violation of a statute which forbids you to give aid to a group of people on the State Department's terrorist list. You can look that up if you want. So in many of these things, I think, the cases are fine in the center, and there are not too many that are, really. And as you get towards the edges of these things, I mean by edges, it's blurred, it's uncertain, it's much rather hard. I think you often do get into a weighing process, and I think that kind of weighing, which consists of the harm to the protected interest, the need for that harm, and the possibility of less restrictive alternatives in some form or other, are usually helpful questions to ask aloud so that the public knows what you're doing.
I'd like to turn to another one of your books. This is Active Liberty, Interpreting Our Democratic Constitution. And I guess my takeaways from this book, the general takeaways, is first that the court should consider the democratic underpinnings of the Constitution when interpreting it. And second, that the people have a responsibility to participate in those institutions to make democracy work. Is that a fair description?
Oh, absolutely, and I think it's more, I use it now. What I do when I'm talking to high school students, and I would urge you to do that, or talk to college students, and you all do that, and it would be, here's one of the things I try to work in is this. I always usually have a copy of the document, so that gets their attention. And I say, this document, I say an awful lot of people, of course it's important, it helps keep us together as a nation of 331 million people who disagree about everything. And I said, but it keeps us together as a nation. And I'd say, well, if I want to think of how to describe it to the high school students, I think when I was in high school, I used to listen to a radio program, and it was called the Sergeant Preston of the Yukon. And Sergeant Preston was out there in northwest Canada, near Alaska, patrolling the borders. And life was tough on the borders, very tough. But he was part of the Border Patrol. And this sets borders. I say, it doesn't really tell you what to do, occasionally it does, but some of those border questions are pretty tough. Is abortion inside or outside, and so forth? You can think of tough questions. But basically, it's a boundary setting document, and that boundary setting document is a boundary set that tries to leave lots of things, vast numbers, the vast majority of things, up to the public to decide through democratic processes. And to think of that sometimes helps you when you're trying to interpret the freedom of speech and whether the need for transmission to government officials. And sometimes it's just a way of looking at the document, but that's what it is. And so within those boundaries, which are very broad indeed, it's up to the cities, the states, the towns, the counties, the nation, to decide through democratic processes what kind of government they want. And I say, as long as you understand that, I'm now talking to high school students, you will also understand why John Adams and the others thought, hey, we can't tell you much about how to lead your life. It's a graduation. Now, this is good. A lot of you will be asked to give graduation speeches, so I might as well tell you what I usually. And this is always works. you say, well, I can't tell you how you're going to lead your life. I hope that you find someone to love. I hope that you have a rewarding career, and I hope that you participate in public life, at least by voting, but there are 1,000 different ways. A library commission, I don't care, a school board, whatever. They need people in San Francisco at the moment. But participate. And I can tell you one thing from my experience. I think that John Adams and the others were right about this. If you don't participate, this document won't work. Because it is a document that foresees your participation in a democratic government as essential to the experiment that is this country. Okay? And that's what I want them to take in, because now I'll say, you know, being a little older, I can say to them, and by the way, it's up to you now. It's up to you, my friends. And you don't like what that person has been saying, go talk to him. Okay, anyway, you see the point. And so, of course, I think this is...
Well, Justice, you mentioned you were a law professor. I happen to have the case book that you authored here. That's not on sale at the Supreme Court Historical.
Why not? These are great cases written by me.
But it brings up the question of the Academy, the Legal Academy. Is it doing its job well?
Yeah, pretty well. I think what we are, and it used to be true, and I hope it remains true, is that we have three parts, if you want, to our profession. Looked at from the point of view of the judge, my job is to decide cases, but I'm not going to know enough to know how those cases, which work out, which don't work out, and so the Academy tries to put them together into some kind of coherent whole, and then they write articles about it, or they write treatises, or they teach their classes, and the bar has an opportunity to read what they write. And the bar will then, when they find something useful, let us know in the next case, at least if it favors them. But there are two sides, and so we'll get to know, and then we maybe can write a better opinion, and then we go through the process again. Now, I think that is a traditional role for the Academy. They have other roles too, of course, but that is one that's important. So I'm glad when they write treatises, and I'm glad when the American Law Institute gets everybody together and tries to figure out what, the law of stoppage in transit to or something. I mean, we could have a case in that, state courts will. But in any case, you see, that sort of cycle, I think, is important.
Another book that you've written is The Court and the World, addressing the change in our global environment, where more and more cases before the court involve international issues. And one chapter of that book talks about the judge as diplomat. And you've been engaged in a number of judicial exchanges. You've spoken to around the world on the subjects of law. Would you like to talk a bit about the role of the judge in that respect, in terms of promoting rule of law in the international community?
Well, the main rule, I don't know. I thought, I think it's a useful thing to do, but it says you don't have to convince judges that a rule of law is important. I mean, sure, they think that. Nor lawyers. They make their living out of that, too. The people you have to convince, and this is what I said once to the Chief Justice of Ghana, she was trying to produce a better legal system there. Rule of law that's what that book is really about. I mean, why do people? That's what she asked me. Why do people do what you say? And that's a very good question with a very, very long set of answers that don't really answer it. And time, and 200 years, and lots of cases, and all kinds of things that happen. And that's what I think is important. When you meet the judges from other countries, it's helpful because at least you know each other exist. And sometimes they'll write something that's quite useful for the case in front of you. More often not, but sometimes. And where judges have, after all, the same kind of document we have, like the Constitution, and the same kind of job, and more the same kinds of problems, we might learn something from that. We don't have to follow it. But sometimes it's useful. So I think all of those things, I put some examples in there of where I found it useful. But I think the main thing now is to understand how, even if you never set foot outside the country, it's still, this world has changed. And it will change more. And what do I mean by that? Well, we had a case, and I put this in there because I thought it was so interesting. A student in physics, I think, or science from Thailand was studying at Cornell, and he discovered that his physics text, or whatever it was published in Bangkok at a lower price, in English. Quite a lot lower. So he wrote to his parents and said, send me a few, and they sent more than a few. And so the publisher got a little annoyed and sued him. And the question was whether or not he could bring copies into the United States from Thailand at a lower price and sell them, even for this copyrighted book. And forget what the answer was. I don't forget, but I mean, that's not the important thing. To me, the important thing is that it is a very complicated statute and really hard to understand the part that was relevant to this. And yet we received, on what seemed an awfully technical thing, a bunch of amicus briefs like this from all over the place. And I didn't understand, why are there so many people writing on this case? And then I found finally in one of them what I thought was the answer to that question, and in effect said to the judges, you realize that your answer to this question is going to affect $3 trillion worth of commerce? Now, that's the world today. And that isn't going to go away. And we had a very interesting case where Nino and I were absolutely seeing eye to eye on a question that came out of Australia about securities.
Okay, this is Andrew Kraft back here. We've been listening to this really interesting conversation with Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer, talking about his work on the bench, a very, very long and distinguished career, also talking about essentially how opinions and how arguments are made and ruled upon. So we just wanted to make sure we got that in, and we previewed that interview there with some of this other reporting we got today about that Senate Democratic lunch with White House Chief of Staff Ron Klain, talking about where in the process President Biden is in choosing a new nominee because Breyer is retiring. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We're going to take a quick commercial break. More where that came from in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. You're taking two Live Now looks at Kyiv in Ukraine, and you can see daybreak there. I believe it's about 7 in the morning, but last few days have been quite cloudy, quite foggy, quite rainy, but looks like the sun is peeking out there. And of course, all eyes are on Ukraine as we see what Russia will decide in the next couple of days. Remember, we heard from President Biden today saying that he thinks an invasion will happen in the next several days. One piece of information we wanted to report, I don't believe we got to yet, but Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and Secretary of State here at home, Antony Blinken, might be planning to speak or meet next week. Apparently, Lavrov has opened that door diplomatically, but that will not happen, of course, according to Blinken, if a Russian invasion happens in the interim. So right now, that is what we continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. We're still going to be bringing on national security experts, lawmakers, talking about if this happens, then what happens next? And what does that mean for U.S.-European relations, U.S.-Russian relations? So it's not looking too good. But remember, now this has been 48 hours past the date that many intelligence assessments thought, which was yesterday. So we continue to be waiting on pins and needles here if something like that might happen. But a beautiful daybreak and sunrise there in Ukraine. I'm Andrew Kraft. Speaking of President Biden, let's hear from him from earlier today. He was traveling to Ohio, touting the infrastructure bill that was passed into law, talking especially about restoring the Great Lakes as well. Here's President Biden.
Thank you. They're all for Marcy. God love you, kiddo. You're the best. Before I began, I want to just point out I was having just sitting talking for a second with the head director of HUD and a former congresswoman just on the other side of this district. And she said something that reminded me of what I miss as well. She said, it's so good to be home in Ohio. No, I really mean it. And I said, you're probably the only one here that understands that every time I get a chance, I go home to Delaware. You think I'm joking, I'm not. I represented Delaware for 36 years as a United States Senator. And just like most congressional districts, the good news is the bad news. Everybody knows you. Well, it's great it's great hearing you say that. It's great hearing you say that. Well, Administrator Regan, I talked him into coming out of what they consider God's country down there in the North Carolina area, and he came up and took on this job. And as I said, and a proud daughter of Ohio, Secretary of Housing and Urban Affairs, Marcia Fudge, who's represented the district as well. And Mitch Landrieu, who's leading the implementation of our infrastructure area. Mitch, they don't know anybody from New Orleans down here. He used to be the mayor of New Orleans, and I called him. Mayors know how to get things done, as the mayor will tell you here. And I called him, asked him would he be the hands-on guy to actually implement the law, implement it, get it done, and let people know how they can access it. And Brenda Malloy, chair of our Council of Economic Quality. Brenda, where are you? There you are. Thank you, Brenda. We rode up together on the aircraft together, and it's great to have you as well. I also asked to say hello from someone who you know in Lorraine, but couldn't be here today. A tremendous fighter and Ohio for Ohio workers, and a guy who could easily be standing where I'm standing right now, Sherrod Brown. Sherrod Brown working in the Senate, keeping an eye on that other team, see what's going on. It's good to see you, Congresswoman Chantel Brown. Where are you, Chantel? I said, there you go, right in front there. Congratulations, and it's great to have you here. And of course, Marcy Kaptur. Marcy has not only made history as the longest-serving woman in the history of the House of Representatives, every day she's making a difference. She never, ever slows up. And she's helping this region compete, thrive, and come back. You know, that's what I want to talk a little about today. Excuse me. The historic investment we're going to make to restore the Great Lakes, strengthen the region's economy, provide clean drinking water, clean up our communities, and create good-paying jobs. A year ago, when I spoke at a joint session of the Congress, I was coming off the podium, the platform, and Marcy came up to me, and with all the press in the gallery looking down, handed me a note, a letter. And the commentators and reporters were so damn curious, what did she hand you? What's in that note? And I said, I can't tell you. No, well, if you know Marcy, you know what that letter was about. The Great Lakes. The Great Lakes. She described the treasure the Great Lakes are. They connect 8 states, 2 nations. They provide more drinking water than any set of lakes in the world, and more than 40 million people benefit from that. They support more than 1,300,000 jobs in manufacturing, tourism, transportation, warehousing, farming, and fishing. And they're essential to shipping goods made in the Midwest all across the country and around the world. Generations of families have depended on them on the boating, fishing, and hunting and swimming that they provide for everyone in this region, those who come and visit. They're home to countless natural and cultural wonders that should be conserved for all to enjoy, today, tomorrow, and for generations to come. And Marcy, by the way, I saw her tonight. She said, I got another letter for you. I don't know what the hell you got. Marcy, I promise you, I'm working like hell. But I'll read it, I promise. Whatever you say, I'll do. But Marcy's letter said, and this is why I bring it up. She said, and I quote, "The Great Lakes undergird life, work, and recreation for millions of people. And we need them. We need to invest in them. We want a brighter, more prosperous future for the region." Well, they are. They are, and we are going to. We're investing like never, ever in history. Back in